101. Vol 1ch, 101. As they walked towards the shopping street, Risvitha asked, "By the way, did you see where Noya and the others were hiding just now?" It was said to be observing secretly, gathering material covertly, but throughout the whole scene, Risvitha didn't catch a glimpse of her daughters. She was somewhat worried. If something unexpected happened and Noya couldn't gather material successfully, it would not only delay her family composition, but also render Leon's and her previous performance futile. Leon shook his head. "I saw them before entering the theater, but I didn't see them after we went in." Risvitha blinked. Since they followed to the theater, there shouldn't be any problem. But she was still a little surprised. "You actually found out. So where were they before entering?" Leon shrugged indifferently, right next to the ice cream stand in the bushes. "Oh, I didn't notice." "Yeah, it's not your fault," Leon said. "As an excellent dragon slayer, counter-surveillance is also a necessary skill." Risvitha laughed and gave him a playful glance. "A skill, huh? Then why didn't you use your skill inside the theater?" To Risvitha's teasing, Leon chuckled and retorted, "Wasn't I focusing all my attention on proposing to you?" Risvitha rolled her eyes and didn't respond further. The couple walked for more than 20 minutes and arrived at a shopping street. Shopping was a very suitable dating activity for them, combining no need for physical contact, sufficient verbal communication, long screen time, and other advantages into one activity. It was simply the perfect project to provide material for a good daughter. Besides, it provided an opportunity to buy some new clothes. Risvitha felt that her pants were indeed a bit tight. Showing off the figure was one thing, but wearing them for a long time might become uncomfortable. So, it was just the right time to seize the opportunity to select some suitable clothes and pants. With age and having already given birth once, even with strict body management, certain areas would gradually become plump. It wasn't a big deal, but Risvitha felt that the timing of this plumpness seemed a bit off. It had been over a year since she gave birth to Noya Muin, so why did her figure only start showing signs of change now? Forget it, maybe it was because she hadn't been exercising much recently. Thinking of this, she glanced at Leon. Damn Dragon Slayer, why couldn't the flesh grow on his body? It was all rightfully his. It seemed that after the date ended and they returned home, she would have to find a suitable time to pick a fight with Leon. The couple strolled side by side on the shopping street, keeping an eye on suitable clothing stores while subconsciously observing their surroundings for any signs of disguise by the directors. However, to be honest, since the ice cream stand, Leon hadn't spotted them again. They hid pretty well. It seemed that their usual hide-and-seek wasn't played in vain, Leon thought. Several leaflet distributors approached them, and one of them handed a leaflet to Leon. Leon took it, glanced at the contents of the leaflet, which was an advertisement for a shop. Looking up, it was just around the next street corner. The shop looked quite upscale, and the storefront decoration was very delicate. Leon tucked away the leaflet and suggested they go check out that shop, to which Risvitha agreed. The couple strode towards the shop, completely unaware that one of the leaflet distributors who had just handed them the flyer was secretly following them. Once they turned into the shop, the leaflet distributor also opened up his coat. Inside, two little dragon girls, one up and one down, Noya carrying Muin on her back, hid at the corner of the street, looking towards the shop entrance. "Is this Mommy and Daddy's second date project?" Muin asked. Noya nodded. "Let's go, we'll follow them." "Yes, big sister." The little dragon girls sneaked into the clothing store. Anna watched them from not far away, smiling and shaking her head, then walked into the shop as well. She always made sure the two little princesses were within her sight. At this moment, Leon and Risvitha were leisurely browsing inside the shop. Leon didn't actually have anything specific in mind to buy. When he used to accompany his master on shopping trips, she would suggest trying on whatever she thought suited him, and if it fit well, they would buy it. He didn't have much opinion on his own clothing and style. However, Risvitha was consciously heading towards the adult dragon section. She probably had some clothes she wanted to buy. As they browsed, they unconsciously wandered into the pajama section. Because their couple shirts were too eye-catching, they quickly attracted a salesperson. Hello, may I ask if you're looking to pick out some pajamas? These are all the new styles for this season, the salesperson greeted them. We're just browsing, Risvitha replied. Just browsing, huh? The salesperson obviously didn't want to let them off easily. After a brief hesitation, she continued, I see you two are a couple, right? You're even wearing a couple outfits, so would you like to take a look at our new couple pajamas? Oh, no need. The queen rarely visited ready-to-wear clothing stores. She usually went to custom tailors. So, faced with the enthusiasm of the salesperson, she didn't know how to refuse. Leon felt the same way. When he used to go shopping with his master, refusing, bargaining, and getting discounts were all tasks his master handled alone. Leon was just a tool to carry bags. Neither of the couple had the heart to dampen the salesperson's enthusiasm, so they could only watch as she brought over 2 sets of pajamas. They were a couple designs, one-piece pajamas with cute dragon horns on the attached sleeping caps. As the salesperson displayed the back of the pajamas, Leon noticed there was even a special design for the tailbone area, specifically for a tail. Thoughtful too thoughtful, but unfortunately, I don't have a tail to make use of it. These pajamas are a must-have for home wear. If you don't feel like going out during the holidays, you can just wear these pajamas and stroll around at home without worrying about catching a cold. Plus, the fabric is very skin-friendly, and it's very comfortable to wear, the salesperson enthusiastically introduced. If you don't like the tail part, you can even remove it. With that, the salesperson directly removed the tail part, revealing a zipper just below the lower back of the pajamas. She zipped it up again. See, just like this, it's a tailless style pajama now. Leon looked at the zipper design on the tailbone area, thinking that the person who invented this was truly a genius. Putting a zipper in that area, it probably wasn't just for exposing the tail, right? And there's more about this pajama. We'll take it, Risvitha said. For them, who didn't often interact with salespeople, this was the only way to make the world a little quieter and continue their date. The salesperson's eyes lit up, quickly responding, All right, I'll pack it for you. While the salesperson went to get a bag, the couple both breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, the salesperson finished packing the clothes and handed the shopping bag to Leon. They were about to leave when they underestimated the pulling power of a salesperson. Aren't you going to pick out anything else? Leon was about to politely decline, but before he could, the salesperson's rapid-fire rhythm cut him off. Do you have any children at home? How about picking out pajamas for the kids too? Damn, was this the professionalism of a salesperson? Comprehensive, leaving no stone unturned, ensuring they could take 100 from your wallet instead of just 99. Noya and them could use new pajamas too. During their growth, their bodies develop quickly, Risvitha said. All right, let's buy 2 more for the twins, Risvitha said. The salesperson was overjoyed. Twins? She loved dealing with, oh no, she meant serving families like this the most. Okay, the baby dragon pajamas are here. Please follow me. The salesperson led the couple to the baby dragon pajama section. There were so many cute pajamas on display that they couldn't see them all, so they had to rely on the salesperson for introductions. At this moment, the attention of the couple was entirely focused on the salesperson, and they didn't notice that not far behind them, in the clothing display area, 2 baby dragon models stood out compared to the lifeless mannequin models nearby. Thanks to their usual 1, 2, 3 wooden man game, Muin and Noya disguised themselves as models and lurked there. To avoid being recognized, they even wore masks and hats, only revealing their 2 lively big eyes. Sister, you've never beaten Muin in the wooden man game before, Muin whispered. I'll definitely beat you this time. HMPH, not likely. Noya glanced ahead at their parents. They seemed to be picking baby dragon pajamas for her and Muin. Well, if they included family love in the composition themed on love, it would definitely be a winning move. Noya was quite satisfied with the impromptu addition of the 2 veteran actors. Meanwhile, the salesperson had already brought out many sets of baby dragon pajamas for them to choose from. Leon and Risvitha looked at the various pajamas, finding them all quite nice. They just weren't sure if Noya and Muin would like them. How about we find them and let them pick? Risvitha suggested. After some thought, Leon shook his head. Did you forget what Noya said? Keep it relaxed and natural, just pretend they don't exist. Risvitha sighed softly as she looked at the baby dragon pajamas in her hand. But what if the children do like them after we buy them? Leon was also feeling a bit troubled. He took a baby dragon pajama and walked to the mirror. Since he often held Muin, he could roughly estimate her size. As he compared, he caught a glimpse of a baby dragon model in the mirror. He furrowed his brows slightly, not directly focusing his gaze there, but observing through the corner of his eye. The model was looking in their direction, reflecting in the mirror, staring at the pajama in his hand. Although the body remained still, the eyes said it all. Asterisk. Leon cleared his throat lightly. So, he was pretending to be a fake mannequin, huh? It actually looked quite convincing. He pretended not to notice his little daughter and then changed into a nightgown, standing in front of the mirror. Muin asterisk. Leon changed it again. Muin asterisk. Leon changed it once more. Salesperson, sir, are none of these to your liking? Leon simply shook his head silently. After changing several times, finally. Muin, omega. Leon, great, this set please pack it up, thank you. The salesperson breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Although the process was a bit cumbersome, they managed to sell a total of 4 pajamas. Jackpot. Carrying bags of various sizes, Leon followed behind Risvitha as they left the shop. Damn it! Why was he still unable to escape the fate of being a bag carrier, even after leaving his master? So, for the second item on the date checklist. Shopping successfully completed heavy checkmark. (102) Vol 1ch, 102. Carrying bags and parcels, Leon followed behind Risvitha as they left the clothing store. What's our next stop? Lunch? Risvitha turned around and asked. Yeah, lunch. Risvitha raised her hand to shield her eyes, looking towards a tall building on the shopping street with a large clock on it. It was only a little past 10 in the morning. They were moving quite fast for their date. It wasn't even close to lunchtime yet. Leon also noticed this and suggested, how about we do some more shopping? Risvitha smiled, looking Leon up and down, his arms full of shopping bags. If you're not tired, sure, let's shop some more. Leon shrugged and didn't respond, heading deeper into the shopping street on his own. Risvitha crossed her arms and called after him, Hey, do you need me to carry some of those for you? No need, these things are light, Leon said, striding forward without looking back. Back then, whenever Master went shopping, she bought much more than this, yet Leon would still smile faintly and praise. Master buys so well, wouldn't he? But occasionally, Leon also wondered, since she bought so much every time, why not just bring the donkey from home? Compared to captives or bag carriers, donkeys were more suited for this, right? The couple continued strolling through the shopping street. As they neared the exit, they noticed a storefront entirely different from the other clothing and jewelry stores. With its dark colors, peculiar storefront decorations, and various mysterious symbols that were incomprehensible, it exuded an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. Upon entering, they realized it was a fortune-telling parlor. Leon only gave it a cursory glance before wanting to leave. He wasn't particularly interested in fortune-telling or divination. However, their master and mistress were quite addicted to this stuff back in the day. Every month, they would seek out different fortune-tellers for a session. A few times, they insisted on dragging Leon along, and since he couldn't refuse, he went along with them. It was these occasions that instilled in Leon a considerable bias against the fortune-telling industry. Fortune-teller A would say, Your son is naturally gifted, born with the holy body of a scholar. With a little cultivation, he will surely become a renowned scholar in his field. Fortune-teller B would claim, Your beloved son excels in the ways of governance and strategy. If he enters the political arena, he will undoubtedly achieve great success. Fortune-teller C, the heavyweight of them all, would ominously predict, Your son may face a disaster next month. Pay me 100 gold coins, and I can ensure his safety. The result, their master nearly flipped his stand on the spot. It's no wonder Leon harbors biases against this industry. Demanding 100 gold coins up front, why not just go rob someone? So, it's best to just enjoy the spectacle of these little tricks and not take them seriously. Just as Leon was about to leave, he noticed Risvitha hadn't followed him. Turning back, he saw her gazing up at the signboard and introduction of the fortune-telling parlor, seeming quite interested in such things. As expected, "Let's go in and take a look," Risvitha suggested. "After all, we still have some time before lunch, why not?" When a bunny girl says so, why not oblige? Condemned prisoners eat a good meal before execution. It's not surprising. Leon shrugged. "Suit yourself." The couple walked into the fortune-telling parlor. The atmosphere inside the parlor remained mysterious and eerie, with the lighting, carpets, and wall decorations all adding to the sense of mystique. There weren't many people in the fortune-telling parlor, and they could easily spot the female fortune-teller sitting furthest inside. She wore a priestess hat, a black gown, and had manicured nails, each one different. Her features beneath the priestess hat were delicate, but her makeup seemed a bit too much in line with the surroundings, appearing somewhat non-mainstream. "Welcome, please have a seat," she said calmly. The couple sat down, facing the fortune-teller. The fortune-teller remained composed, first assessing Risvitha and then nodding thoughtfully before turning her gaze to Leon. And shook her head. Leon was taken aback. "Wait, why are you shaking your head at me?" "I can see at a glance, sir." Leon sucked in a breath, feeling the gathering of lightning elemental energy under the table. If this person directly sees that he's not a dragon, then sorry, as a fortune-teller, you should have foreseen your own disaster today. Extraordinary demeanor, radiant countenance. He is truly a son of destiny beyond the comparison of ordinary male dragons. The lightning in his hand awkwardly flickered twice. Leon coughed lightly and nudged Risvitha's shoe, signaling her to intervene. "That's an exaggeration. My husband is just somewhat good-looking, nothing too extravagant," Risvitha said. "May I ask for your name?" "You can call me a foo," the fortune-teller said. "What aspect of your lives would you like to have divined? Marriage? Career? If you're unsure, I have a comprehensive divination package available for you to choose from." Wow, this industry is becoming more and more thoughtful. They even have packages for fortune-telling now. Afu then produced a wooden board covered with various divination methods: astrology, bamboo sticks, tarot cards, you name it. Of course, each had its own price. While Risvitha came for fun, she didn't want too much hassle. "Let's try astrology first. It should be a simple process, right?" "Yes, just tell me your birthdays," Afu said confidently. "October 25th, Risvitha said. "Ah, that makes you a Scorpio." Afu elaborated confidently. Scorpios are a zodiac sign that often lacks security but possesses keen observational skills, being highly sensitive to changes in their surroundings. When a Scorpio asks someone a question, they often already know the answer but still want to hear it from the other person's mouth. Risvitha nodded slightly in understanding. Leon, however, still harbored some distrust towards such things. Afu continued, "Of course, Scorpio women have a typical personality trait: cold on the outside but passionate and unrestrained on the inside. They're fearless in love and hatred. Once they fall in love, it's a pursuit of success or death. Oh, speaking of love, the most compatible signs with Scorpio are Pisces and Cancer. Your compatibility with them is excellent." Risvitha nodded in apparent understanding. "And which sign is least compatible?" "Leo." "All right," Afu turned to Leon. "And what's your birthday, sir?" "August 5th. Listening to Afu's earlier mystical descriptions, Leon couldn't help but ask, "So, what zodiac sign am I?" Afu's expression turned strange as she glanced at Risvitha, then hesitantly replied, "Sir, you're a Leo." "Oh, that explains it. No wonder they constantly find each other irritating. It's all because of the zodiac signs." The couple exchanged a glance, then simultaneously looked away. Seeing this, Afu couldn't help but feel flustered. She quickly explained, "Oh, please don't take it too seriously. Astrology is just a reference, not always accurate." "I think it's quite accurate," Leon said devoutly. Leon's thoughts. This stuff is just trickery for kids before hearing about the incompatibility with Risvitha. Now that it's mentioned, it's profound wisdom. Observing the couple's reactions, Afu didn't know what to do. So, she suggested, to apologize, I'll give you both a discount of 30% off the next divination. How about that? Risvitha glanced at Leon and nodded, sure. Whether they got a discount or not didn't matter to her. She wasn't short on money. However, she had a feeling that the next divination might be unfavorable for Leon. As the saying goes, what's unfavorable to the dragon slayer is favorable to the dragon. Divination must be done. Suddenly, Afu pulled out a crystal ball from under the table. Sir, please place your hand on this crystal ball. I will establish a connection with your life, enabling me to infer your past and future. Leon hesitated, but eventually placed his hand on the crystal ball. Afu closed her eyes and began to activate the crystal ball. Leon didn't feel much, except that the crystal ball was a bit cold and had a mediocre texture. After a moment, Afu softly spoke. Sir, you are naturally endowed with exceptional leadership abilities, possessing unique insights and perspectives on things. Countless people have admired and followed you. Leon was slightly surprised. It was surprisingly accurate. But, of course, there had to be a twist after the praise. How else would they collect payment? Sir, you seem to have a calamity. Leon raised an eyebrow. A calamity. He subconsciously glanced at Risvitha beside him. Besides this dragoness, could there be any other calamity for him? Well, I see iron bars, weeds hiss. Sir, I've got it. Leon held his breath. What? You'll face jail time. Ha. Risvitha finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Leon, on the other hand, wore an expression of speechlessness, as if saying, Sister, you're really humorous. Afu looked at the couple's reactions, blinked, and for the first time, doubted her professionalism. Did I say something wrong? Leon lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. No, you're right, you're absolutely right. Scratching her forehead, Afu continued since she seemed to be on the right track. So, sir, would you like to dispel this calamity? Leon's face darkened even more. Next should be, pay me 100 gold coins and I'll help you avoid disaster, right? You fortune tellers all have the same tricks. But is there a possibility that my jail time has already passed? Now it's the latter part of the jail time, the captive's disaster. Sister, you're late to the party. No need, Leon said. Oh, okay then. Leon withdrew his hand, stood up, and nudged Risvitha's shoulder. Stop laughing, let's pay and leave. Risvitha nodded, restraining the urge to burst into laughter, paid, and left the fortune-telling parlor with Leon. Leon Casmode. Outside, Risvitha placed a hand on Leon's shoulder, looking serious. You'll face jail time. Leon shook off her hand, turned, and briskly walked towards the exit of the shopping street. Risvitha caught up with him, running behind, laughing. If you need financial support to avoid disaster, I can provide it. Shut up, you evil dragon. At this moment, Neuer and Mewen, hiding in the shadows, peeked out and watched their parents' figures. Mommy looks so happy, Mewen said. Yeah, even though the last project was short, it must have been exciting. It's rare to see Mommy so happy, Neuer remarked. Sister, should we continue to follow them? Of course. Yay, Tilda. The two little dragon girls wiggled their legs and quickly ran past the fortune-telling shop store. Inside, Afu looked puzzledly at her crystal ball, scratching her head. Could the crystal ball be malfunctioning? She placed her hand on it again, attempting to divine the man she just predicted jail time for. However, the result of this divination was completely unrelated to the previous prediction of jail time. Afu's eyes snapped open, and she muttered to herself, how can a man facing jail time be surrounded by children? (103) Vol 1ch, 103. After lunch, Leon and Risvitha began their afternoon date activities. They went to an indoor zoo and got up close to feed some adorable little animals. Just like humans, in the eyes of the dragon race, anything not too ugly could be categorized as cute. But Risvitha wouldn't describe them as cute. because in the dragon's concept, cute is a derogatory term. Throughout the visit to the zoo, Leon kept trying to guide her into saying the word cute. Risvitha was annoyed, and finally a bit embarrassed, she blurted out, "Casmode, you are so cute." After the zoo, they went to a place for handmade clay sculpture. Risvitha made a caricature version of Leon. Leon, on the other hand, made Risvitha's giant dragon form. After the couple finished, they looked at each other with smiles, their eyes filled with affection. The clay sculpture shop owner was about to praise them for their skillful craftsmanship. But this praise was choked back when they snapped the necks of the clay sculptures in their hands. The marital relationship wasn't quite harmonious, the shop owner sighed, then said, "Even if you break them, you still have to pay the full price, you know." In the evening, they left the Sky City and headed to the last stop of their date. The seaside. It wasn't far from the Sky City. After descending from above, they arrived in less than 20 minutes. Near the Sky City, there are no wars, no conflicts, and no racial disputes. Most of those who come here to relax are laid-back elderly dragons who are tired of fighting. As the last stop of their date, it's also quite nice. The couple sat on a bench by the beach, with bags of various sizes placed beside them. They gazed at the nearby beach, the sunset casting a golden hue on the sand, making it look like a floor of gold. Several young dragons were barefoot, building sandcastles on the beach, while the adults strolled and chatted nearby. Occasionally, seagulls flew over Leon and Risvitha's heads, accompanied by the slightly salty and cool sea breeze, making them feel refreshed and comfortable. Leon sighed leisurely, relaxing his posture and leaning back on the bench. The requirements given by Noya weren't too demanding, mainly emphasizing a relaxed and natural atmosphere. So, this moment was probably the most relaxed time for them. "Let's talk about something. We can't just stay here until night," Risvitha said. "What do you want to talk about?" "Let's talk about," Risvitha smoothed her temple hair, "that female classmate you dreamed about." Leon gave her a speechless look. "I declare that the only female being I have any relationship with is you." "Wait a minute, I think I understand." Leon sat up straight, seeming to realize something. Risvitha glanced at him. "What's up?" Leon squinted at her, sizing her up, and said softly, "Oh, someone seems to be a bit too concerned. Could it be jealous, MMPH?" Risvitha covered his mouth with her hand. "Actually, you said even more sensational things that night. Do you want to hear them?" she teased. "MMPH?" Risvitha chuckled, withdrew her hand, and stood up. "Guess." She was in no rush to reveal everything. Risvitha put her hands in the pockets of their couple's shirt and walked towards the beach. Her silver high ponytail swayed behind her head, appearing lively and energetic. Leon wanted to catch up and get some clarity. Looking left and right, he didn't see the two directors or the director's assistant, Anna, but Leon believed they were watching nearby. So, leaving the bags of clothes here temporarily, he didn't worry about them being stolen. With that in mind, Leon stood up and jogged towards Risvitha. He reached Risvitha's side and was about to speak. "What else did I say in the dream?" SHH tilde, Risvitha put her index finger to her lips, not interested in discussing the half-hearted truths anymore. She watched the other couples walking on the beach, all holding hands or linking arms. Following her gaze, Leon quickly understood what she was thinking. "A story's perfection lies in its ending," Risvitha said leisurely, lifting her eyes to meet Leon's gaze. "So, dear Leo, dare to try holding the hand of the most incompatible Scorpio," Risvitha suggested with a half-joking tone. Leon snorted lightly. "There's nothing I'm afraid of." He reached out his arm and took Risvitha's hand, but this time, it wasn't fingers interlocking. Because Leon took the initiative to hold hands, their palms were facing each other, with his hand gently wrapping around Risvitha's. Already quite proactive, adjusting to interlock their fingers might lead to some misunderstandings for this female dragon, wouldn't it? Yeah, just holding hands like this is fine. The couple walked hand in hand, taking slow steps on the beach. Behind them, they left behind 2 lines of footprints and a tail print. The grains of sand rubbed against the tip of the tail, tickling lightly. Tightly holding the large, slightly cool palm, they felt completely safe. The fortune teller named Afu was right during the day. Risvitha was someone lacking in security. This had nothing to do with astrology. It was inherent to her. But what she didn't expect was that, at this moment, she could actually walk hand in hand on the beach with a dragon slayer who was least likely to provide her with a sense of security. This world is sometimes quite crazy. Whoosh! The waves surged to their feet. Oh, wait a moment. Risvitha let go of Leon's hand, bent down, took off her short boots, then rolled up her pants, revealing her round and delicate ankles. Phew, all set. Now I won't worry about getting my shoes wet. Risvitha held the short boots in her hand. Do you want to take yours off too? Leon paused for a moment. Oh, sure. He also took off his shoes, rolled up his pants, and held the other shoe in his hand. All right, let's go. Let's stroll some more. With that, Risvitha naturally held Leon's hand again with her free hand. The waves surged again, submerging the ankles of the couple. It was refreshingly cool. The sunset hung precariously on the horizon where the sea and sky met, marking the second time they enjoyed the sunset today. The first time was at the theater, but it felt surreal. The atmosphere and environment couldn't compare to the present moment. However, such moments had to come to an end. Despite the relaxation of completing Noya's task, there was a faint sense of loss for some reason. The sound of the waves and the cries of seagulls surrounded them. Leon turned his head to look at Risvitha. The sea breeze lifted her beautiful silver hair, revealing her delicate forehead. They say bangs can enhance a person's appearance, so the true face of a person is revealed when they don't have bangs. But for Risvitha, this saying didn't seem to apply. With or without bangs, she was always so beautiful. The sunlight on her profile made her features even more exquisite, especially her nose, perfectly straight. Why are you staring at me? Risvitha looked straight ahead. Leon withdrew his gaze, just looking at the sun. The couple walked hand in hand, holding their shoes, stepping on the sand and waves, strolling in the sunset. Not far away, in a parked carriage, two dragon ladies peeked out. Darn it, I should have spent more time looking for the camera this morning, Noya said indignantly. It's such a pity to merely record this scene with words. Capturing it in a photo would truly do justice to such an atmospheric moment. Huh, sister, couldn't you find the camera this morning? Muin asked. Noya shook her head. I searched the storage room in Mom's house several times, but couldn't find it. Ah, what a pity, we can't preserve this scene forever. It's actually not a pity at all. Anna walked up behind the two young dragon girls. Noya and Muin turned around. Why do you say that? Anna stood behind them, gazing at the couple playing in the distance. His Majesty always says to me that a dragon's life is too long. Every beautiful thing has its expiration day, the day it's no longer loved. So, for her, the fleeting beauty holds even more nostalgic meaning. Noya and Muin nodded vaguely, not fully understanding the meaning of the statement, but it must be a good thing because Mom said it. The two little ones turned their gaze back to the beach. Mom and Dad had already plunged into the diving area and started a water fight. As they played, Mom accidentally fell, teetering on the brink of falling into the water, but Dad promptly reached out and caught her waist. They locked eyes and then Anna covered their eyes. This part is not suitable for children to see. The head maid chuckled, watching the last rays of the sun disappear on Her Majesty's figure. "104. Vol 1ch, 104. Noya said her composition went smoothly. Although she couldn't guarantee she would win first place, advancing to the top 8 with the unconventional theme of parental love was not a problem. The couple was very happy for their daughter. However, based on past experience, they didn't rush to open champagne this time. Until they had the first place trophy in hand, the champagne cork would remain tightly sealed, and no one would dare to touch it. It's worth mentioning that Noya completed the composition independently. During the creative process, the couple didn't offer any suggestions or even visit her. Because they both knew that if the creative process of a piece of writing was scrutinized by others, it would lose all its original possibilities. So, to respect their daughter, Leon and Risvitha tacitly chose to wait quietly. Even after the composition was finished, Noya didn't offer to show it to them, and they didn't ask. If she achieved a good ranking, there would be a small award ceremony in the class, and excellent compositions would be shared for everyone to appreciate together. It wouldn't be too late to admire their daughter's work then. When it came to respecting their children, the couple always managed to act in unison without needing to discuss it. After all, the primary premise of educating children is to respect them. The day after completing the composition, Noya returned to the academy on Leviathan. The rankings would come out in a few days, so all they needed to do now was wait quietly. Leon held Muin in his arms, standing side by side with Rosvitha in the front yard, watching as the Leviathan gradually disappeared into the distance. Until the colossal creature vanished from sight, Leon finally turned around, one hand holding Muin and the other pinching her little cheek. "What does Muin want to play today?" he asked as he carried her towards the Silver Dragon Temple. Rosvitha also turned back and followed behind them. Muin's tuft of hair on her head wobbled as she pondered, although she rarely did. After a brief moment of thought, Muin said earnestly, "Dad." "Ahem. What exactly did you and Mom do at the beach that day?" Leon's steps faltered. Even Rosvitha behind him stopped in her tracks. He turned to look at Rosvitha, who shrugged as if to say, "I don't know how to explain it, you figure it out yourself." "Darn it. Mother Dragon, you were the one who initiated it, weren't you?" During their last date 2 days ago, they went for a walk on the beach. As they walked, this pair of mischievous spouses started teasing each other. It started with them barefoot, trying to step on each other's feet. Rosvitha had no advantage because as soon as Leon realized he couldn't step on her feet, this brat went for her tail. So they ended up running to the shallow water area of the beach and started a water fight. Then Rosvitha slipped and fell backward. Leon, quick on his feet, rushed forward and grabbed her wrist, supporting her slender waist to lift her up. But due to momentum, Rosvitha didn't control her body in time and unintentionally fell into Leon's arms. The two locked eyes, the waves lapping at their calves, their pupils reflecting the sunset, and the atmosphere gradually turning ambiguous. Then she just inexplicably kissed Leon's cheek. Well, that's it, nothing else happened. Really, nothing else happened. After all, both of them realized that the kids might still be peeking somewhere, so they didn't do anything too outrageous. They thought that fleeting kiss wouldn't be noticed. But turns out it was still seen, huh? Wait, no. If Muin really saw Mom and Dad kissing at that time, she wouldn't ask a question like, "What were you doing then?" Instead, it would be something like, "You guys were kissing, right, Tilda?" In other words, she and Noya were probably watching, but at that critical moment, maybe Anna covered their eyes. So now she's so curious. Seeing Mom and Dad remain silent, Muin continued. Anna said that part was not suitable for children to see, but Muin is really curious. What exactly did Mom and Dad do? Oh, Anna intervened just in time. The maid's intentions were good, but she overlooked Muin's curiosity. At this age, young dragons are most curious. If Leon and Rosvitha don't give her a perfect explanation now, they'll probably be pestered with this question for the next week. Leon thought for a moment and chose a more tactful approach. "We didn't do anything. Mom just wanted to express her gratitude to Dad." "Gratitude?" Muin scratched her head. "Exactly, Mom fell down at that time, Dad helped her up, and Mom thanked him in an adult way," Leon said. "Adults have their own way of expressing gratitude, and children have theirs. You shouldn't imitate each other, understand, Muin?" Muin suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. Yeah, that's it. When will Daddy thank Mommy in an adult way?" "Leon." Rosvitha suppresses a laugh. She wanted to laugh, but she had to hold it in. "Good daughter, unless the sun rises from the west, your dad won't be thanking me." "All right, Muin, don't ask too many of these questions. You'll understand when you grow up," Rosvitha said. "Go play with Dad in the backyard, be safe, Mom has to go to work." Muin obediently nodded. "Okay, Mom, take care, Tilda." Rosvitha stepped forward, gently lifted Muin's chin with her hand, then stepped into the Silver Dragon Temple. Leon also took his daughter to the backyard. After dinner, Leon sat at his desk, looking at the last set of bunny girl photos in his hand, wondering where to hide them. The other 4 sets had already been hidden in places where Risvitha couldn't possibly find them. As for this last set, he hadn't figured out where to hide it yet. As he pondered, he heard the lock click. Leon immediately opened the drawer and put the photos inside. High heels clicked on the floor in a crisp, rhythmic manner. Risvitha wore a long dress as she walked into Leon's room. Leon glanced at her and asked, "What's up? Are you planning to sleep here tonight too?" Risvitha sat down on his bed, crossed her legs, and smiled. "What's wrong with that?" HMPH, suit yourself. Leon now held 2 aces up his sleeve, a well-rested body after a half-month break and a collection of bunny girl photos. His main strategy was simple. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. But if the enemy moved, he'd strike fiercely. Of course, this was just an ideal scenario. If the opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't hesitate to take the initiative. Risvitha adjusted the strands of hair near her temples and glanced out the window, casually saying, "Didn't you ask me about the things you said in your sleep that night?" Leon raised an eyebrow, turning from his chair. "What did I say?" Risvitha smiled knowingly, retracting her gaze and fiddling with her nails. "You said you liked mature women and liked black stockings and stuff." Gulp. Leon swallowed. Could he really have blurted out those undisclosed preferences in his sleep? Had Risvitha slipped him some truth serum or something before bed? "Well, I can understand that," she continued nonchalantly. "After all, even the mightiest dragon slayer is still a man with his own little quirks. It's normal." Leon smirked, keeping his composure. Given Risvitha's conversational style, there should be a twist coming up. But, as expected, "I can understand the mature women and black stockings, but the bunny girls, that's a bit hard to comprehend, isn't it?" Bunny girls? Leon's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she found out about him secretly taking photos of Risvitha in her bunny girl outfit? No, no, no. He had just checked the 4 hiding spots for those photos, and they were all well hidden. Risvitha couldn't have possibly discovered them. Could it really be that he talked about bunny girls in his sleep? Leon found it hard to believe. "Leon, do you like bunny girls?" Risvitha asked with a smile. Leon felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He adjusted his posture but didn't deny it. "So what if I do? Hobbies are personal freedoms." Yes, hobbies are personal freedoms, and XP experience points are personal freedoms too. Risvitha shrugged. "I didn't say anything. Why are you so worked up?" She scratched her head as if trying to remember something. "Oh right, you also said that night." She deliberately elongated her tone, enjoying Leon's nervous and curious expression. You said you wanted to see your female classmates dress up as bunny girls for you." Slap. Leon slammed the table. "You audacious dragon, that's pure nonsense. I would never say such things in my dreams. And even if I did, I'd definitely say it was about you dressing up as a bunny girl for me." Risvitha was slightly taken aback. "You little rascal, did you blurt out your true feelings in the heat of the moment?" After a brief moment of surprise, Risvitha decided to strike back. "Make me dress up. Dream on, I would never dress up as a bunny girl for you in this lifetime." Leon's mind stirred slightly as he glanced at the drawer beside him. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, "But what if you did dress up for me, then what?" "What if that's simply impossible?" Leon waved his hand. "Never mind whether it's possible or not, just answer me this. If you did dress up, what would you do?" The queen snorted, crossing her arms confidently. "No matter what tricks you're planning, trying to use charm or coercion to make me put on a bunny girl outfit is futile. Your little tricks can't escape my scrutiny. And if I did indeed put on a bunny girl outfit for you, well, you can deal with me however you want." Leon raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "It is, but you should think carefully, Dragon Slayer. If your plans fail, you know better than anyone the consequences, don't you?" Leon stood up, confidently declaring, "My dear queen, I don't need any plans because I've already done everything that needs to be done." With that, he slowly opened the drawer beside him. "105. Vol 1ch, 105. This one, a masterpiece. This one, tusk tusk, a rare find. And this one, I would call it the ultimate art." Every time Leon placed a photo on the table, Risvitha's face turned darker. By the time he reached the last one, she randomly picked up one and burned it with dragon flames. However, Leon didn't seem to care at all. Come on, burn them all, what difference does it make? He had plenty more anyway. Watching Leon's calm demeanor, Risvitha guessed that he must have prepared more than just these photos. When exactly, did he manage to sneak in and take so many unbearable bunny girl photos? And there were group photos too. Slap. Leon put his hand on Risvitha's shoulder, continuing to tease this mother dragon whose embarrassment and anger were about to explode. You must be dying to know when I took these photos, aren't you? Silver Dragon eyes stared intensely at Leon. If it were any other time, Leon would have already been groveling beneath her, begging for mercy. But since he could casually display these photos without fear of her destroying him, Risvitha was even more certain that he had an ace up his sleeve. So she couldn't act recklessly, and instead decided to see just how many cards he still had hidden. Seeing Risvitha just glaring at him with embarrassment and anger, without a word, Leon continued. Do you still remember the last time you used the blood temptation against me for revenge? At this point, Risvitha understood everything. She should have guessed it earlier. During the days she was unconscious, Leon, this scoundrel, couldn't have just sat around waiting for her to wake up. Besides scouting around the back mountain of the Silver Dragon Temple, he must have done something else. She never expected it to be something like this. Leon happily admired Risvitha's expression. At this moment, this mother dragon was like a pufferfish about to explode with anger. But unfortunately for her, Leon had her fatal weakness in his hands. No matter how much she puffed up with rage, she simply couldn't explode. So this was what it felt like to control someone else's fate. It was even more satisfying than the resonance of dragon marks. Risvitha bit her lip, glancing at the several photos on the table. Are you planning to use these to threaten me? Leon shook his head. No, I never said I would threaten you. It was you who just said that if you put on the bunny girl outfit, you would let me do as I pleased, wasn't it? You. She spoke too soon. She had been tricked by this guy. Actually, Risvitha had no need to keep her word to her own prisoner. She had said what she said, and even if she didn't acknowledge it, what could Leon do? In the past, she had used this excuse to force Leon several times. As long as she could oppose his will, it was the most tormenting torture for him. But this time was different. Not only did she say something like, "Let you do as you please," but more importantly, Leon had the leverage to utterly ruin her. As the saying goes, what has been said is a prophecy fulfilled. At present, she could only let him do as he pleased. So what exactly do you want me to do? Risvitha asked. Leon pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, Didn't you say you would never wear a bunny girl outfit for me in your lifetime? These photos were taken while you were unconscious. Knowing your personality, you're definitely not going to be pleased. So, how about this? You come over right now wearing a bunny girl outfit. Risvitha listened to him spouting nonsense with a serious expression. What did he mean by, knowing your personality, you're definitely not going to be pleased? Clearly, he just wanted to see her in a bunny girl outfit, so he made up this lame excuse. What if I refuse? She needed to know Leon's bottom line and to what extent he would use these photos to threaten her. Refuse, no problem at all. It's just that next time we visit your sister's house, she might display these bunny girl photos, and we can all enjoy them together as a family. Well done, Casmode, well done indeed, Risvitha thought bitterly. Not only did you socially kill me, but you also made my sister the executioner. You're really ruthless. If Isabella saw these photos, Risvitha wouldn't dare to face her for at least 200 years. Leon's move had indeed hit Risvitha right in the heart, leaving her helpless. Though she felt unwilling, Risvitha had to accept her fate. I don't have a bunny girl outfit, Risvitha said, hugging herself and lowering her gaze. Is that so? Well, I'm not unreasonable, Leon replied. Risvitha raised her eyes. Was he going to let her off? Could he be this kind-hearted? Since you don't have the outfit, I'll give you an hour to prepare. Isn't that generous enough? Leon said. Leon, Risvitha started. Leon looked at the clock on the wall. It's now 5:50 in the evening. I'll round it up for you and give you an extra 10 minutes. By 7 tonight, I'll come to your room to inspect the result. Leon leaned in close to Risvitha, their breaths mingling. He could even feel the heat radiating from Risvitha's flushed cheeks. Be obedient now, okay? You wouldn't want your sister to find out about this bunny girl side of you, would you? Leon teased. Shut up, I'll go get the outfit, Risvitha replied, pushing him away and swiftly leaving in her high heels. Bang! A rather indignant slam of the door. Leon chuckled. Finally, it's my turn to take charge. An hour later, Leon arrived at Risvitha's room. He saw Risvitha sitting on the edge of the bed, looking like a girl about to get married, draped in a long black coat that covered her from head to toe. The blush on her face hadn't faded, adding a hint of allure to her appearance. I couldn't find the bunny ears, Risvitha said, looking up at Leon and speaking softly. Why couldn't you find them? Leon asked. In fact, when Leon took those photos, he didn't have bunny ears either. In the end, he improvised by using Risvitha's hair to craft a pair of ears. So he understood why Risvitha couldn't find them now. But he just wanted to tease this mother dragon a bit and make her experience some of the frustration he had endured. Risvitha lightly bit her red lips and spoke with the softest, most innocent tone while saying the hardest words. I couldn't find them. There's no reason why. Leon adopted an air of authority. All right, it's your first time after all. I'll relax the requirements a bit for you. Leaning back in his chair, crossing his legs, he pointed at Risvitha's coat. So, underneath this coat is. Risvitha didn't immediately answer him. Instead, she asked, if I cooperate with you, let you do as you please, will you destroy these photos, as well as any other backups or anything else, right? It depends on my mood, Leon replied, not revealing everything. It sounded like there were indeed backups. Risvitha turned to look at him. How many backups did you make in total? Leon's mind twitched slightly. He replied, 2. Even though I have the upper hand, I still need to show weakness to the enemy. Dealing with this mother dragon, I can't afford to be careless. Risvitha took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Please, don't let me find those backups, Leon, or else. Leon shrugged indifferently. That's a problem for the future. You know me, life is short, so let's enjoy the present. Now, don't waste any more time, your bunny majesty, take off the coat. Risvitha closed her eyes and reluctantly removed the coat. Inside, sure enough, was a set of bunny girl attire. Black stockings wrapped around the graceful long legs, while a low-cut bodysuit generously displayed the alluring figure of Risvitha. The perfectly ample bosom was snugly tucked beneath the tight clothing, with half of the dragon tattoo exposed to the air, extending all the way to the cleavage at the front. Unable to find bunny ears or a bunny tail, at the small of her back where the bunny girl outfit was, there remained her silver dragon tail. Strangely, it didn't feel out of place at all. Instead, it added a lot of fresh appeal. Bunny girl plus dragon girl, combining Leo's favorite creature with his least favorite creature in a wonderful way. Her expression seemed somewhat awkward and constrained, with her legs pressed together, the tip of her tail hanging down by her feet, nowhere to settle comfortably. She looked entirely unable to relax. And it was precisely this shy and awkward appearance that would strike a chord with certain bunny girl enthusiasts. Have you seen enough yet? The dragon girl sounded a bit impatient, blushing as she spoke. What are we going to do next? Leo nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved the mini whip from when Risvitha had played teacher with him before. Miss Melkvi, please lie down immediately because we're about to begin our lesson. Risvitha, damn dragon slayer, you better not fall into my hands. (106) Vol 1ch, 106. Classmate Melkvi. Leon solemnly tapped his palm with a small teaching cane, as if he were a truly exemplary teacher. HMPH. Exemplary teacher. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Risvitha unwillingly complied with him, just as he had unwillingly complied with her before, but still closed her eyes and reluctantly said, Yes, teacher. Watch your attitude, Melkvi. Risvitha sighed, What's wrong with my attitude, teacher? Leon lightly tapped Risvitha's cheek with the small teaching cane. If Risvitha remembered correctly, The last time this cane appeared was when she used it to strike Leon's chest. Is this the attitude you have when speaking to your teacher? Try again. Risvitha bit her lip, mustered her emotions, and replied, Yes, teacher Tilda. That's about right. Oh, classmate Melkvi, your school uniform today is quite unique, with the black stockings. Risvitha smirked. Isn't it because I thought the teacher would like it, so I wore it. Bold, how could I like such superficial things? Don't wear it next time. Yes, teacher, I won't. Risvitha glanced at Leon's expression. Clearly, her previous response didn't fit the teacher play script Leon had in mind. This guy even followed his eldest daughter to act in a drama about parental love, and now he thinks he's a big star, huh? Risvitha angrily gripped the bed sheet, rephrased her words. No, teacher, I just like wearing this outfit to show you. You tilde tilde tilde. Even she felt like throwing up at her own words. But better to just throw up than to have those bunny girl photos end up in Big Sister's hands. HMPH, since it's your first offense, I'll let it slide. Thank you, teacher. Did you do yesterday's homework? Risvitha raised an eyebrow and shook her head. Teacher, haven't we gone half a month without homework? Ah, hiss tilde tilde tilde. Leon lightly struck her buttocks with the small teaching cane, not too forcefully, but enough to elicit a cry from her. I didn't assign homework because I forgot. You not reminding me is your laziness, understand? Leon lectured firmly. Blushing, Risvitha quietly rubbed her slightly sore buttocks. Understood, teacher. Now, let's go over tonight's assignment. Listen carefully. Yes, teacher. The assignment is called 3 Honors and 3 Shames, a creed every proud dragon slayer knows by heart. I'll recite it for you now, so pay close attention. Risvitha's face was full of black lines. Teacher, is it possible that maybe I'm actually a dragon, not a dragon slayer, so should we maybe change the assignment? Snap. This time he struck her other buttock. Risvitha bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes as she miserably held her buttocks. She swore that if she ever caught him off guard, she would make him pay tenfold. Whatever assignment the teacher gives you, you must obediently complete it, understood? Leon asserted with the authoritarian air of a middle-aged male teacher. Yes, teacher. The first of the 3 honors and 3 shames, to be proud of loyalty to the Empire, and to be ashamed of colluding with the dragon race. To be proud of loyalty to the Empire, and to be ashamed of colluding with the dragon race. Damn it. Forcing a dragon to be ashamed of colluding with its own kind. Isn't that pushing it too far? Inhale, exhale. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Risvitha comforted herself silently, telling herself that this was just the perverted taste of a dog of a man, nothing more, just a kink. Next, Leon taught her the following 2 lines. Risvitha had never regretted her ability to recall text as much as she did now. If possible, she really wanted the creator to take away her vocal cords. Classmate Melkvi is very clever, learning so quickly, Leon said. Thank you for the praise, teacher. Risvitha hesitated for a moment, then asked, Teacher, is it time for class to be over? What do you think? Leon countered. Risvitha blinked. I think it's time for a little break. HMPH, classmate Melkvi, with the major exam approaching, you can't always think about resting. Next is the cultural appreciation class. Damn dragon slayers and their endless schemes, even cultural appreciation classes are included. All right, I'll see what you want me to appreciate. This queen has lived for 200 years. What can a 20-something little sprout like you bring out to impress me? Leon took off his shirt. Clear muscle lines, as if sculpted, solid from shoulders to arms and down to his waist, each inch filled with strength. And the dragon tattoo representing longing and loyalty was boldly branded on his chest, emitting a faint glow. All right, so this is what we're appreciating in cultural appreciation class. You're testing the Dragon King with this. Which Dragon King can't withstand such a test? Childish. Risvitha's gaze slowly moved up from Leon's solid waist, past the dragon tattoo, and settled back on his face. Teacher, this doesn't seem to have much to do with cultural appreciation class, does it? Of course, it's related. Today, we're learning about the tolerance and absorption of foreign cultures. Risvitha couldn't help but swallow nervously. The title somehow didn't seem quite right. Tolerance and absorption, in other contexts, they're a perfectly normal pair of phrases. But why did it feel different when it came from Leon? Before Risvitha could react, the dragon tattoo on her chest began to shimmer gradually. Once both emblems resonated, it was unstoppable like a rolling boulder down a mountain. Leon leaned down, extending his hand to gently caress Risvitha's slightly flushed cheek. Initially, Risvitha tried to turn away, but she couldn't resist Leon's gentle advances and the resonance of their emblems, soon falling into a bewildering affection. Her lips parted slightly as her teeth lightly nibbled on Leon's fingertip. Their hearts connected through their fingertips, sending tingles and shivers. "Classmate Melkvi, aren't you naughty, daring to tease the teacher?" Leon whispered softly in her ear. Risvitha released her mouth, her face flushed, as she embraced his neck silent. Leon also leaned closer to her, the couple face to face, their noses almost touching, breathing each other's air at a distance that was absolutely blush-inducing. Since the night at the hot springs, they had lost their initial reluctance and shyness towards kissing. Just like when they were at the seaside, Risvitha would still impulsively kiss the corner of Leon's mouth. They exchanged glances for a moment, their lips meeting gently in a tender embrace. However, just when Risvitha thought that tonight's embarrassing teacher play session had ended and they were about to move on to the main event, Leon surprised her with some unexpected tricks she hadn't seen before. "Turn around, Miss Melkvi," Leon said. What?" Before Risvitha could understand what he meant, Leon flipped her over. After a moment of surprise, Risvitha immediately realized what was happening and hastily used her tail to block. "No, Leon, you can't do this." Leon pushed aside her tail and pressed her down on her knees. "What's wrong? Student, it's all for your own good, you know. Even though we're reaching the same destination in the end, the cheese is different, so the feeling will also be different." Risvitha didn't want to easily try something she hadn't experienced before, which made her feel very insecure. But unfortunately, she wasn't in control now. The bunny girl costume was removed, and one of the black stockings was taken off as well. Risvitha attempted to resist, but this time, Leon took the lead, and the influence of the dragon tattoo on him was much smaller than on Risvitha. Seeing her resistance was futile, Risvitha could only let Leon take control. She buried her face in the pillow, unable to look. Only when she felt the real sensation did muffled sounds come from the pillow. This was also a new attempt for Leon. Despite aiming for the same destination, the approach was different. So, he took a moment to adapt before leaning in towards Risvitha's ear. Her ears were red and hot, and she could feel the warmth of his lips lightly touching them. "Now, Miss Melkvi, recite to me the 3 honors and 3 shames that I just taught you." Risvitha's heart trembled, still burying her face in the pillow. "No." "Recite it. If you don't, teacher will punish you severely, Tilda." Each pause represented another attack. "You." Risvitha lifted her head, disheveled silver strands clinging to her face. "To honor the Empire is an honor. To collude with the Dragon Clan is a shame." Very good, and then? "To honor the battlefield with blood is an honor. To flee in the face of the enemy is a shame," Risvitha continued reciting. As she recited, Risvitha realized that as long as she obediently recited this ridiculous 3 honors and 3 shames, she could ease the situation slightly. Well then, what did it matter if she recited this nonsense? Anything to make this damned night end sooner. However, Leon wouldn't easily let Risvitha off just because she recited well. After all, there's a principle of softly in doing things right. Gradually, Risvitha also sensed that something was amiss. She knew that deceitful men had plenty of tricks up their sleeves. He wasn't the same naive dragon slayer he used to be. "To collude with the dragon Why did you stop? Miss Melkvi, continue reciting. Teacher hasn't heard enough yet." Even though he said he hadn't heard enough, he had no intention of letting Risvitha continue reciting properly. But if she didn't recite well, she would be punished by the teacher. Damn, it was a vicious cycle. "I won't recite anymore, just punish me," Risvitha blushed. "This is what you said, Miss Melkvi." Her cheeks flushed, she buried her face in the pillow again. As the process progressed, the sensations brought about by the dragon tattoo became increasingly intoxicating. But perhaps due to the change in the cheese, Risvitha felt that Leon was fighting more bravely tonight. Could it be because of the recovery after half a month of rest? Seems like I've underestimated him. Miss Melkvi, I just said, the title of this lesson is Acceptance and Absorption of Foreign Cultures. Risvitha gripped the corner of the pillow, not responding to him. You've just learned about tolerance now, it's time for absorption. Of course, foreign cultures have both flaws and essence. What should we do then, huh? With her eyes closed, Risvitha replied helplessly, discard the flaws, retain the essence. Yes, Miss Melkvi, you must absorb all the essence of these foreign cultures, understand? Risvitha gritted her teeth. Understood, teacher. The night grew darker, but it seemed like there was still a long, long time until the end of class. "107. Vol 1ch, 107. Something wasn't right. Not at all. Risvitha felt a bit numb. They had started at 7 in the evening. But now it was past 1 in the morning, and there was no sign of Leon slowing down. Risvitha tried to analyze the reason for his excitement. Firstly, let's not talk about the half-month of conserving energy. This guy's recovery speed was nothing like a normal person's. What others might take 2 or 3 months to recover from, he was almost there in just over a week. That's why Risvitha strictly enforced the 3 days and 1 night rule before. After all, if she wasn't careful, he would quietly develop and slip out of her control, just like now. Secondly, the bunny girl costume plus the black stockings equaled double critical hits, and the growing stronger with each battle buff. The two things that had hit him hard were now combined into Risvitha's body. There might not be such an opportunity in the future, so that's why he was going all out tonight. Finally, there's our old friend, the dragon tattoo. Every time, it plays a role far beyond what Risvitha initially expected. After who knows how many rounds of intense battle, Risvitha collapsed exhaustedly on the bed. Her head was dizzy, limbs sore, and she desperately wanted to sleep. Even her enormous dragon body couldn't withstand such exertion. She needed rest, she needed rest. However, before she could lie down for even 5 minutes, Leon gently caught hold of her tail. This was the prelude to the next round of battle. Risvitha's tail tip twitched reflexively, but her exhausted dragon body had no strength left to continue the struggle. Can we do it tomorrow? Risvitha pleaded. No, what needs to be done today must be done today. Have you forgotten the teacher's usual words? Leon replied. Risvitha rolled her eyes speechlessly. She had rolled her eyes many times tonight, not all due to being speechless, and said, but it's already past midnight. From last night at 7 until now, it's already beyond the scope of today's tasks for today, isn't it? Wrong, Miss Melkvi. It seems I'll need to give you some extra math lessons when I have time, Leon said. Leon once again spoke seriously. What needs to be done today must be done today. This so-called today starts from the moment this statement is made. In other words, from last night at 7 until tonight at 7 is considered today. Just hearing these words made Risvitha curl up her tail directly. Why, you don't really mean to continue until tonight at 7, do you? Please tell me you're not serious. Of course not, Leon replied. Risvitha breathed a sigh of relief internally. However, Leon's following statement made her heart sink slightly. I will give you time to eat. Risvitha felt a bit overwhelmed. Only 1 mealtime? Am I some kind of water resource with infinite regeneration? Is this how you treat me? Seeing the expression on Risvitha's face, Leon added, What's wrong, Miss Melkvi? Aren't you satisfied with the breaks the teacher gives you? Risvitha turned her head away. I'm satisfied, teacher. I'm very satisfied. At least you still give me time to eat. Ah, your words really hurt the teacher's heart. Leon pretended to be distressed. How about this? I'll give you another half an hour to spend time with Muin. How does that sound? Risvitha clenched her teeth tightly. Thank you, teacher. Don't mention it. If you really want to thank the teacher, then listen to the teacher's lessons attentively, understand? Speechless, Risvitha nodded. Leon glanced at the clock. It was indeed very late. Continuing like this might actually disrupt his body's recovery rhythm. Even though he had rested for half a month, Leon couldn't squander all his energy at once, or it would give this mother dragon a chance to counterattack. What was that phrase again? Ah yes, slow and steady wins the race. He gently patted Risvitha's blushing face and then got up from the bed, putting on his clothes. That's it for today's lesson. Miss Melkvi, you did very well. We'll continue when we have time. Risvitha grabbed the blanket and covered herself, her jade-like fingers pinching the corner of the blanket as she watched Leon's figure walking away, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger. You dog of a man, just you wait. The next evening, Risvitha finished her work early and returned to her room. Standing on the balcony, she looked towards the backyard where Leon was playing games with Muin. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. A perfect opportunity. The Silver Dragon Queen turned around, quickly heading to Leon's room. Once inside, she headed straight for the bedroom. The first target was the pillow. Risvitha tore open Leon's pillow and reached inside, searching left and right, but found nothing. Next was the bedsheet. She lifted it up and searched underneath, but still couldn't find the backup bunny girl photos Leon had hidden. After rummaging around for a while, Risvitha put the blanket and pillow back in place. She furrowed her brows, hands on her waist, surveying Leon's room. Where could he have hidden them? It seemed that the only way to completely end Leon's winning streak was to find the backup photos that he had hidden. And Leon must know that those backups were the key to his immunity, so he would definitely hide them in a very secretive place, one that Risvitha wouldn't easily discover. At this point, the goals of the couple were clear. Leon, hide the photos to maintain control. Risvitha, find the photos to regain control. When will this cycle of grievances end? It's all nonsense. Only by holding absolute control can one protect their position in the family. A prisoner of war can't turn the tide. What a joke. Muttering to herself, the queen continued to search the room. She looked through the vase, the desk, under the bed, and the balcony, but there was not a shadow of a photo to be found. After bustling around for a while, Risvitha couldn't help but start to ponder. Could this guy be deceiving me? Maybe there are no backup photos at all. But she quickly dismissed the thought. If there were no backup photos, Leon wouldn't be so arrogant. Since she couldn't find them after searching his room, Risvitha had no choice but to try looking elsewhere. As she stepped towards the door, she heard a faint sound from the lock. Oh no. Leon was back. She couldn't let him catch her in his room. He'd figure out she was searching for the photos in a heartbeat. Risvitha instinctively took a half step back, looking around for a place to hide. In desperation, she darted into the nearest bathroom. Pressing against the bathroom door, Risvitha listened carefully to the sounds outside. Muin, Dad has something to do tonight, so I won't play with you anymore. Go to bed early, okay? All right, good night, Dad. Good night. Well, Leon, you've arranged everything for me so transparently, even your daughter's bedtime routine. Click, the sound of the door closing. At this moment, Risvitha was just one wall away from Leon. It was still early after dinner, so he shouldn't come to the bathroom to shower, right? Risvitha's assumption was reasonable. Normally, Leon wouldn't immediately take a shower upon returning home, giving her a chance to slip away later. However, she overlooked an important factor. Dragon slayers have a natural sensitivity to dragons. As soon as Leon closed the door, he caught a faint, yet familiar scent. It was Risvitha's fragrance. However, he didn't pay too much attention. After all, it was normal for Risvitha's scent to linger since she often came in and out of his room. Leon took off his shoes in the hallway and entered the house. But as he stood in the living room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The pillows, blankets, sofa cushions, and various other decorations. Everything seemed to be arranged in an orderly manner. So tidy that it didn't look like his room anymore. After a brief contemplation, Leon understood what was going on. So, I couldn't resist coming to look for the photos after all. With this in mind, Leon turned and headed towards the door. He planned to use this as an excuse to start tormenting Risvitha tonight. However, as he briskly passed by the bathroom door, he stopped once again. Leon slowly turned his head, gazing at the bathroom door, and couldn't help but tilt his head. Then he chuckled softly. Afterward, he withdrew his gaze and opened the door. Upon hearing the click of the door lock, Risvitha inside the bathroom immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, she did not celebrate her narrow escape. Leon was heading to her room to interrogate her, and if he found her absent, he would definitely turn back. So she couldn't stay any longer. She had to get out quickly. Once outside, she could directly circle back to her own balcony from Leon's balcony. Their rooms were adjacent, so he wouldn't notice any flaws. After calculating her plan, Risvitha slowly pressed down on the door handle. Creak. As Risvitha opened the door, she was startled by the figure standing outside, her tail instinctively curling up in fright. Leon, arms crossed, leaned against the bathroom door, casually whistling. Melkvi, did you sneak into the teacher's room to steal the exam papers? So he had already discovered her. His act of opening and closing the door earlier was intentional, just to alert Risvitha. Risvitha recoiled immediately, and then, with a swift movement, pressed her hand firmly against the door panel. Meanwhile, Leon calmly switched on the light in the bathroom. Through the blurred glass door, he could vaguely see Risvitha's figure blocking the doorway. Leon cleared his throat, and Risvitha had no idea what new trick he was about to pull. Next up, Mr. Leon Casmode presents a song requested by Miss Melkvi. Little Bunny, open the door quickly. Also, Mr. Casmode has a message for Miss Melkvi. Your bunny outfit from last night was amazing. Risvitha. Little Bunny, dear, open the door Tilda. You stubborn dog, I won't open the door, Risvitha retorted. Hurry and open it, Tilda. Tilda want Tilda to Tilda come Tilda and Tilda, Leon sang, placing his hand on the bathroom door handle. I'll count to 3, and if I can't open this door, Isabella will receive your bunny outfit photos in 3 hours. A gust of wind swept by as the bathroom glass door was pushed open. Risvitha stood at the doorway, her expression a mix of resentment and helplessness. Her silver dragon eyes glared at Leon as if she wanted to mount him and ravage him wildly. Leon smiled satisfactorily. That's more like it, Miss Melkvi. Risvitha glared at him, taking a step to walk past him and just comply. But Leon seemed to have other plans, punishment on the spot. Clapped. Leon lifted his arm, pressing his hand against the door frame, blocking Risvitha's path. Risvitha understood his intention from his posture. As Leon stepped forward, Risvitha retreated slowly. Until they were both inside the bathroom, Leon closed the glass door. The glow of dragon tattoo began to flicker, signaling an imminent clash on the waters. Standing before Risvitha, Leon gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Why did you come to my room? Were you eager to start tonight's lesson? Risvitha nervously twisted her skirt, her tail curling up with tension. She avoided eye contact, but her cheeks turned visibly red, like a blush spreading across the surface of a lake at sunset. Though unwilling in her heart, she was helpless. Man proposes, but fate disposes. She was at the mercy of the situation, like a fish on the chopping board, resigned to being carved up. Leon's fingertips traced over her flushed cheeks, finally gently gripping her delicate chin, forcing her to raise her head and look at him. After briefly admiring the defiant yet powerless expression of the Silver Dragon Queen, Leon lightly draped his hand over her fragrant shoulder. Risvitha shivered slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her own shoulder. Leon unhurriedly unhooked her dress straps, revealing her smooth, rounded shoulders and a corner of the dragon tattoo. He took a step forward, gently pressing against Risvitha's chest. Risvitha clicked her tongue lightly, but could only allow him to offend her like this. Leon grew bolder. He reached out and turned on the nearby shower, warm water cascading down, instantly enveloping them both. Her silver hair stuck to her cheek, mist rising instantly. Beneath the thin fabric of her dress, her skin was as smooth as jade, water flowing over the graceful curves, evoking wild thoughts. Little bunny, sneaking into my room to do naughty things, then the teacher must give you a good lesson. (108) Vol 1ch, 108. After being caught by Leon, the battlefield shifted from the bathroom to his bed. After a few rounds, Teacher Leon seemed to find the bed too small and unsatisfying, so he carried Risvitha to her own room. During halftime, with her cheeks still flushed, Risvitha asked, "Do you have to wander around everywhere? Stay in the bathroom when you're in the bathroom, and in your room when you're in your room. Aren't you afraid of being seen by others?" Leon shrugged off her concerns. "You're the queen, and I'm the queen's husband. Isn't everything we do perfectly legitimate?" Risvitha narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. "You are truly shameless." Leon scratched his head. "Rather than calling me shameless, dear Melkvi, when you asked me to stop during your rest, but then said to continue once we started, it seems like you're the one being more shameless, don't you think?" Risvitha was rendered speechless by Leon's retort. She hugged the pillow to her chest, wrinkling its surface with her grip. Glaring at Leon, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. These past 2 days could be considered the darkest days of her life as the Silver Dragon Queen. However, ultimately, it was her own reckless use of blood enchantment that planted the seed of this disaster. This seed of calamity had somehow grown to affect her even today. The more Risvitha thought about it, the angrier she became. Angry at her own carelessness and angry at Leon's triumphant capture. Her full chest heaved with the rising tide of frustration and fury. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to calm down and think rationally. Being angry alone wouldn't help in this situation. It might even embolden Leon to further exploit her vulnerability. In the end, her family's status might never recover from this ordeal. She needed to come up with a plan to turn the tables, even in the direst circumstances. After some thought, Risvitha decided to try the method she had used at 2:30 in the morning before. She planned to exploit Leon's tendency to speak the truth after falling asleep at that hour, hoping to extract the location of the backup photos. Once she found and destroyed those backups, Risvitha's troubles would be over. But the premise of this strategy's execution was that Leon must fall asleep before 2:30 in the morning. Risvitha glanced at the clock. It was just past 11 at night. Then, she lowered her gaze to Leon, who was beside her. The man breathed evenly, full of energy. The battle in the first half of the night hadn't seemed to tire him at all. In fact, he looked ready for a few more hours of action. Seeing this, Risvitha couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. This man was truly relentless. She resolved to be more vigilant in the future and not let him gain the upper hand so easily. However, she wasn't one to be easily preyed upon. Adjusting her attitude, Risvitha changed her tone. "Are you tired?" she asked. Leon glanced at her, not giving a straightforward answer. Instead, he countered, "Why are you tired?" Risvitha rubbed her arms, lowered her silver gaze, and shook her head. "I'm just worried about you." "Worried about me? Since when did this dragon mother start worrying about me?" "Yeah, humans do have a saying, good wine should be savored, not gulped down," Risvitha said. "Even the strongest dragon slayer's body can't handle being pushed to the limit day and night." As she spoke, she even leaned in closer. Risvitha raised her hand, the soft and warm palm resting on Leon's shoulder. Her chest enveloped his upper arm, her warm breath gently tickling his ear. "I'm fine with it, you can come as many times as you want. After all, my leverage is in your hands, and I can't resist you anyway," Risvitha said with a hint of pity. "But you also need to take care of your own body. Since I can't escape, you can come any time you want. As the saying goes, a gentle stream lasts longer. There's no need to do this every night until so late." If Leon hadn't caught her going to his room to find those backup photos, he might have actually believed this dragon mother's nonsense. There are only 2 possibilities for Leon to believe Risvitha. Either Risvitha has gone stupid, or he has gone stupid by letting Risvitha fool him. In any case, assuming neither of them was foolish, Leon wouldn't believe a single word from this dragon, no matter what she said. After all, how could he, after finally securing dominance over their family's status, allow himself to be swayed by her feigned sympathy? However, for now, he would agree and see what this dragon mother was plotting. He pretended to hesitate before speaking. "You make a valid point. Let's call it a night for tonight." Risvitha's eyes lit up, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But she knew the principle of give a little, take a little. so she didn't immediately act as if she had been granted a pardon. Instead, she suggested, but if you haven't had enough, maybe we could take a bath together. Smooth move, Risvitha. Playing it coy, she knew when to push and when to retreat. Too bad it was just a ploy. Don't deceive yourself, mate. Leon chuckled inwardly, shaking his head as he got off the bed. Rest well, see you tomorrow. He dressed and left Risvitha's bedroom. Click. The sound of the door closing echoed, and Risvitha breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the first step of the plan went smoothly. Now, all she had to do was wait quietly for 2:30 to arrive. Covering her face with her hands, Risvitha took a moment to rest before getting up from the bed and heading to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, hot water cascaded down her body. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at her reflection. Her skin from her waist upward was covered in hickeys. Of course, Leon was the same. Fortunately, the weather had cooled down recently, so there was no need to wear those thin clothes. Otherwise, if Anna and the others saw them, they would undoubtedly gossip endlessly. Damn dog, you could have been gentler, she complained softly, raising her hand to place it on her abdomen. After a moment, a faint glow shimmered. This was her necessary precaution after absorbing Leon's foreign cultural essence. Otherwise, those essences might turn into love's crystallization in 10 months. After taking care of everything, Risvitha stepped out of the bathroom, dried herself off, and then lay on the bed, quietly awaiting 2:30 to arrive. Several hours passed, and Risvitha tiptoed into Leon's bedroom. He lay stretched out on the bed, breathing evenly, as if already fast asleep. Risvitha quietly approached the bed, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in through the window, and looked at his resolute face. HMPH, even the mightiest dragon slayer is defenseless when sound asleep. Risvitha glanced at the clock on the wall. 2:29. She took a slow breath in and then exhaled slowly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand moved steadily, and Risvitha nervously squeezed her fingers, eagerly awaiting the moment to come. Finally, 2:30. Leon Casmode, where did you hide the backup copies of my bunny girl photos? Risvitha asked. No response. She waited quietly. Last time, it took Leon a few seconds to respond after she asked a question. However, after a dozen seconds passed, Leon still didn't respond. Risvitha frowned slightly. Leon, where did you hide the photos? Still no response. The flame of hope that had just ignited in Risvitha's heart was instantly extinguished. Her master had said that asking him questions at 2:30 in the morning had a chance of eliciting his truthful answers. However, it was a chance, not a guarantee. It seemed that Risvitha had been lucky a few days ago, catching him off guard. But today, on this more crucial occasion, luck was not on her side. Feeling disappointed, Risvitha turned to leave. But just as she turned around, it seemed like she suddenly realized something. She quickly looked back at Leon, pursed her lips, and said, Leon, take me to where you hid the photos. Her master had also mentioned that besides truthful answers, dare occasionally worked too. With a mentality of trying anything, Risvitha had no choice but to give this tactic a shot. After giving the command, she nervously waited. Hurry up, Leon, move, Leon. Come on, Leon, move. He. Leon mumbled in his sleep, and then, surprisingly, he slowly sat up. Risvitha felt a surge of hope. There was a chance. After sitting up, Leon slowly got out of bed, dragging his feet with slow steps, swaying as he walked towards the bedroom door. Risvitha followed closely behind him. HMPH, dog, you've been arrogant for 2 days, and you still don't know whose captive you are, do you? When you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll find everything back to square one. (109) Vol 1ch, 109. Leon sleepwalked out of the room, heading straight for the back mountain behind the temple. Risvitha followed closely behind him. Watching his movements, the queen couldn't help muttering, what a cunning dragon slayer, he didn't hide the photos in the room after all. With such a vast back mountain, finding a few photos is like finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, she now had a humanoid magnet who would sleepwalk into adventures, capable of attracting that needle lost in the sea. Additionally, Risvitha had discovered a trick for using 2:30 in the morning. If asking Leon for the truth, she only had 1 minute to do so. If she exceeded that time, he wouldn't respond anymore. However, if she wanted him to take a dare, judging from the current situation, Leon wouldn't stop until he completed the dare. Thinking of this, Risvitha smiled knowingly. It seemed better to let him take dares in the future. It was more cost-effective. With that in mind, Risvitha followed Leon up the back mountain. After walking for about 20 minutes, they could see the cherry blossom forest ahead. This stirred up a not-so-good memory for Risvitha. Recently, after awakening her bloodthirsty instincts, Leon took her to this place as the first stop of their wild adventure. He claimed it was to treat her in the same way she had treated him before, when she had forced him in the woods outside the Empire. Now, he wanted to retaliate in front of her at the Silver Dragon Temple. It just showed that two revengeful individuals weren't suitable for marriage. Otherwise, there would never be peace in the household. Retracting her thoughts, she followed Leon into the cherry blossom forest. But Leon's steps didn't stop. Could it not be hidden here? To be honest, this cherry blossom forest held a certain significance for both of them. Whether good or bad, it was meaningful. So, Risvitha initially thought Leon might have hidden the photos here. Since they weren't there, she continued to follow him. Next, in his sleepwalking state, Leon led Risvitha to a streamside. This place left a deep impression on Risvitha. It was the second landmark after she and Leon visited the cherry blossom forest. That night, the stars adorned the sky, and the cool river water flowed beneath them, contrasting with the heat and discomfort of their bodies. Risvitha let out a soft sigh, shaking her head to drive away the jumbled memories and emotions. She looked at Leon, who showed no signs of stopping. It seemed the photo wasn't here. They leaped over the river and ventured further inside. Passing by several of their previous landmarks, Risvitha noticed something subtle, or perhaps coincidental. Every place Leon led her through was one of their original checkpoints from their wilderness battles, and they were following the same order. They say dreams reflect one's innermost feelings. Perhaps sleepwalking does too. So, that wilderness checkpoint must have given this man a sense of accomplishment. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. HMPH, revel in your dreams, dragon slayer, but you'll have a rude awakening soon. The queen's mind stirred slightly as she continued to follow Leon. As they walked, they arrived at a grove of poplar trees. This wasn't one of the original checkpoints. The air was cool, and the evening breeze rustled through the trembling leaves of the poplar trees, making a soft, rustling sound. Creak, creak. Underfoot lay a carpet of fallen poplar leaves, their crunching sounds clear with each step. Suddenly, Leon stopped ahead. Risvitha also paused, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the man's silhouette ahead. Another gust of wind blew through the woods, swirling the leaves between them. Silver strands brushed against Risvitha's face as she surveyed her surroundings, wondering, could the photo be hidden here? But Leon didn't move to search anywhere. Instead, he stood there motionless with his back to her. Suddenly, Risvitha realized something. Creak. The man in front of her stepped on the leaves, slowly turning around. In the moonlight, his resolute and handsome face bore a smug smile. I fell for it. Seeing Leon's smile, Risvitha immediately understood what was happening. He hadn't been asleep at all, nor had he followed Risvitha's instructions for the dream adventure. He had been playing along with her the whole time. His compliance was just a weapon to deceive her. As soon as he got the chance, he would strike back with a vengeance. The poor queen, manipulated by the cunning dragon slayer, felt a sense of helplessness. His docility was just a facade, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape his control. However, she silently stored this feeling in her heart as her motivation for future revenge. Failure is the mother of success. As the saying goes, fortunes can change in 30 years. Risvitha refused to believe she couldn't regain control. She stumbled back 2 steps and leaned against a poplar tree. Creak, creak. The man who had her firmly in his grasp approached slowly, stepping on the dry poplar leaves. The sound of the leaves crunching seemed to echo Risvitha's shattered will to survive. Leon stood in front of Risvitha, watching her with a somewhat dazed expression, and chuckled. Although I don't know what enchantment you used on me to make me follow your every word, obviously, it didn't work. Risvitha looked at him, thinking to herself, "Idiot, there's no enchantment. It's clearly your own bizarre weakness." But Risvitha didn't intend to tell Leon about the incident at 2:30 just yet. Despite this setback, it was still a good way to get him to speak the truth or to lead him on dream adventures. There will definitely come a day when this will come in handy. And judging from what he just said, he himself is unaware of this weakness. His master probably kept this information from him, just like Risvitha did, to ensure he'd do more chores. So Risvitha couldn't reveal it yet. If she did, Leon would undoubtedly try to overcome this bizarre weakness of his. Who would complain about having an ace up their sleeve, right? Even though she was currently facing adversity, the Silver Dragon Queen continued to advance steadily, laying her plans carefully. "You must be familiar with the places we just passed by, right?" Leon said, moving closer. Risvitha, feeling cornered, pressed her head against the tree trunk, her body tight against it. With Leon right in front of her, she could even feel his warm breath. Being scrutinized by those black eyes with a hint of playfulness, Risvitha felt both embarrassed and angry. Indeed, his decision to take her back to those checkpoints wasn't impulsive. It was specifically designed to evoke her memories. At that thought, Risvitha turned her head away, but Leon reached out and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Tell me, Miss Melkvi, which part of this outdoor class did you enjoy the most?" Leon asked with a smile. "Was it the cherry blossom forest, the riverside, or this grove of poplar trees?" Since her charade had been exposed by Leon, Risvitha saw no need to pretend to be a weak woman anymore. "I didn't like any of it, especially not here." "Very well, then let's make this grove our last lesson for tonight." "You." "To slay a dragon, one must also slay the heart. You are so ruthless, Casmode." Before Risvitha could say anything else, Leon's broad, cool hand gently grasped her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then his lips met hers with fiery tenderness. Risvitha struggled for a moment, patting Leon's shoulders, but it only deepened his kiss and tightened his embrace. In the end, Risvitha surrendered. Since resistance was futile, she decided to enjoy the passionate embrace before the storm. After all, ever since Leon had unlocked the skill of kissing, he had always been quite gentle when kissing her, nothing like the stereotypical, domineering dragon king, oily and rough. As their kiss reached its climax, dragon runes shimmered. Crackle! The beauty's delicate body sank onto the bed of leaves, scattering golden fragments. Her hair swayed among the leaves, like silver tassels in the twilight. Risvitha's fingertips inadvertently picked up a leaf, then brought it to her lips, where she held it between them. Creak! As she bit down on the leaf, it seemed to herald the beginning of a whole new game. "110. Vol 1ch, 110. In the evening, the silver-haired beauty sat at her desk in the study, wearing a thin chiffon slip nightgown. She rested her slender legs on the desk, her dragon-winged slippers hanging loosely from her delicate feet, while faint red kiss marks lingered on her fair swan-like neck and barely visible soft skin. Risvitha opened the locked drawer and retrieved a dark brown leather-bound diary. Since that incident, it had been half a month, and she found herself writing in her diary much more frequently than before. Struggles, efforts, but unable to change the situation. Helpless, with no place to vent her suppressed feelings of shame and humiliation, she resorted to writing in her diary as a means of temporary relief. Risvitha's diary. October 3rd, Leon showed me the photos he secretly took of me in the bunny costume, using them as a threat to force me to wear the bunny costume again and engage with him. October 4th, I attempted to find those photos and backups, but Leon caught me and forced me to engage with him. October 5th, in the early hours, I thought the 2:30 a.m. adventure had come true. But it wasn't until he led me to that grove of poplar trees that I realized it was all a trap he set up just to be with me. Damn captive. October 6th, engaged. October 7th, engaged. October 11th, engaged. October 12th, Risvitha, oh Risvitha, you can't let that captive continue to insult and exploit you. You must resist, fight back. October 13th, engaged. October 14th, I snapped at him, really snapped at him, furious. But unexpectedly, instead of fueling the fire or mocking me, he just waited for me to calm down and then spoke to me in a very gentle tone, saying he understood me, knew me, and some other sweet words. I know this behavior is called pampering in human society, often used between couples or spouses. Although I don't quite understand it, after he comforted me, I did feel a bit better. Sometimes that dog's mouth can be quite sweet. Then, engaged. HMPH, I'd rather believe in ghosts than trust a man's broken mouth. October 15th, at night, he forced me to call him husband. I refused, so he kept pestering me from after dinner until midnight. I don't understand, how can the strongest dragon slayer make such a straight and childish demand? He wanted me to call him, but I wouldn't. I did it once during the sports meet and ended up taking it seriously. Idiot, even if he pesters me until the next morning, I won't call him. As Risvitha read this passage, she snapped the diary shut and closed her eyes. But the memories of that unbearable night still flooded back. That evening, Leon just wanted to try something new. He planned to let Risvitha go if she obediently called him husband. However, what he didn't expect was for the dragoness's mouth to be so stubborn. To force her to comply, Leon first made her put on the bunny costume again for round 2. And for added fun, he forced Risvitha to tear a few holes in her black stockings, making it even more tantalizing. But even then, the dragoness refused to yield. She just wouldn't call him husband. All right, on to the next move. The blindfolded kiss. Leon didn't tell her where he was going to kiss. He wanted to evoke that feeling of being randomly called upon by a teacher in school, nervous yet thrilling. But even after the kiss, her lips remained tightly shut. You've got guts, Risvitha. If that's the case, how will you respond when I bring out the third move? He carried Risvitha to the balcony, pointing at the moon in the sky, telling her, I'll keep tormenting you until the moon is covered by clouds. Risvitha looked up at the night sky. The moon was bright, and there wasn't a single cloud in sight. Leon made it clear he wasn't going to let her off the hook. To call or not to call, him. I won't call, I'd rather die than call, just go ahead and torture me. True to his word, the torment began. Risvitha endured the shame, keeping her mouth tightly closed, refusing to utter the 2 words that would grant her respite. Leon, why won't you call? Risvitha, I just whoa. Unfortunately, the next entry in the diary read, October 16th, 3 a.m. I called. Note called 7 times. Snap. Risvitha closed the diary once again. Indeed, it was too painful to look at. She thought that, judging from the content of these entries, perhaps it couldn't even be called a diary anymore. The Queen's Suffering Chronicles, or the Revenge Notebook, might be more appropriate. Risvitha hadn't intended to write down these humiliations and dark moments. But in order to push herself towards more ruthless retaliation against Leon in the future, she had to record the trials and tribulations she endured in written form. It was both pressure and motivation. With her silver eyes fixed on the diary's cover, the Queen's mind stirred slightly. She had to do something. Risvitha realized she had to take action, or else the pressure would become unbearable, her health would deteriorate, and her family's status would plummet, leaving her with no chance of ever turning things around. With this thought in mind, Risvitha's peripheral vision fell on an envelope in the drawer. Setting aside the diary, she retrieved the envelope from the drawer. There was no sender or recipient listed on it, and inside was only a thin sheet of paper, lacking the thickness one would expect after 2 years of silence. It was the letter she left for Leon when she met with Teg. Her master had said that if Leon saw the contents of the letter, he would know they were still alive and safe. So now, Risvitha intended to use her master's message as leverage to exchange for the backups of those photos from Leon. It had been almost a month since she returned, and she had initially planned to use the letter as a bargaining chip against Leon later on. But given the current situation, she had no choice but to bring it out now. In any case, restoring the situation was more important than anything else. As for leveraging Leon, she had other methods at her disposal, not just this one. Risvitha pursed her lips, returned the letter to the drawer, and locked it securely. Then, she stood up, left the study, and returned to the bedroom. The bed was slightly disheveled, bearing the traces of their recent skirmish. Risvitha thought about straightening it up, but decided to change the sheets altogether instead. After the change, she sighed in relief. Tick-tock, the clock behind her ticked away steadily. Risvitha glanced back and saw that it was already midnight. Feeling drowsy, she realized that she could finally get some rest earlier today. She slipped off her shoes, crawled into bed, and pulled the covers over herself. Leaning against the headboard, Risvitha's eyes inadvertently fell on the oversized teddy bear beside her. With a subtle movement of her eyes, she grabbed the teddy bear and delivered a few punches to its soft, plushy face. As she battered the bear's face, she muttered to herself, dog of a man, go to hell." After relieving her tension with the teddy bear, Risvitha tossed it aside and drifted off to sleep. The next evening, after dinner, the couple stood side by side in the kitchen washing dishes. Leon took care of the stains while Risvitha rinsed and dried. Their cooperation was seamless, requiring little verbal communication. As they neared the end of the task, Risvitha asked, "Are you staying tonight?" Leon's dishwashing motion paused for a moment, and he replied with a smile, "If you don't want me to stay, you can plead with me. I might consider giving you a day off." Risvitha didn't say anything more and placed the last plate on the rack. After dinner, the couple went out to play with Muin for a while. Leon mentioned that Muin was currently in the stage of magical enlightenment and showed signs of awakening magical talent. They needed to keep a closer eye on him. This was a good thing. Typically, young dragons didn't awaken their talents until they were around 3 or 4 years old. Prodigies like Noya awakened theirs at the age of 1. As the sister of a prodigy, although she usually behaved like a cute mascot, Muin's talent was indeed remarkable, provided she was willing to study seriously. By the time it was past 8 in the evening, Leon carried the tired Muin back to her sister's room and settled her onto the small bed. The little dragon curled up her tail and lay quietly there. Even though she was exhausted, she murmured, "I want to learn magic, I want to learn magic." With an excellent sister as a role model, she didn't need adults to urge her on. She would motivate herself to progress. After watching their youngest daughter fall asleep, the couple returned to Risvitha's room. As they entered, before reaching the bedroom, Leon wrapped his arms around Risvitha's waist and kissed her lips. However, this time, Risvitha extended her hand and gently pressed her index finger against Leon's lips, whispering softly, "Don't rush, go to the study. I have a surprise for you tonight." Although it sounded tempting, Leon wasn't about to be manipulated by her. "Come on, understand your role, Mother Dragon. It's the phase where the captive takes control. I say something, you do it. That's how it goes." He grabbed Risvitha's wrist and pulled her hand away from his mouth. "What if I insist on staying here? What can you do about it?" Leon taunted, glancing at the lingering marks of kisses on her body with feigned pity. "Tusk, tusk, tusk. It breaks my heart to see such well-maintained skin covered in so many strawberry marks. My apologies, Your Majesty." "HMPH, stop pretending, Leon. I'm not afraid of you tonight," Risvitha retorted. Before dinner, Leon checked the hiding place of the photo backups as usual, and everything was well preserved without being discovered. So, whatever Risvitha said was just empty threats in Leon's eyes. He reached out, caressing her cheek gently. "Mother Dragon, your whole body is soft except for your mouth." Risvitha chuckled, "Aren't you curious about the surprise I just mentioned?" Leon's mind stirred slightly. She was so insistent on this so-called surprise. Could it really be something important? After a brief contemplation, Leon released her hand. "Go to the study, let's see what tricks you can come up with." Risvitha adjusted the collar of her dress and glanced at him before striding quickly towards her study. Leon followed behind her. The couple entered the study, one after the other. Risvitha approached the desk while Leon stood to the side. She opened a drawer and pulled out an envelope. Leon glanced at the envelope, furrowing his brow slightly. Seeing his attention drawn to the envelope, Risvitha casually said, "Here, there's news from your master." The moment Leon heard the word master, he instinctively reached out to snatch the letter. But Risvitha reacted swiftly, hiding the envelope behind her back. She looked at Leon's face, which was filled with eager concern. Perfect, just the expression she wanted from him. I can tell, after more than 2 years apart, you're anxious to know about your master's well-being. Risvitha said, but if you really want to see what's inside this letter, you'll need to trade something for it, understand? Leon immediately guessed the meaning behind Risvitha's words. The photo backups. Risvitha nodded. But how do I know if this letter is really from my master, or if you just made up a blank sheet to trick me into giving you the backups? Leon replied. Leon was indeed worried about his master's safety, but he couldn't forget the mental battle with this dragon. If he fell into her trap and gave her the chance to turn the tables, he wouldn't have the luxury to worry about his master. He'd have to worry about himself first. Seemingly anticipating Leon's response, Risvitha continued, but I'm the only person you can ask about your master's condition. If you don't trust me, you have no other options, do you? She leaned forward, one hand on the desk, gazing into Leon's eyes with a smug smile. So, what will you do? Will you continue hiding those backup photos, or will you miss out on this rare opportunity to learn about your master's whereabouts? Risvitha was right. If he wanted to inquire about his master's condition, he only had this one method, to rely on Risvitha. So regardless of whether what she produced was genuine or not, Leon had no choice. However, Leon wasn't entirely unprepared either. When he showed Risvitha the Playboy Bunny photos earlier, he had told her there were only 3 copies, including the one she burned. But in reality, he had printed 5 copies. Even if he gave her the other 2 now in exchange for his master's letter, Leon would still have 2 backup copies left. No matter, the advantage still lay with him. Of course, this was the escape route Leon left for himself. Since this was a trade, he would still uphold his integrity. After all, Risvitha had never betrayed him in serious matters like this, so how could he betray her? Regaining his focus, Leon nodded. All right, I'll go get them for you. With that, the situation was once again balanced. (111) Vol 1ch, 111. Before long, Leon returned to the study with the 3 Playboy Bunny photos. One was the one he showed Risvitha at the beginning, which she angrily burned one of. The other 2 were the remaining backups he mentioned. He placed the 3 photos on the desk and pushed them towards Risvitha. True to her word, Risvitha handed over the envelope containing the letter from Leon's master. Immediately, Risvitha's gaze fell upon the photos in front of her. She stacked the 3 photos together and examined them, but just one glance, and her cheeks reddened involuntarily. One had to admire this guy's creativity and skill. Without actual bunny ears, he had used Risvitha's hair to create a pair. In the photos, she lay there quietly, like a life-size doll, posed in various cute and charming positions by Leon. It was a humiliation, a complete and utter humiliation. What's more, besides the solo shots, there were many pictures of Leon with her. In each of the group photos, Leon wore a triumphant smile. But the happier he looked in the photos, the more difficult it was for Risvitha to endure looking at them. They couldn't be kept. Absolutely not. If Isabella were to see them, there would be no peace for the Silver Dragon Sanctuary for the next 200 years. Risvitha gathered dragon flame in her hand and quickly incinerated the photos into ashes. A huge weight lifted off Risvitha's heart. Erasing her own dark history felt incredibly satisfying. However, Risvitha secretly kept one photo of her and Leon together. In this particular photo, Risvitha and Leon weren't very close. Later, she could simply crop her own face out and leave only Leon and an unidentified Playboy Bunny miss. Risvitha smirked to herself, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having a piece of leverage tucked away. With this in mind, if Leon were to engage in such mischief again in the future, Risvitha could retaliate by suggesting that he wouldn't want his fondness for black silk Playboy bunnies to become public knowledge, right? Meanwhile, Leon had opened the envelope and retrieved the letter inside. Risvitha sat in her chair, unable to see what the letter contained, but judging from the single sheet of paper, it didn't seem to be lengthy. However, considering the mysterious old man's personality, he probably wouldn't write any lengthy emotional speeches. Simply stating Teg's condition would be sufficient. Risvitha didn't rush Leon. She simply waited quietly for him to finish reading the letter. As she watched Leon's eyes, she noticed that his pupils hadn't moved at all, continuously staring at a particular spot on the paper. Furrowing her brows slightly, Risvitha wondered if Teg had written something he couldn't understand, or perhaps something else entirely. After a moment's thought, Risvitha asked, "What did your master say? Do you mind if I take a look?" Leon pursed his lips and placed the letter on the table, then slid it toward Risvitha. She took the paper and lowered her gaze to read it. Then, she froze too. It wasn't surprising that Leon's eyes hadn't moved earlier, fixed on a particular spot on the paper. Because on this letter, there was only one sentence. Well, calling it a sentence would be an overstatement. It was more like 3 words. "Kid, donkey's fine, don't worry." That was it. Risvitha had just been thinking that the mysterious old man wouldn't be too sentimental, so the letter shouldn't be too long. But she had not anticipated that not only was it short, but it was also extremely concise. And within this brief message, 1/3 of it was about his damn donkey. What was this? Some sort of secret code between master and disciple. Risvitha blinked and set down the letter, then looked up at Leon. The couple exchanged a brief glance before Risvitha asked, "With such a unique style, I believe you can confirm the authenticity of this letter." For now, she didn't delve into the meaning behind Teg's choice of these 6 words. Risvitha needed to first prove to Leon that this transaction wasn't part of her usual schemes. Leon, being reasonable, nodded. "The handwriting is indeed my master's. As for the content..." He closed his eyes and let out a slow breath. Seeing him like this, Risvitha hesitated about whether to comfort him, perhaps saying that maybe his master was just old and not good at expressing emotions, and so on. But before she could say anything, Leon spoke seriously. For others, after 2 years of not seeing their disciple, they might seize the opportunity to send a longer letter to assure their well-being. But if it's my master, then everything makes sense. Risvitha silently covered her face. Well, it seemed that not all families shared the same sentiments or entered through the same door. "No wonder his master said, 'As long as he reads the letter, he'll know I'm safe,'" Risvitha remarked. "But," she trailed off, looking at Leon, "but..." Leon lowered his gaze to the letter on the table, fixating on the last 2 words. "I don't quite understand why my master would say, 'Don't worry.'" He pulled a chair from the side and sat down, meeting Risvitha's gaze across the desk. Although he was a farmer before retiring, he was also an imperial dragon slayer. He said he didn't achieve much and retired naturally as he got older. But even so, would he really say, "Don't worry," to his disciple, whom he's had no contact with for 2 years? Leon pondered aloud, almost as if discussing with Risvitha, "Is he trying to prevent me from returning?" Risvitha contemplated this. Teg did indeed insist that Leon should not return to the Empire within a year. When Risvitha inquired about the reason, the other party was unwilling to elaborate further. This request wasn't much of a concern for Risvitha. She hadn't intended to let Leon go back in the first place. But it seemed necessary to subtly hint at it in the letter to Leon. Vaguely, Risvitha seemed to guess that the enigmatic former dragon slayer was planning something significant. However, she couldn't casually mention her speculation to Leon, as it was just her guess. So regarding the phrase, "Don't worry," Risvitha offered another explanation. "Your master might. I think you're inadequate." Leon was taken aback, furrowing his brows. "Inadequate? How am I inadequate?" He straightened up, slapping the table with his palm, and meticulously recounted his past glories to Risvitha. "Before I came to you, I consistently dominated the top spot on the Imperial Dragon Slayer leaderboard, with a significant lead over the 2nd place. Even if I let him catch up for 2 years, he still couldn't surpass me. And I hold all the records for physical tests in the Dragon Slayer Academy. Whether during reserve duty or active service, I've been the champion of all the various tests organized by the Empire. I have so many medals and accolades that I've lost count, you know." Risvitha clasped her hands together, chin lightly resting on the back of her hand, patiently listening to Leon's classic champion bragging. Then, she leisurely replied. And then what? Which champion gets captured by the enemy for over 2 years and can't return? You're like the champion of being captured and submitting assignments on time. Once the situation returned to balance, Risvitha switched back to her biting mode. Don't even mention being your master. I think you're incompetent. Leon blushed. Why do you think I'm incompetent? Is it because I haven't taught you enough in the past 2 weeks? Risvitha shrugged nonchalantly. And what does that prove? Don't forget, in our last sparring match, you were defeated by me. Smack. Leon slammed the table. Put on your clothes. We're going outside for another round right now. Oh, someone's getting impatient. Risvitha looked at Leon's expression with satisfaction, then leaned back comfortably in her chair, crossing her arms and adopting a composed posture. I don't. Anyway, from what I see now, my winning rate against you is 100%. You've never beaten me, and that's enough. Risvitha. Calm down, Dragon Slayer. Your master is the one saying you're incompetent. Risvitha paused for a moment, then added, but I absolutely won't let you go back. You're my captive. (112) Vol 1ch, 112. Master's way of doing things has always been different from normal people. So when he wrote, "Do not worry" in the letter, he might really be annoyed that his disciple, whom he raised since childhood, has become incompetent. When others say Leon is incompetent, he just dismissively smiles. If you think I'm incompetent, then come and challenge me. But if the master says he's incompetent, then he has to take this issue seriously. It's been quite a while since he woke up. During this time, although he has been enduring Risvitha's torment and his body's recovery rate is not as fast as before, recent events have led to Leon's overall physical qualities steadily improving. Reaching his peak again is only a matter of time. Risvitha shouldn't have given him that half-month break, which gave him some surplus energy. And during the days when he had dominance, he didn't forget everything. He still paid attention to using his strength regularly. So even though the situation has stabilized now, if Risvitha wants to manipulate Leon as easily as before in the future, it won't be so simple anymore. It will take some effort to do so. But for top dragon slayers like Leon, who repeatedly achieve feats on the battlefield and slay numerous enemies, it's not just brute strength they rely on. There's also the crucial aspect of magical power. Leon's magical attribute is thunder, an extremely offensive element. Whether used for clearing out large numbers of troops or dealing single-target damage to dragon kings, it has extraordinary effects. However, after awakening, Leon tried to tap into his magical power, but found it was nowhere near as strong as before his coma. When he initially forged the dragon greatsword, it was the first time he used magic to do something after awakening, and he vaguely felt that his magical power was almost depleted. Later, during the spar with Risvitha, the mother dragon unleashed dragon flames and various magic attacks against Leon, who could only dodge and lacked enough magic to counterattack. In desperation, he barely managed to strengthen himself with the remaining thunder element, which allowed him to barely turn the tables. But in the end, he was still defeated by Risvitha. There's no way around it. Even with strong physical qualities, without magical support, one simply cannot defeat opponents at the Dragon King level. After dinner, Leon sat in his nursery, pondering the issue of magical power. He looked at his palm, attempting to channel his magic. A few lazy electric sparks flickered twice. Like a part-time worker whose boss calls them during off hours, cheerfully responding, I'm coming, but actually has no intention of leaving their seat. Leon stared at the remaining electric sparks, feeling conflicted. Honestly, if I don't want to flash, I can just not flash. Too weak. The strength of his magical power was not even 1/10 of what it was before his coma. What could be the cause of this result? Leon pondered. Did Risvitha tamper with his body during his coma? After some thought, Leon quickly dismissed this speculation. Because if Risvitha really wanted to do something to him during his coma, it wouldn't be as simple as just suppressing his magical power. She could have done much more, like ensuring that his physical qualities never fully recovered, leaving him weak even after waking up. Why bother engaging in a battle of wits like they are now? Moreover, when Leon tried to channel his magic, he only sensed depletion, without any force trying to suppress or seal his magic. So, if it's not related to Rosvitha, he needs to find the reason within himself. Leon scratched his head and glanced at several books on the table. They were basic magic and herbal books he used for teaching Noya and forging the dragon greatsword. He had gone through them repeatedly, and was sure there was nothing in them that could solve his magic depletion issue. Instead of speculating aimlessly here, I should find some useful books to study. He remembered seeing a library while wandering with Muin in the temple. It wasn't frequented by many people, so it was likely Rosvitha's private library. The hidden books there should contain the answers Leon needs. After a brief hesitation, Leon got up and went to the adjacent room of Rosvitha. She was working on some leftover tasks in the study. Hearing footsteps, the queen raised her head and looked over. Seeing Leon, she lowered her head again and asked, "Is there something you need?" Leon leaned against the doorway, thought for a moment, and said, "Muin has been asking about magic enlightenment recently. I don't have much experience in this area, so I want to borrow some books from you to study." Rosvitha continued to focus on her work, gesturing towards the nearby bookshelf with her chin. "Take whatever you want to read from there." Leon's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded and walked to the bookshelf. Scanning the shelves, Leon picked out a few books, skimmed through them roughly, then turned back to Rosvitha. "These aren't quite enough. Do you have anything else?" Rosvitha paused her work briefly, glancing sideways. "It's just magic enlightenment. Aren't these books sufficient?" Leon shrugged. "After enlightenment, we still need to slowly teach her basic magic. I don't really understand your dragon clan's magic curriculum, so I want to learn more while I can." "I can teach her," Rosvitha said. "You're usually quite busy. I'll handle it," Leon replied. Pausing for a moment, Leon added, "You've also seen the remedial lessons and final results I gave to Noya for her entrance exam, right? I'm quite good at teaching children in this regard." Rosvitha thought about it and found his reasoning reasonable. She was indeed very busy with her usual work, and occasionally had to go out to patrol the territories, making it difficult to consistently teach Muin magic lessons. The same applied to Anna and the others. Upon reflection, Leon seemed to be the most suitable candidate after all. Setting down her pen, Rosvitha opened a drawer and took out a key. On the 4th floor of the temple, on the left side, there's a library at the very end. The books there should meet your needs. Leon looked at the key on the table. Although his expression remained calm, he was extremely excited inside. As long as he could freely access the library and find a solution to his magic depletion problem, it wouldn't be difficult. Never underestimate the speed at which a top student swims in the ocean of knowledge. Suppressing his excitement, Leon calmly picked up the key and said, "Thanks." As he started to walk towards the door, Rosvitha suddenly called out, "Hey, wait a minute." Leon paused, thinking that the dragoness might be having second thoughts. Turning back, he asked, "What's wrong?" "When you first awakened to magic enlightenment, which element did you awaken?" Rosvitha inquired. Hearing this, Leon inwardly relaxed and replied, "I awakened to the lightning element magic." Regardless of the race, once someone starts practicing magic, they will go through the stage of enlightenment awakening. The magical element awakened after enlightenment represents the user's innate power. Of course, it's possible to master other elemental magics through subsequent learning, but in terms of control difficulty and learning speed, they are not as effective as the innate elemental magic awakened during enlightenment. It's worth mentioning that almost all magic users can only awaken one elemental magic. Those who can awaken 2 elements are considered geniuses among geniuses. As a top dragon slayer among humans, Leon also only has one type of elemental magic. Rosvitha nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, I see." "What about you?" Leon asked casually. "I awakened to the fire element," Rosvitha replied. "Most dragons awaken to the fire element after enlightenment. Didn't you learn about this at the Dragon Slayer Academy?" Leon chuckled. "I did, just asking casually, no need to doubt me." Rolling her eyes at him, Rosvitha ignored his comment and continued working. However, this time, Leon didn't rush to leave. If almost all dragons awaken to the fire element and humans awaken to various elements, then what about hybrids of humans and dragons? So what about Noya? Leon asked again. Rosvitha's pen paused for a moment, as if finding it difficult to answer. She replied vaguely, lightning. What? Leon didn't catch that clearly. Lightning, Noya awakened to the same element as you, all right? Rosvitha clarified, somewhat reluctantly. Leon laughed at her words. Oh, it's normal for daughters to take after their father's Tilda. He shook the key in his hand and walked back to his desk. Having found an opportunity to tease Rosvitha again, how could Leon let it slip easily? Even though I've become a bit rusty, my daughter has inherited my strength. Moreover, Noya is a little genius. Doesn't that indirectly indicate that her old man is also a genius? Leon chuckled inside. I wonder if Muin will also awaken to lightning. I think she will. Rosvitha glanced at him and said, just wait and see, Muin will definitely awaken to fire. It'll be lightning, Leon insisted. Rosvitha's competitive spirit was piqued by Leon's strange certainty. She slammed the table and confidently replied, it's fire. Let's wait and see. (113) Vol 1ch, 113. The awakening of elemental attributes after enlightenment is solely related to the user themselves, unaffected by the guidance method or the content of the learning during the enlightenment stage. What's learned during enlightenment is merely about sensing magic and manipulating magic, and so on. So, whether Muin ultimately takes after her father or her mother, no one can say for sure. However, the day of her awakening is getting closer and closer, and soon it will become clear. The day after receiving the key to the library from Rosvitha, Leon took Muin there. Upon entering, rows of neatly arranged bookshelves stretched as far as the eye could see. Leon couldn't help but sigh. There must have been tens of thousands of books here. A private library reaching the scale of a large public library, Rosvitha was indeed generous. Thinking about it, Leon couldn't help but wonder, with so many books. Could the Dragon Queen read them all? But upon further consideration, he realized that dragons had lifespans reaching thousands of years, something humans couldn't compare with. With 1,000 years at one's disposal, even with intermittent efforts, all these books could be read. Leon refocused his thoughts and walked alongside Muin, holding her little hand as they passed row after row of bookshelves. Although there were plenty of books here, they were all meticulously categorized, covering various genres. This included novels about love, ghosts, and mythical legends, you name it. However, Leon didn't come here to cultivate his sentiments or pass the time. Alongside teaching Muin the basics of magic, he also needed to address his own issue of depleted magical power. Leon selected a few introductory books on magic, and then led Muin to a desk by the French windows. He lifted Muin onto his lap, letting the little dragon girl sit comfortably, before opening one of the chosen books titled Introduction to Young Dragon Magic. Oh, I know this book, Muin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the table of contents. Leon chuckled and gently patted her small head. Now, Muin, it's time for you to follow your sister's footsteps and study diligently. All right, Tilda. No matter how silly she might seem at times, Muin was still a genius of a sister. Being a bit silly on the surface didn't mean she couldn't handle serious matters. Leon had confidence in his little cotton ball. As he flipped through the books, he explained some basic magical knowledge to Muin. In terms of these fundamental theories, both dragons and humans followed the same teaching methods. Magic is a composite force formed by the combination of the user's physical and mental strength. It is then guided through the user's magical pathways within the body, ultimately producing the desired effects, Leon explained to Muin in the simplest way possible. The little dragon listened attentively, her fuzzy head nodding along. Then she asked, Daddy, what is mental strength? Mental strength is just a term. It can be understood simply as willpower, intent, or strong thoughts about a particular goal. Of course, this is just a simplified explanation. The actual description is much more complex, Leon answered as he picked up another book. For example, when Daddy picks up this book, isn't he using some strength? Mewin nodded. So, while using strength, Daddy also has the intention of I want to pick up the book. With both driving forces, Daddy completes this simple action. Mewin blinked her beautiful big eyes, softly murmuring in agreement. Then she asked, But if Daddy's intention to pick up the book isn't strong, can't he still pick it up in the end? The simplified description naturally had some loopholes. Of course, these were intentional loopholes left by Leon. He wanted Mewin to think and ask questions on her own, as that's what would leave a lasting impression. Well, you're not wrong, Mewin, but that's just for something as simple as picking up a book. The impact of intent, or, let's say, mental strength on it isn't significant, Leon explained. But if it's something complex like manipulating magic, then mental strength can have a significant impact on the final outcome. Let's consider two extreme hypotheses regarding this. All right, Daddy, go ahead, Mewin said, listening intently. This was way more interesting than listening to stories about young dragons. Let's consider two people, Leon began. One is physically healthy and mentally sound, while the other is also physically healthy, but strongly averse to using magic for some reason. Now, let's set the same goal for both of them, using Dragon Flame. Which person do you think will achieve a better result? Leon asked. Mewin raised her hand. The first one. Why is that? Leon inquired. Because Daddy just said that magic is composed of physical and mental strength. So, with the same physical health, the strength of their mental will determine the final outcome of the magic, Mewin explained. Leon chuckled and pinched her little cheek. Exactly. The strength of the intent to use Dragon Flame determines the actual effect of the spell. On the other hand, what I said about strongly averse to using magic for some reason was just a general statement. Mewin tilted her head. What does that mean? There could be many reasons for not wanting to use magic. For example, just finishing a battle and wanting to rest as soon as possible, or feeling the pressure from an opponent after witnessing a friend's defeat. There are many scenarios like these. That's why in the process of learning magic, there are specific courses focused on training mental and willpower. Mewin will encounter them in the future, Leon explained. Oh, I see, Mewin will remember that, Mewin nodded. Of course, having enough mental strength alone isn't enough. Physical strength is also crucial. Mewin has been exercising regularly recently, which is great, Leon praised. The little dragon wagged her tail proudly. Of course, Tilda Mewin doesn't want to fall too far behind my sister. Such a good daughter, always so diligent from a young age. In the future, she'll surpass all the other dragon lords. After explaining a bit more, Mewin started practicing on her own. Leon could finally focus on his own tasks. He approached several shelves of magic books, carefully selecting the ones that might be useful. Having just reviewed the composition of magic with Mewin, Leon also had a fresh perspective. Since magic is composed of both physical and mental energy, my physical strength should be sufficient now, and my mental energy shouldn't be lacking either. Why then is my magic still in a state of depletion? He muttered under his breath, delving into deep thought as he browsed through books. Is it impossible to generate magic? No. During the refining of dragon strength, and when sparring with Risvitha, I was able to briefly use lightning elemental magic. This indicates that I can synthesize magic. What could be going on? For the entire morning, he flipped through numerous ancient magic texts, indeed finding some precedents of magic depletion. However, Leon merely lightly attempted those solutions, to no avail. Tricky. Looks like this will be quite a lengthy task, Leon thought to himself. During lunchtime, Leon took Mewin to the dining hall. Risvitha was already there. Mommy Tilda, the little dragon girl, called sweetly, her fluffy hair bouncing as she ran over. Risvitha smiled and lifted her up. Are you tired from your morning studies? Not at all, Daddy explained everything so well, and Mewin listened super attentively. Tilda. Risvitha gently rubbed her daughter's cheek. That's good then. Mewin, you should awaken your inherent element soon. Mommy is really looking forward to the day you awaken. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze and glanced meaningfully at Leon. Leon snorted softly, knowing exactly what the dragoness was thinking. Whether Muin ultimately awakened as a fire or lightning element wouldn't have much impact on her future studies, but it would greatly affect the couple's status within their family. Noya had already awakened the lightning element, which was a significant advantage for Leon and Rosvitha to flaunt. So if Muin also awakened as a lightning element, Leon was afraid they'd be able to rub it in Rosvitha's face with champagne. However, if it were the fire element, the queen could regain some ground, reclaiming some advantage, and preventing that damned dragon slayer from incessantly gloating. Their competitiveness was peculiar, much like how normal families would often argue about who the child resembles more. Lunch progressed slowly. Halfway through the meal, Anna approached with a letter in hand. "Excuse me, Your Majesty, Your Highness, it's a letter from the Academy." Anna handed the letter to Rosvitha. Rosvitha opened the letter and read through it from top to bottom. Leon also set down his utensils. Concerning their daughter, he was also very interested. "What does the letter say?" Rosvitha passed the letter to Leon. "The Academy invites us to attend the award ceremony for Noya's composition competition." "114. Vol 1ch, 114. Although this letter is just a simple invitation, it doesn't mention Noya's performance. But they have confidence in their daughter's abilities and the creativity of her selection for this competition. However, the couple couldn't feel too happy about it, because the word ceremony always brought back some embarrassing memories of their experiences at St. High's Academy. Whether it was the previous enrollment ceremony or the school sports day ceremony, under the manipulation of Vice Principal Wilson, that old bee-dragon, they always found themselves in extremely awkward situations in front of the dragon community as this model family. It's possible that Wilson genuinely took pride in having a student from such an outstanding family in his academy, and in the eyes of other dragon families, the Melkvi family was indeed a model for their studies. But do they not know what kind of family this is? The couple didn't feel guilty about the title of model family. They just felt it would be better to pass on the honor rather than share it with their archenemy. "So, tomorrow we're probably going to be subjected to the judgmental gazes of those dragons again," Leon said, "and Wilson will be the executioner tomorrow." After a moment's thought, he looked at Rosvitha. "How about we sneak off to the academy tonight and quietly take care of that old bee-dragon?" As he spoke, Leon made a slicing motion across his neck. Beheading someone to cure a headache is not a preferable method of treatment. However, if the person causing the headache happens to be the one getting beheaded, the therapeutic effect might be unexpectedly good. Rosvitha knew he was joking, so she shook her head. "Let's just go and attend it honestly. The letter says this ceremony is only held within Noya's class. Even if the vice principal shows up, it won't cause much of a stir." In other words, they had survived the previous heavyweight encounters, so this time's level of intensity would be a piece of cake. Leon scratched his head and breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then we'll leave tomorrow morning." "Yeah." Leon waved his hand and left Rosvitha's room. Rosvitha sat alone on the couch, feeling a bit of PTSD despite her usually calm demeanor when it came to St. High's Academy's ceremonies. She could only hope that Headmaster Wilson would tone it down a bit tomorrow and not let her and Leon embarrass themselves too much. As the night grew darker and drowsiness crept in, Rosvitha got up, took a shower, quickly tidied up, and went to bed. The next morning, the couple headed to St. High's Academy. Upon arrival, they made their way to the teaching building of the Little Dragons section. The corridors of the teaching building were bustling with the parents of little dragons, some frantically searching for their children's classrooms, while others took the opportunity to socialize with outsiders. Leon and Rosvitha headed straight for Noya's classroom. The homeroom teacher was standing at the classroom door, welcoming each family. After just finishing with one family, and before having a chance to catch her breath, the homeroom teacher spotted Leon and Rosvitha walking towards them. She quickly walked up to them, extending her hand to shake Leon's and Rosvitha's. Following the instructions from the vice principal, she had to show 10 times, or even 9 times, the enthusiasm when dealing with model families. Welcome to the composition ceremony, both of you. You've traveled a long way. Not at all, teacher. You have to teach so many children regularly, which is even more demanding, Risvitha politely replied. The homeroom teacher felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. It's all right, it's just part of my job. Please come in, Noya is sitting in the middle of the first row. Since Noya was much younger than the other young dragons and naturally shorter, it was reasonable for the homeroom teacher to place her in the first row for better visibility of the blackboard. All right. Just as the couple was about to step into the classroom, they seemed to have thought of something and halted their steps. Risvitha pursed her lips, hesitating for a moment before she couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, may I ask if Vice Principal Wilson will also be coming today?" The homeroom teacher shook her head. The vice principal is attending a meeting with the headmaster at the main campus today, so he won't be present for this small award ceremony. Immediately, the couple felt a sense of relief, as if they had been granted a reprieve. Wilson, the executioner of social death, wasn't here, so if there were any parts about model families during the ceremony, they should be able to quickly skip over them. Leon and Risvitha no longer had to worry about feeling like they wanted to disappear into the ground, as they had in the previous 2 ceremonies. They walked into the classroom side by side and spotted Noya in the first row. "Mommy, Daddy, over here." Noya stood up in her seat, waving to them. They walked over and sat down on either side of Noya. The classroom was spacious, and to ensure that every family could accompany their child comfortably and happily during the ceremony, the academy had set up parent seats next to each little dragon's seat. After taking their seats, Leon asked, "The letter from the academy didn't mention the results of the competition. Have they not been announced yet?" Noya nodded. "The teacher will announce the top 3 comprehensive rankings of the essays later, and then decide whether to publicly read them according to the students' wishes." Pausing for a moment, she blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Leon seriously. "Daddy." Leon was taken aback by his daughter's sudden seriousness. What is it?" "If I make it into the top 3, I want to read my essay. Can I?" Noya asked. Leon seemed surprised, perhaps not expecting Noya to choose to read her own essay, even when given the option to respect the students' wishes. Although she was a very competitive child, she didn't enjoy being in the spotlight or showing off excessively. However, Noya always had her own thoughts and considerations, and Leon had always respected her choices. So Leon nodded in response. "Of course. If there's a chance to read your essay, Mommy and Daddy will definitely listen attentively." "Yes," Noya nodded eagerly. Then she turned to look at Risvitha. Since their daughter wanted to read, Risvitha naturally had no objections. However, the couple noticed a small detail that was different from usual. That was Noya asking Leon first this time, and after getting Leon's response, she then sought Risvitha's opinion. Normally, she would have listened to her mother's thoughts first. "Did you accidentally change the order, or is there some other reason?" "Well, it's just a minor detail. Leon and Risvitha usually like to compete over their daughter, but there's really no need to argue about something like who asked first." Less than 20 minutes before the little ceremony began, the parents also gradually arrived one after another. A family of 3 was whispering to each other, when suddenly a familiar name came from the classroom door. "Lal, do you have confidence in this competition?" "Yes, Dad." "That's good. Even though Dad didn't read your essay, Dad believes in you. You'll definitely get a good grade. When the time comes, you must read it out loud in front of your classmates, understand?" "Yes, Dad. The teacher read my essay before and said I wrote about paternal love very sincerely." "Haha, indeed you are my son. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back." While speaking, Lal and his father walked into the classroom with great strides. Because Leon's family was sitting in the front row, they saw Lal and his father as soon as they entered. When Lal's father recognized Leon with a single glance, his steps faltered. For some reason, his knees began to ache faintly as he locked eyes with this person who refused to show his tail. He pursed his lips, coldly snorted, and then led Lal to seats at the back. Leon glanced at him and then asked, Did the unlucky kid write a good essay? Noya nodded. Although he's not good at fighting, his academic performance in regular classes is still pretty good. It doesn't matter, my daughter will definitely be better than him. Leon patted Noya's head gently. Noya smiled and quietly waited for the little ceremony to begin. "115. Vol 1ch, 115. 20 minutes later, all the young dragons and their parents had gathered. The homeroom teacher stepped onto the platform, smiling and nodding slightly. Thank you, parents, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the award ceremony for our class's essay competition. After the opening remarks, the homeroom teacher went straight to the point. The essays submitted by the students this time are all outstanding, with each student offering their unique perspective on family, which is commendable. I've written detailed comments on each essay submitted by the students, and you can retrieve them to review after the award ceremony. Now, I have 3 essays with the highest overall scores. I will announce their authors one by one and, according to their wishes, decide whether to read them aloud in front of everyone. After briefly explaining the procedure of the mini-ceremony, the families below the platform began to whisper among themselves, eager to know if their child would make it to the top 3. However, according to the homeroom teacher's approach, even if a student didn't make it to the top 3, it didn't matter much. They could still learn from the teacher's comments on their essay to improve and refine their writing skills. All right, now, I'll announce the 3rd place winner of the essay competition for Class 1 of the Young Dragons, and it's Kelly. Congratulations! The homeroom teacher led the applause, and the young dragons and their parents in the class followed suit, clapping their hands. So, Kelly, would you like to read your essay? The homeroom teacher asked gently. Kelly, a small young dragon, stood up. She had a simple ponytail and wore round glasses. Beside her stood her mother, holding her daughter's hand, as if encouraging her. Kelly's other hand nervously gripped her skirt, and after a moment of hesitation, she shyly shook her head and softly said, "No, thank you, teacher." Kelly's mother smiled understandingly at this, without any hint of reproach for Kelly's introverted nature. The homeroom teacher smiled. All right, everyone, don't be fooled by Kelly's quiet demeanor. Her essay is full of love for her mother. Here, Kelly, take your essay back. Kelly walked to the side of the platform, her steps small, and received her essay with both hands. Thank you, teacher, she said softly. The homeroom teacher ruffled her little head affectionately. Kelly held her essay close to her chest and returned to her seat. Now, it's time to announce the 2nd place winner of the essay competition. His name is... There were still 2 spots left, and the trio of Leon couldn't help but feel nervous anticipation. They stared at the homeroom teacher's mouth, trying to discern from her lip movements that the first letter of the student's name probably was no. Congratulations, Rand. Another round of applause ensued. Rand, a relatively outgoing young dragon, stepped onto the platform and passionately read his essay. Leon clapped along with the others below the platform, murmuring anxiously, "Just 1 spot left now." He glanced at his daughter Noya, who appeared extremely nervous, her small fists clenched tightly. Leon pondered for a moment and gently covered his daughter's hand with his own. He didn't say anything, but Noya's tense fist immediately relaxed a bit. Now, it's time to announce the 1st place winner of the essay competition. And the winner is... The homeroom teacher dragged out the suspense, the entire room holding its breath in anticipation. Especially Lal's father, who seemed almost eager to pry the homeroom teacher's mouth open to hear the name. Lal, congratulations, Lal. Before the homeroom teacher could even ask if Lal wanted to read his essay, Lal's father stood up from his seat, unable to contain his excitement. Thank you, teacher, thank you. Lal's achievement of 1st place is all thanks to you. However, considering that the theme of this essay was about family and affection, I must say I've also contributed quite a bit to it, Lal's father boasted, unable to restrain himself. Listening to Lal's father boasting there, Leon felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected that their unconventional parental love story wouldn't stand out. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. But as for feeling disappointed, it's something to digest slowly when alone. Leon shifted his focus to comforting his daughter. It's okay, Noya. Later, we'll look at the comments the teacher gave you, correct the mistakes, and bring out the best in your writing. Risvitha also held her daughter's hand. Maybe Mommy and Daddy didn't perform well on our date that day. We'll work harder together next time and strive for a better result. Though Noya couldn't hide her disappointment, she was still a sensible child. She knew her parents had put a lot of effort into her essay. She nodded. Mommy and Daddy, you've already done great. Don't say that. Risvitha smiled and ruffled her daughter's head. Meanwhile, Lal's father was still reveling in his triumph. The homeroom teacher had to interrupt him. Lal's dad, would you like Lal to read his essay now? Read it, of course read it. Lal, go ahead, read it to your classmates. Lal's father was incredibly confident in his child's work. After all, it had won first place. How could he not be confident? Lal nodded earnestly, stood up, and walked to the platform, picking up his essay to begin reading. Lal, the title is Silent Father's Love. Lal's father chimed in, see that? Just by looking at the title, it's already so profound, isn't it? The other parents nearby could only politely agree, yes, yes, indeed. My father is a duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. He's always too busy to play games with me or teach me my studies. But I know my dad is busy with work. He actually loves me a lot, he's just not good at saying it. Lal read his essay on stage, while Lal's father sat below, listening with relish. He praised almost every sentence. As Lal reached the middle part, it began to tie into the theme of Silent Father's love. I remember once I got into trouble at school. When I came home, I thought Dad would scold me, but he didn't. The next day, I asked Dad to teach me some simple magic as usual, but Dad looked a bit strange. As Lal's father listened to this part, his smile froze, seemingly realizing something. Dad didn't refuse me. He started teaching me how to use small-scale dragon flames, but before long, he was sweating profusely and couldn't even stand properly. I only found out afterward that Dad had injured his knee those days. I asked him how it happened. He said he accidentally bumped into a very hard stone while hunting and needed 2 days of rest to recover. But at that time, to prevent me from worrying and to let me focus on learning magic, Dad chose silence, chose to endure. That's a silent father's love. As Leon listened below, his initially disheartened mood lifted slightly. So, this is what silent father's love means. Child, you need to understand, being rendered silent by others and choosing silence oneself are completely different concepts. But Lal's little essay was indeed well written, with smooth prose and neat handwriting, so there was a reason it won first place. After all, one couldn't expect a 7- or 8-year-old young dragon to produce a masterpiece. After Lal finished reading, he looked at his father with sparkling eyes. Even though he had lightly jabbed his father's knee, it didn't matter. First place. His eldest son had won first place. Lal's father stood up, giving his acceptance speech. Lal, Dad indeed loves you silently. Today, you've repaid Dad with such a vivid essay. Even if Dad's other knee is injured, it's worth it. Leon couldn't help but turn his head at such an explosive speech. However, as he turned, he met Lal's father's gaze. Lal's father sneered disdainfully at him, as if he wanted to mock him openly if it weren't for the classroom setting. Now he's showing his true colors. Perhaps it would be better to break his other knee, as you wish later, Leon thought. Risvitha tugged at Leon's sleeve and whispered, out of sight, out of mind. Leon shrugged and withdrew his gaze. Lal's father wanted to continue teasing Leon and his family, but at that moment, the homeroom teacher interjected. Oh, by the way, one student's S isn't with me, so it didn't participate in this ranking. With that remark, the attention of the young dragons and their parents in the classroom shifted from Lal's father back to the homeroom teacher. Lal's father, who had been bragging, stopped when he heard there was another contender. As for Leon, the phrase didn't participate in the ranking made him vaguely think of something. Could it be that his obedient daughter had surpassed the level of young dragons and no longer belonged among the children? Sure enough, the homeroom teacher lowered her gaze and looked towards the front row closest to the platform. Noya, it's you. Noya's eyes, previously filled with disappointment, lit up again. Then, where is my essay? Before the homeroom teacher could respond, the classroom door suddenly opened. Noah K. Melkvi's essay is here. The white-haired old dragon held up the 2 pages of the essay, his age seemingly forgotten as he panted. Perhaps only the exemplary students from their institution could make him so excited. As Leon looked at the vice principal, he couldn't help but feel impressed. The executioner may be late, but he never misses a show. In his hands, there might even be torture devices that could make people wish they were dead. (116) Vol 1ch, 116. Amidst the curious gazes of numerous dragons and one human, the vice principal strode excitedly to the platform, holding Noya's composition in hand. The homeroom teacher quickly made way. Everyone in the Dragonling department knew well that the Melkvi family was the apple of the vice principal's eye. It was expected that even reading a composition would require his personal attention. However, upon taking the stage, the vice principal didn't rush to read Noya's composition. Instead, he first offered an explanation. The reason Noya's article isn't participating in this evaluation is because our esteemed principal, Angelina Olette of St. Hy's Academy, has heard of her deeds and family background. Therefore, she wishes to personally review Noya's composition. Angelina Olette. This was the first time Leon had heard the name of the principal of St. Hy's Academy. If the principal didn't make an appearance soon to assert her presence, Leon felt the vice principal might usurp her position. After all, this old dragon had an exceedingly high visibility rate, whether in entrance exams or school events. The vice principal waved the sheet of paper containing the extensive red comments, his proud demeanor suggesting it wasn't the principal who evaluated Noya but him. As expected, Noya's article greatly pleased Principal Olette. She said if a Dragonling composition score were out of 100, she would give Noya 95. Why deduct 5 points? Because 5 points weren't enough. Leon silently scoffed as he watched the vice principal's excited demeanor. The vice principal chuckled with satisfaction. Because, he said, the principal said she didn't read enough. Next time there's a composition competition, we must make sure Noya writes more. She's more than willing to set aside half an hour to review Noya's compositions. Ah, understood. In plain terms, it meant not seeing Noya's composition was like having ants crawling all over oneself. Setting aside the comments, the vice principal gazed out of the window, squinting beneath his white brows, and sighed. Principal Olette's words remind me of the days when I was young, eagerly following a collection of essays by an author in a dragon newspaper. The author updated weekly, and after each reading, the following week felt like an eternity. It was as if there was an addiction coursing through my body, and only the next week's update could relieve it. I believe, he continued, the principal might have gotten addicted while reading Noya's composition. The vice principal withdrew his gaze, turning to the homeroom teacher beside him. By the way, teacher, has the ranking of the compositions in your class just been announced? The homeroom teacher nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lal's father, sitting below, felt a pang in his heart. He quickly stood up and said, Vice Principal, you're not thinking of revoking my son Lal's first-place ranking, are you? Let me tell you, this is my son's genuine achievement and cannot be revoked under any circumstances. Lal's father's words seemed well-founded, even putting himself in a disadvantaged position to gain sympathy from others. But upon closer examination, was his so-called genuine achievement truly genuine? Noya's composition wasn't excluded from the evaluation deliberately, nor was it submitted late. It was sent to the principal, Angelina Olette, who held stricter standards and higher expectations for the content and quality of the compositions. Even under such circumstances, Noya's composition received high praise, indicating its undeniable quality. So if Noya had participated normally in the class evaluation, securing first place wouldn't have been an issue at all. Lal's father's supposed genuine achievement would have been second place at best. This is like having a top student and a true genius. Both of them scored a perfect 100 on their final exams. The top student proudly believes they've reached the level of a genius, unaware that their maximum score is 100, while the true genius scored 100, because the test itself was only out of 100. So how can this situation be broken? The answer is, just like Noya, by accepting more rigorous challenges and still standing out. Leon, Risvitha, and many parents present understood this principle, but Lal's father clung to that hard-earned first place. Even Lal couldn't bear it. He tugged at his father's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, Noya's grades have always been better than mine. If she participated normally, there's a high chance she would still be first." The kid's not mincing words. "Am I your dad, or is Noya your dad?" Seeing Lal's father's reaction, the vice principal said calmly, "Please rest assured, Lal's first place is well-deserved. I won't revoke it or suppress his ranking. This is the honor he deserves, and no one will take it away from him." Indeed, there was absolutely no need to do so, Leon thought, for two reasons. Firstly, if Lal's ranking were truly changed from first to second, although no one cared how Lal's father would react with his antics, such a change would undoubtedly be a blow to Lal himself. Ever since the incident where he attempted to bully Noya but ended up with a broken arm, this little dragon seemed to have become much more obedient, focusing on his studies and paying attention in class. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve first place. As for the second reason, from the vice principal's tone and between the lines, it was clear that with the level of Noya's composition, participating in the class evaluation was already meaningless. Indeed, those who were too strong often ended up not being counted in the final score. A good daughter follows her father. Hearing the vice principal's words, Lal's father finally quieted down. The vice principal also breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to the homeroom teacher, giving her a knowing look. The homeroom teacher quickly caught on and transformed into a supportive sidekick. "Vice principal, since Noya's composition is so excellent, why not read it aloud for everyone? Noya, would you mind?" Noya stood up and looked at the vice principal. "Sure." The vice principal's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. To personally read the composition of a model student from an exemplary family, what an honor it was. The vice principal was already eager to share this composition, which intertwined family affection and love with everyone present. Seeing the smile on the vice principal's face, Leon and Risvitha had started sweating profusely. The executioner and his deadly social death guillotine were both eagerly waiting. The couple's hands quietly found each other behind Noya's seat, instinctively clasping tightly. Seeking warmth in numbers? No, not quite. In life or death, they would face it together. "But," Noya suddenly spoke again, "I'd like to read it myself." The vice principal was taken aback. "Yourself?" Noya nodded earnestly. "Yes." The couple, one on each side, raised their heads to look at their daughter's profile. "Do you really have to do this, my dear? Do you have to snatch the guillotine from the old dragon's hands and hold it yourself, making your parents face social death?" Sigh. "Oh well. Better to face it at the hands of your daughter than someone else." The couple relaxed their grip on each other's hands a bit, leaving only their fingers interlaced. They leaned back in their chairs, feeling deflated like balloons losing air. Naturally, the vice principal didn't refuse Noya's request. "All right then, Noya, please come up and read it." Noya walked up to the podium, took hold of her composition, glanced down at her parents, and then began to read earnestly. They are a loving yet peculiar couple. But that doesn't stop me from liking them to the core. Her tone wasn't as impassioned as the two dragon girls earlier. Instead, it leaned more towards Risvitha's usual cool demeanor. However, within that coolness lay fervent emotions. Every emphasis was perfectly placed, not overly soft or affected. Especially the phrase, "liking them to the core." It didn't sound like something a young dragon girl could express. That wasn't a pretense of maturity. It was her sincerest emotion toward her parents. As the reading continued, the couple gradually realized that this composition wasn't some instrument of social death at all. It was clearly a love letter from their daughter. "It is they who made me understand that love is never a gamble but a journey, a two-way journey. If love were compared to a scale, then in my family, there's no doubt it always tilts towards me and my sister, because Mom and Dad have placed all their love on our side. originally thought to be just a deviation from conventional love. But between the lines, it was brimming with Neua's sincere and profound love for her father, her mother, and her sister. Perhaps profound shouldn't be a word used to describe a child, but that's the feeling she gave Leon. In just 800 words, the composition quickly reached its conclusion. Leon thought she might continue to extol, to elevate the theme, but Neua's ending wasn't like that at all. She simply put down the paper, her small face serious and solemn, and lowered her gaze to look at Leon below. Father and daughter, separated by the lectern, locked eyes, one high, one low. After a moment, Neua spoke softly. "I have the world's best dad." Pausing for a moment, Neua seemed to catch a hint of a sour taste and quickly looked to Risvitha beside her. "And Mom." In her composition, she originally wrote it as, "I have the world's best dad and mom." Compared to the metaphors and rhetoric in her previous content, this concluding sentence seemed somewhat ordinary. But only Leon and Risvitha could pick up on the subtle detail in this sentence. Whenever Risvitha and Leon appeared together on screen, she always addressed Mom first, then Dad. However, this time, she put Dad before Mom. "117. Vol 1ch, 117. Neua was fortunate to have a dad who could understand her subtle nuances. Her dad was also fortunate. Even though Neua didn't initially accept him, his love for her wasn't any less than for Muin. This love eventually melted the barriers between father and daughter. As they locked eyes, there was no need for excessive words. Everything that needed to be expressed had been conveyed in that composition. Now, just a glance was enough to understand what was in each other's hearts. Risvitha watched this scene with a sense of relief. Although she and Leon always had some odd points of contention and competitiveness regarding their daughter over the past few months, from the initial, "I won't let you touch me," to the first, "Dad, go for it" at the sports meet, and now to "I have the world's best dad," Risvitha had witnessed this process. She was the witness to Leon and Neua breaking the ice. No one understood the emotion in Leon's heart at this moment better than her. Well, she had originally wanted to tease her daughter afterward, asking why she gave so much attention to her dad, but now Mom was feeling a little jealous. But after some thought, Risvitha decided against it. Her daughter having a complete and happy childhood was more important than anything else. The vice principal stood beside the homeroom teacher, applauding while quietly asking, "What do you think? It's not favoritism towards their family, right?" Neua's composition was genuinely good, wasn't it? The homeroom teacher nodded repeatedly, offering sincere praise without flattery. The emotions were more sincere, and the writing flowed better. No wonder Principal Alette is looking forward to her writing more. Even I want to see more of it. The vice principal jokes, "Then you should arrange more composition competitions, shouldn't you?" The homeroom teacher replied, "That's actually a good idea." Seated in the front row, Leon and Risvitha faintly heard the conversation between the vice principal and the homeroom teacher amid the applause. "Arrange more competitions." "Please don't. A single date is already our limit. If there were more, I can't guarantee that I wouldn't hang you, old dragon, in the Sky City as the final stop of our date." The award ceremony for the composition competition came to a close, and after the dispersal, some dragon parents who were familiar with each other began chatting privately. Some approached the homeroom teacher to inquire about their dragon's recent performance and learning situation. The vice principal, however, kept Leon's family in the classroom. Leon knew it. If the old dragon didn't get his fix of being the executioner today, he wouldn't easily let them off. "Mr. Leon, Miss Risvitha, Neua's composition is truly the most sincere piece of writing I've seen in my hundreds of years of tenure. I even want to hang it on my office wall, replacing Principal Alette's portrait." The couple quickly waved their hands. "No, Vice Principal, we appreciate Neua's writing, but we can't show disrespect to Principal Alette. Right, Neua?" Neua nodded repeatedly. She knew her parents had no room to retaliate against the vice principal, so whatever she was asked to do, she immediately complied with. The main strategy was for the family to work together to resist the vice principal. Well, it's truly a rare find. For such a piece of writing, even replicating it would be an insult. It should remain one of a kind in the world. The three of them grinned awkwardly, their mouths twitching in unison, displaying remarkable harmony. Oh, by the way, since Noya's composition didn't participate in the class rankings, Principal Olette wanted to make up for this small regret. So, she asked me to bring over her own pen to present to Noya. As he spoke, the vice principal took out a pen from his pocket, slightly bending down to hand it to Noya. Noya received it with both hands, carefully examining the pen. The pen emitted a unique metallic sheen, its black and silver colors shining brightly, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. The entire pen was slightly heavy. Held in hand, it felt like grasping a piece of tranquil history. Leon only knew that in human society, only respected and accomplished old scholars received pens from their peers upon retirement, symbolizing respect and recognition. Thinking about it, although the symbolism of giving a pen might be slightly different in dragon culture, it should ultimately represent acknowledgement. Principal Olette rarely shows such high regard for a student. Noya, your talent and hard work have earned you Principal Olette's recognition. Keep up the good work, the vice principal said, patting her shoulder. Thank you, vice principal, and thank you, Principal Olette, Noya said politely. The vice principal straightened up, glanced at the couple, and said, also, thank you both for raising such outstanding children for the academy. The academy will definitely live up to your expectations and nurture Noya well. Risvitha nodded, with a smile, exchanging pleasantries with the principal. Leon also wanted to say a few polite words, but when he thought about how the academy was grooming elites to fight dragon slayers, he didn't know what to say. Well, he could only silently hope that his daughter would take her time to graduate and preferably not skip any grades. Otherwise, Dad's little cotton jacket might just turn into a thorny vest. After a brief chat, the vice principal had work to attend to and quickly left. Today was Friday, and the award ceremony had taken up the last class of the day. That meant Noya could now go home with Leon and Risvitha for the weekend. The family of three left the classroom and headed towards the academy's entrance. Noya looked down at the pen in her hand. Although it was a gift from Principal Olette, she knew that writing that article was definitely not solely her own merit. She glanced at her dad, then at her mom, feeling a bit conflicted. What's wrong, Noya? Risvitha noticed that her daughter seemed to have something on her mind and asked proactively. I think, being appreciated by Principal Olette, you both helped a lot, so I think this pen should be given to you. But there's only one, Noya said. I don't know who to give it to. The child was quite honest, admitting when she didn't know. The couple exchanged a glance, and Risvitha spoke first. Give it to Dad. He laid the foundation for your cultural studies before you enrolled. He helped you a lot. Oh, Mother Dragon, when did your perspective become so broad? I thought you would argue with me about this too. Now it seems like I'm the one with the narrow perspective. Leon thought for a moment. No, if your perspective is broad, then mine needs to be even broader. Let's give it to Mom, Leon said. Dad doesn't usually need a pen, but Mom can use it when she's working. He wasn't making it up. Last time he went to Risvitha's study to get the keys to the library, he saw her using a pen to deal with some paper reports. Using the pen passed on by their daughter would surely make her work harder, Mother Dragon. Risvitha raised an eyebrow. Dragon Slayer being so kind? Are you trying to establish a lofty image in front of our daughter? HMPH, I won't let you have your way so easily. Let's give it to Dad, she insisted. To Mom. To Dad. To Mom. To Dad Tilda. To Mom. Noya felt like fainting. But before passing out, she shoved the pen into Risvitha's hand. I'll listen to Dad and give the pen to Mom. What a smooth move. Good girl, you've learned quite a bit of social skills at the academy. (118) Vol 1ch, 118. They returned to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary before dinner. As soon as they heard noises in the courtyard, Muin hurriedly ran out, bouncing on her small legs, and then eagerly stuck to her sister. They did this every week and never got tired of it. Risvitha had explained before that because most dragon clans were only children. Once they had siblings, they cherished and relied on each other greatly. Thinking for a moment, Leon suddenly asked, "Did you behave like this with Isabella when you were younger? It's hard to imagine you begging for kisses from your sister." Risvitha kicked him suddenly. Back to the story. Although Noya didn't win a specific rank in this essay competition, everyone understood that the champion was still the champion. The champion of the void was still the champion. Moreover, this was acknowledged by the headmaster himself, so it was still worth celebrating. At the lavish dinner table, Muin read her sister's essay from beginning to end several times. Then, shaking her fluffy head, she pointed to the content and asked Noya, "Sister, why is the word sister mentioned so few times in your essay? Why? Do you not love Muin anymore?" Noya didn't answer directly. Instead, she handed her sister a chicken leg, stuffing it into Muin's mouth. "What do you think?" Muin's taste buds, along with the part of her brain responsible for jealousy, were instantly conquered by the delicious aroma of the chicken leg. She put down the essay, nodded repeatedly, and mumbled with her mouth full, "Sister loves Muin. Everything is in the chicken leg." Noya ruffled her sister's fluffy head and then took back her essay, setting it aside. This dinner was enjoyed joyfully. After finishing their meal, Noya took Muin back to their room. Muin, feeling a bit stuffed from eating too many chicken legs, sprawled out on the bed in a big shape, slowly digesting. Meanwhile, Noya quietly retrieved her small wooden box from under the bed. Looking at the faint layer of dust on the wooden box, Noya felt a sense of emotion. It seemed like she hadn't put anything in there for a long time. A child surrounded by love wouldn't have the spare energy to try to prove that they are loved. Noya blew off the dust on the box and then opened it. Inside was still a piece of black metal shard, a note with her name written on it, and a handmade simple Rubik's Cube. She rearranged the items inside, making space, and then carefully placed her essay inside. Satisfied with the arrangement, Noya locked the wooden box and pushed it back under the bed. As she got up, she heard Muin humming on the bed. "Sister, Muin's tummy hurts Tilda. You lie down right after eating so much, of course. You'll feel uncomfortable." Noya pulled her sister's wrist. "Come on, let's go for a walk outside, take a couple of rounds, and then come back." Muin wriggled on the bed for a moment and then slid off, put on her shoes, and followed Noya hand in hand to the courtyard behind the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Leon and Risvitha were cleaning up the battleground after dinner. It was the same old routine. He scrubbed, she rinsed. Leon might write an autobiography one day, and when someone asked him how he managed to get through the days when he was captured by the Silver Dragon Queen, he would say, "By washing dishes." In prison, you had to sew, but being captured only required washing dishes. In hindsight, being captured seemed more comfortable. Leon shook his head, stopping his wandering thoughts. "Did you put away the pen Noya gave you?" Leon found a topic. "Yeah, why? Regretting it and want to take it back," Risvitha teased. Leon chuckled. "Am I as petty as you? Besides, you heard what our daughter said. She listened to her dad and gave the gift to her mom." Leon leaned closer to Risvitha, proudly repeating, "She listened to her dad." Risvitha lifted her hand, wet with water, and flicked some droplets onto Leon's face. Leon instinctively recoiled and hastily wiped his face. "See, you can't deny you're petty." Risvitha glanced at him. "Idiot, get back to work." "But speaking of gifts," Leon calculated the days, "isn't next Tuesday your birthday?" During their last date, they had encountered a fortune-teller named Afu. In the first round of calculations, they discussed zodiac fortunes, and Risvitha had mentioned her birthday was on the 25th of October. Leon wasn't particularly concerned about Risvitha's birthday at this moment. He just wanted to confirm so that on the day of her birthday, when the entire Silver Dragon Sanctuary was busy, he wouldn't be clueless about it, which could be detrimental to their fake family bond. Risvitha's mind stirred slightly. Indeed, next Tuesday was the day she was born. However, it wasn't her birthday. The way dragons celebrate birthdays is a bit different from humans. Because dragons have extremely long lifespans, if they were celebrated every year, they would be celebrated hundreds or even thousands of times in their lifetime, which would become tiresome. So, before reaching adulthood, dragons celebrate once a year, and after reaching adulthood, they celebrate once every 10 years. By the way, it's worth mentioning that in dragon culture, reaching adulthood isn't at 18 like humans, but at 20. Dragons who are 20 years old have acquired enough physical fitness, logical thinking, and mastery of magic, fully prepared to embark on their long lives. Risvitha did a quick calculation. Next Tuesday, she will be 218 years old, with 2 more years until her next birthday. She glanced at Leon and decided not to tell him about the once-in-10 years birthday tradition, because she wanted to mess with his mindset. Yeah, it's my birthday, so what? Are you going to give me a gift? Risvitha asked. I will gift you with a distance of 1,000 miles. How does that sound? Leon replied. HMPH, you dog of a man, if you're not giving a gift, don't mention it. Risvitha pouted. Leon shrugged, unfazed. After all, there's no tradition since ancient times where captives give birthday gifts to their captors, right? But since you're not giving a gift, at least you should show some other kind of gesture, right? Risvitha asked again. Leon blinked. What gesture? Risvitha pretended to think for a moment, then had a sudden idea. You can organize my birthday this year. Leon was taken aback, pointing to himself. Me. Risvitha nodded. With so many people in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, and you being the queen yourself, surely there will be a lot of people lining up to celebrate your birthday. Do you really need me to organize it for you? He resisted. This refusal indicated that organizing a birthday party would make him feel troubled and uncomfortable. Fine, as long as you're uncomfortable, then I'm comfortable. That's how the Silver Dragon Queen thought. Why not? Risvitha set down the plate in her hand, put her hands on her hips, and turned to face Leon. Last year, you were still in a coma on your birthday, and the kids were too young. They were clamoring for you to wake up, and the birthday was utterly meaningless. Now that you're awake this year, don't you think you should make it up to us? Hey, you. Risvitha interrupted Leon's prelude to a protest, speaking confidently. Moreover, to put it nicely, as a model husband of a family, isn't it quite normal to celebrate your wife's birthday? Don't you want others to think our relationship is harmonious? Leon was speechless, but he pondered Risvitha's words and caught onto a key phrase, to put it nicely. So he curiously asked, what about if we put it not so nicely? Risvitha replied without hesitation, not so nicely, as a captive, what qualification do you have to negotiate with me? You'll do whatever I tell you to do. All right, that hit the spot. Leon thought about why the previous string of words sounded so pitiful, nothing like something Risvitha would say. Until this last sentence, the familiar formula, the familiar captive. Seeing Leon's reaction, Risvitha felt quite satisfied. After a few quiet days, Leon sighed and nodded. All right, I'll make it up to you. If Risvitha hadn't mentioned the daughters just now, Leon might not have agreed so readily. But since she brought that up, Leon couldn't ignore the feelings of their daughters. Noya had just written in her essay how genuine her parents' love was, and she believed they were a loving couple. How could Leon disappoint his daughter? But not disappointing his daughter was one thing, but whether he could obediently listen to Risvitha and organize a birthday party for her was another matter entirely. He looked at Risvitha and asked, so, I'll give you a human-style birthday. I'm quite good at that. Risvitha shrugged, sure, it's up to you. But if you can't satisfy me in the ending, you'll have to come up with something else, got it? Leon chuckled, raising his hand, I promise you'll be satisfied. Risvitha glanced at the hand in front of her, without much hesitation. She extended her hand and clasped it with Leon's, their palms meeting in agreement. And thus, the deal was sealed. "119. Vol 1ch, 119. Next Tuesday is Risvitha's birthday. Leon has plenty of time to prepare. The first step is to figure out what Risvitha likes. Leon knows what she doesn't like, cilantro. However, since it's her birthday, Leon doesn't plan on playing pranks with such childish things. Making her frustrated is one thing, but the most important thing is not to spoil their daughter's excitement. Actually, Leon doesn't know much about Risvitha's preferences. She doesn't usually express her likes and dislikes directly, often adopting an attitude of "this is fine," but if it's not this, it's okay too. After being Risvitha's captive for so long, Leon only knows that she likes oranges. Even her ice cream has to be orange-flavored. Apart from that, there's not much else. But for a birthday, preparing only oranges wouldn't suffice. Otherwise, Risvitha might say, "Are human birthdays always this pathetic?" With no clear plan in mind, someone conveniently knocks on the door. Leon got up to open the door, finding Noya and Muin there. "Daddy, it's time for class," Muin exclaimed. Leon squatted down, holding her small hand, and smiled. "Even on Saturdays, don't you want to rest?" Muin shook her head, saying seriously, "Sister didn't rest on Saturdays during her magic lessons, so Muin wants to be like Sister." Upon hearing this, Leon glanced at Noya beside him. The eldest daughter nodded silently. "All right, then Daddy will take you to the library. Noya, do you want to come too?" "Yes, I do." "Let's go." Leon carried Muin while holding Noya's hand, and the father and daughters went to the library together. After finding several relevant books, Leon settled Muin on his lap and began teaching her as usual. Noya, on the other hand, obediently sat opposite them, engrossed in studying a more advanced book on magical theory. It was a bit surprising that Noya could understand the supplementary reading materials usually reserved for higher grade students, Leon thought to himself. Redirecting his focus, Leon opened the book in front of him. "Muin, today we're going to learn about another way to use magic circles," Leon explained. Muin stared at him with her beautiful eyes, listening attentively. "In this world, magic comes in many forms, and there are various ways to use it. Magic circles are one of them," Leon elaborated. "The purpose of a magic circle is to assist the user in achieving a certain spell more easily. For example, if a user's magical burst isn't strong enough, they can accumulate magic within the circle and release it all at once to achieve the desired effect. Of course, this is the most basic way of using it. The more proficient you become in magic, the more abilities the magic circle can offer, providing greater assistance to the user." Let's give an example. Like Muin, you like eating pan-fried steak, right? At the mention of this, Muin's drowsiness disappeared instantly. She nodded vigorously, her tuft of hair on her head also perking up excitedly. Even Noya, sitting across from them, couldn't help but set down her book at the mention of steak, looking up at Leon. It wasn't that she was interested in steak. She just wanted to see how her dad would connect steak with magic circles. To make a delicious steak, it can be roughly divided into 2 steps. 1, find a cow. 2, process the cow, right? Leon asked. Muin nodded. Now, the processing step involves many complicated procedures. Muin, do you want to skip these tedious steps and go straight to enjoying a delicious steak? Leon continued. Yes, Muin replied eagerly. So, why don't we design a magic circle that integrates cutting magic and fire magic? With this, you just need to push a cow into the circle, and when it comes out, it will be transformed into a pot of steak. For a moment, Noya didn't know how to describe her dad's analogy. She couldn't say it was nonsense because the method Leon mentioned could indeed be realized. However, nobody would waste magic and time to create a magic circle specifically for producing steaks. It's just for occasional amusement. But upon reflection, Noya understood why Leon used such a strange analogy. When he tutored her before she entered St. High's Academy, Leon was serious and used highly efficient learning methods and techniques throughout. Leon knew that this teaching style suited Noya, and indeed, his approach was successful. He helped Noya reach the level required to pass the entrance test for the academy in just 1 month. As for Muin, being a lively and active young dragon, she couldn't be serious. Naturally, Leon didn't try to force her in that direction. Instead, he used a method that Muin was more familiar with and interested in: cooking steak. Watching her sister listening so attentively, Noya knew that their dad often used this method when teaching her. Indeed, he was the best father in the world, skilled at guiding his daughters. Noya smiled to herself, lowered her head, and continued reading her book. Oh, I understand, Dad," Muin exclaimed. "Great, let's move on to something a bit more complicated," Leon continued. The afternoon teaching session quickly passed by. Before dinner, Leon took his two little dragon daughters outside to enjoy the evening breeze in the courtyard. Muin sat in his lap, while Noya sat beside him. The cool breeze tousled Muin's tuft of hair as it gently brushed against Leon's face. He gazed at the setting sun in the distance and suddenly asked, "By the way, Muin, Noya, do you know what Mom usually likes?" Leon decided to inquire from his daughters first. However, he didn't mention Risvitha's birthday. He wanted to surprise them on her birthday as a compensation for their disappointment last year. I know, Muin piped up. Leon's eyes lit up. It seemed raising his little cotton ball wasn't in vain. She was really helpful in critical moments. "So what does Mom like?" Leon asked expectantly. "Mom likes Dad, she really likes him," Muin exclaimed proudly. Leon chuckled softly. "Well, if you put it that way, it's not wrong at all. In your and your sister's eyes, your mom and I are like the ultimate power couple of pure love." "Huh, Dad, why aren't you saying anything? Did Muin say something wrong?" Muin leaned against Leon's chest, tilting her little head up to look at him. Leon lowered his head and gently pinched her cheek. "You're absolutely right, sweetheart. Mom likes Dad. But Dad wants to know if there's anything else she likes. Maybe something to eat or play with." Muin's eyes filled with confusion instantly. Well, it seemed like she wouldn't be able to come up with anything when asked directly. Leon turned to Noya, who was sitting quietly beside them, gazing at the sunset in the distance. The crimson light reflected in her eyes, reminding her of the day when Mom and Dad had their date under this beautiful sunset. Unfortunately, at the last moment of the date, Anna blocked her and Noya's eyes, saying that children couldn't see. Oh, Noya remembered. Mom said that the lifespan of the dragon race is too long, and everything beautiful has its expiration day, the day it's no longer liked. So, for her, the fleeting beauty holds more nostalgic significance. This was what Anna told Noya when she wanted to capture the moment when Mom and Dad were holding hands and walking on the beach. She glanced sideways at Leon. "This is the best I can come up with." "Is it the fleeting beauty?" Leon pondered over the phrase. Although he still hadn't pinpointed something he truly liked, at least he now had a rough direction. "Just you wait, Mother Dragon. I will definitely arrange a birthday that satisfies you and is unforgettable." As for how it will be unforgettable, we'll play it by ear, let's see. "120. Vol 1ch, 120. After lunch, Leon and Risvitha found themselves chatting again while washing dishes together. In truth, they didn't have much time to chat throughout the day. Risvitha was busy handling various matters for the Silver Dragon clan, while Leon had to guide Muin in magical enlightenment. Moreover, both of them held the mindset of, "Am I so full that I'm looking for someone to chat with?" Their approach was essentially non-essential, non-communicative. However, there were still some things Leon needed to clarify. "Your birthday is coming up in a few days, and you're going to follow human birthday customs completely, right?" Leon asked. Risvitha nodded, "Yes." "Okay, then, if you don't mind me asking, how old will you be this year?" 18. "You're 18? Leon was so excited, he almost wanted to add an expletive to express his astonishment. 200 years old. Risvitha turned her head to look at him, her beautiful eyes squinting into two curved slits as she smiled. Then she straightened up and asked, "What does age have to do with birthdays? Aren't they all just routines?" Leon shook his head. While the routines may generally be the same, there are still some different details. Details? Leon glanced at her, then lowered his head to continue washing the dishes. He didn't explain further, only saying, "You'll find out when the time comes." Risvitha pursed her lips. "Being mysterious now, are we?" Leon shrugged, not giving a response. Risvitha didn't pursue any other topics either. After finishing the dishes, Leon didn't hurry to leave as usual. Instead, he went to Risvitha's balcony and looked out towards the mountains behind. Risvitha dried her hands and walked out of the kitchen, watching Leon's back on the balcony. She asked, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, just taking a look around." "Weird." Risvitha muttered to herself, not pressing him further. She turned and went to the study alone, continuing to tackle the piles of work. After some time passed, when she finally looked up to relax, she realized that Leon had already left. Risvitha frowned slightly. Coming and going as he pleases, treating my room as his own. Looks like I'll have to give Mr. Leon a lesson in etiquette when I have the chance. The queen snorted coldly, then lowered her head to continue working at her desk. In the afternoon, Leon took his 2 daughters to the library. While preparing for Risvitha's birthday, Leon didn't forget about his own affairs. He continued to search for a solution to his magic depletion in Risvitha's private library. Muin obediently did the homework Leon left for her on the desk by the French windows. If there were any parts she didn't understand, Noya could explain them to her. As evening approached, Noya found a book about young dragons for Muin to read as relaxation after class. Immediately, she glanced towards the row of bookshelves in the library, where her father seemed to be searching for something. Noya pondered for a moment, then got off her chair and walked over slowly. At that moment, Leon was engrossed in reading an ancient tome. "Dad, are you looking for something?" Noya asked as she approached. Upon hearing her question, Leon smiled and placed the ancient tome back in its original position. "Nothing much, just browsing, passing the time." He didn't want his daughters to know about his magic depletion. Not only would it cause unnecessary worry for them, but it might also reach Risvitha's ears. From the current situation, it seemed that Risvitha was unaware of his magic depletion. At most, she probably thought his body hadn't fully recovered yet, which was why he hadn't been using large-scale offensive magic. If that mother dragon were to find out his true condition, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a barrage of "you're so incompetent" remarks. Moreover, Leon understood the importance of keeping a low profile. It was better not to leak any information until he had fully recovered. Unfortunately, despite spending the entire afternoon researching, Leon still hadn't found the source of the problem. Just as he had initially suspected, it was going to be a long process. Luckily, Leon had enough patience when it came to problem solving. He adjusted his mood and looked at Noya. "Is Muin's homework done?" "Not yet, but it will be soon," Noya replied. Then she added, "I think with your teaching efficiency and Muin's learning speed, she should be ready for magical enlightenment in about half a month." Leon nodded, his gaze drifting towards the French windows not far away, where Muin was diligently doing the homework he had assigned her. "I wonder what Muin's innate elemental affinity will be." Noya also looked at her sister's cute and serious profile and chuckled. Will it be fire or lightning? Risvitha had previously told Leon that almost all dragonkin awakened with a natural affinity for fire. But Noya was different. She was aligned with lightning, just like Leon. Leon had asked before if Noya, being the only one with a lightning affinity in a class full of fire elemental dragons, would face bullying or isolation. After all, children with their immature minds often perceive special and different as being outliers, and isolation is a common occurrence. But Risvitha said it wouldn't happen. She mentioned that there's a small probability for dragonkin to awaken with elemental affinities other than fire, and that's not unusual. Leon felt relieved upon hearing this. His eyes flickered as he crouched down and asked, "So, do you think Muin will awaken with lightning or fire?" Noya rubbed her chin as she thought. "Mom's affinity is fire, Dad's is lightning, and mine is also lightning. So, to balance Mom's feelings, if I were Muin, I would try hard to awaken the fire element." Leon chuckled at Noya's words. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Awakening to a particular element isn't something you can decide just by trying hard. Noya scratched her head and grinned. "It's just wishful thinking. By the way, Dad, speaking of the lightning element." "Yeah, what about it?" "In a little over a month, St. High's Academy will be on winter break. During this time, I've learned quite a bit about basic magic, so could you teach me more about lightning magic during the break? That way, when the next semester starts, I'll be more prepared for the school's curriculum." Leon was taken aback. It wasn't that he was surprised that Noya had made this request. Quite the opposite, in fact. If Noya didn't get involved in inner competition during the winter break, it wouldn't be like her personality at all. But Leon was still in a state of magic depletion, and teaching lightning magic formally would inevitably involve demonstration. When the time came, his daughter would expect an impressive display of thunderous wrath. But after struggling for a while, Leon would only manage to conjure a couple of small sparks. "Daughter, it's okay, Dad, it's still cute. I'll go ask Mom to teach me." No, this couldn't happen. This kind of thing absolutely couldn't happen. He had fought hard for his position in the family, and his place in his daughter's heart was also something he had fought for. There is still over a month until winter break. Leon pursed his lips, gritted his teeth, and agreed, "All right, no problem. Dad will teach you more about lightning magic when the time comes." Noya's eyes lit up and her face couldn't hide her joy. She leaned forward and hugged Leon's neck, gently kissing his cheek. "Thank you, Dad." Noya happily ran off to find Muin. Leon breathed a sigh of relief silently. "After Mother Dragon's birthday, I need to make better use of my time." "121. Vol 1ch, 121. It was past 11 o'clock on Tuesday night, less than an hour before Risvitha's 218th birthday came to an end. However, the birthday star had yet to return. Leon had initially planned to bring Muin along, wanting to surprise the mother and daughter and make up for last year when Muin had missed seeing her father wake up on Risvitha's birthday. But it was already so late, and Muin had long since fallen asleep. Noya had returned to St. High's Academy yesterday morning. Tomorrow, when Muin woke up, he could happily tell her, "Guess what, sweetheart? Dad managed to catch Mom's birthday this year." Muin would surely be delighted, but the question remained, what about tonight? The reason Leon had agreed to organize Risvitha's birthday party in the first place was largely due to her mentioning their daughters. But now, with the daughters busy with school and sleep, it seemed as if he had organized this birthday surprise specifically for Risvitha. Leon sat on the sofa in Risvitha's room, sniffing, "Crafty Mother Dragon, next year I won't bother with your birthday." For now, he would just make do. Yes, just make do. Meanwhile, Risvitha was walking to her room, carrying several gift boxes. Although dragons only celebrated their birthdays every 10 years as adults, inviting friends and family to attend a banquet, it didn't mean they wouldn't receive small gifts on the actual day. The gift boxes she held contained presents from her sister Isabella, from the head maid Anna, and from a few female classmates she had gotten along well with during her earlier years in school. She had stayed a little longer at work tonight to handle some matters, which was why she was returning so late. She had wanted to go check on her daughter, but usually by this time Muin would have been asleep, so Risvitha decided against it. Besides, she hadn't seen Leon all day except at the dinner table. Maybe he was hiding because he hadn't organized the birthday well. Risvitha shook her head, deciding not to speculate. It seemed like tonight would just end like this, without anything special. She returned to her room, about to open the door, only to find it slightly ajar. Through the crack, she could see that the room was dark. Risvitha, with her hands full of gift boxes, blinked, pondered for a moment, then gently pushed the door open with her shoulder. "Leon, are you in my room?" Boom! As soon as she stepped into the room, the lights suddenly came on, followed by a muffled sound. Several streamers gently fell onto Risvitha's silver hair. Risvitha was slightly startled by the sudden sound, and before she could react, her eyes were covered from behind. It was Leon. She was very familiar with the feeling of his touch. And in the entire Silver Dragon Temple, besides him, no one dared to barge into her room and blindfold her. Damn it, where was the power a captive should have? Oh well, captives weren't supposed to celebrate their own birthdays anyway. Thinking about this, Risvitha felt a little relieved. "Happy birthday, Mother Dragon," came the familiar voice from behind. Risvitha didn't struggle, just stood quietly in place, holding the gifts. The scoundrel. He had actually managed to surprise her without her noticing. After a brief moment of joy, Risvitha teased, "Wouldn't it be better if you replaced Mother Dragon with my name?" "Next time, I promise." Risvitha chuckled. "So, is it a human custom to blindfold someone and wish them a happy birthday?" Leon thought for a moment. "Not entirely. Now, slowly walk towards the living room. There's another surprise waiting for you." Risvitha shrugged and began to move slowly, with Leon standing behind her, gently guiding her and watching her steps. Raise your feet a bit higher. There's a step at the entrance. Okay. Side by side, the couple slowly entered the living room. Risvitha sniffed the air and detected the scent of burning candles. She was puzzled. Did they also light candles for birthdays? Was this another human custom? But just as she was about to ask, she caught a faint scent mixed in. Creamy scent. Cream. Damn it. The moment Risvitha thought of cream, her entire dragon self felt uneasy. The scene of being pelted by cream puffs at the school sports day was vivid in her mind, causing her to want to run at the mere scent of cream. I know what you're thinking, but it's not what you think, Leon reassured her, still covering her eyes. Are you ready? I'm going to let go now. Okay, she replied, preparing herself to smear cream puffs on Leon's face if that was what awaited her when she opened her eyes. The next moment, Leon slowly removed his hands from her eyes. After Risvitha adjusted to the light in the room, she looked down and saw a huge cake in the living room. The cake was at least as big as a coffee table, explaining the strong smell of cream. There were also small pieces of fruit on the cake, mostly oranges with strawberries and mangoes as decoration. In addition, on the top layer of the cake, there was a line of words written in jam. Happy birthday, Risvitha. Risvitha looked at the spectacle in front of her and couldn't help but marvel slightly. She had seen many cakes and received many birthday wishes before. But to combine the two and make the cake so exaggerated in size, she had never seen anything like it before. Risvitha set aside the gifts she was holding and asked, "Do humans always eat cake on birthdays?" "Yeah, it's a kind of tradition," Leon replied. Risvitha nodded thoughtfully. "Are they all this big?" "No, not all of them. This is what I meant earlier when I said that although birthdays follow a certain pattern, the details can vary. I only see a cake bigger than my coffee table. What details are you talking about?" "The candles, count them. There are exactly 218 candles, matching your age." There were indeed quite a few candles, but Risvitha didn't bother to count them. It was no wonder Leon had gone for such a big cake. There was simply no room for over 200 candles on a smaller cake. She approached the oversized cake, the light from the candles reflecting in her silver eyes. Although she didn't quite understand why humans had such customs for birthdays, the novelty of it all left Risvitha quite satisfied. She was impressed by Leon's ability to prepare such a large cake in just a few days and keep it all a secret. Was he truly the greatest dragon slayer, capable of hiding his whereabouts so effectively? Even Risvitha had thought he was trying to deceive her. Risvitha extended her delicate fingers and lightly scraped some cream from the cake, then tasted it. It was very sweet, yet not at all overwhelming. It was 1,000 times better than cream puffs. The sweetness lifted her spirits and she smiled. Turning around, she complimented Leon. "You did a good job. Human birthdays are quite interesting." "It's not over yet," Leon said. Risvitha's eyes lit up. "Is there something else?" Unexpectedly, she found herself looking forward to what else humans might come up with. Seeing Leon's sly smile, Risvitha walked over to the cake with him. He pointed to the candles on the cake and said, "Blow out the candles and make a wish." "Huh? Why do I have to blow out the candles to make a wish? And does making a wish on your birthday really make it come true?" "It's not guaranteed to come true, but it's for good luck. And blowing out the candles is a must, otherwise the cake can't be moved." Risvitha looked at the 218 candles and couldn't help swallowing nervously. "Do I really have to blow them all out? Can't I skip it?" "No, you said you wanted to strictly follow human customs." Leon's smile became more mischievous. "Your Majesty, please blow." Risvitha squinted at him, any trace of joy or gratitude that had just arisen within her quickly dissipating. "Dog of a man, I knew you wouldn't honestly celebrate my birthday." Fine, she would blow. But if he wanted to play games, he shouldn't expect an easy time either. Grabbing Leon's arm, Risvitha and her husband leaned down together in front of the candles on the cake. "Let's blow them out together." "Why do I have to blow out the candles with you on your birthday?" Leon's heart skipped a beat, trying to resist. "Blowing out candles with the queen should be an honor for a captive like you, shouldn't it?" "Hurry up." Risvitha tugged at his sleeve. showing a kind of determination that she wouldn't let go until he blew. Fine dug a hole for himself and jumped in. The couple exchanged glances, then took a deep breath simultaneously, filling their lungs to the brim, and then blew towards the 218 candles in front of them. Huff huff cough cough. One candle after another extinguished, until both of these hapless spouses were out of breath. Only then were all the candles finally extinguished. They leaned on each other's shoulders, breathing in the fresh air. After a slight relief, Risvitha glared at him. Humans are really boring. How could such a custom exist? Come on, under normal circumstances, there are usually just a dozen or two candles, maybe 20-something. Who's like your dragon race, with hundreds of candles every time? Risvitha scoffed, straightening up, and then make a wish over the cake. Yeah. Can you wish for anything? Leon nodded. Yes, but it's just for good luck, there's no scientific basis, so don't blame me even if it doesn't come true. Oh, can I say my wish out loud? Up to you. Risvitha turned to look at the cake, then closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. I wish. Leon also listened intently, curious about what this mother dragon could wish for. That my captive never escapes. Leon rolled his eyes, his native language turning into speechlessness. Mother dragon, wishes don't work like that. You mind your own business. It's my birthday, and I'll wish for whatever I want. Leon waved his hand, not willing to argue with her. He picked up the large cake knife nearby. We can eat the cake now. Which piece do you want? Risvitha rubbed her chin, her gaze wandering back and forth on the large cake, finally settling on the words, Happy Birthday. This one. Leon cut that piece and handed it to Risvitha. Then he cut out the part of Risvitha from the left side of Happy Birthday and placed it in front of himself. Risvitha frowned. What are you doing? Eating Risvitha, Leon replied calmly. You. He took a bite, the jam inside tart and sweet. After finishing, he couldn't help but comment, Risvitha tastes really good. Risvitha gritted her teeth inwardly. She swore that when Leon's birthday came, she would definitely cut out Leon and smear it fiercely on his face, making him eat his share. The cake-eating session was also over. Risvitha placed her hands on her waist, counting off, blowing out candles, making a wish, cutting the cake and eating the cake, all done. Leon tilted his head. What's wrong, not satisfied? Earlier, Risvitha had said that if she wasn't satisfied, Leon would have to come up with something else for her. Risvitha thought for a moment, then nodded, not entirely satisfied. It was already quite fun, but Risvitha wanted to tease Leon a bit more to see if he had any other tricks up his sleeve. What's wrong? Leon asked. Risvitha looked around, her gaze finally landing on the pile of small gifts she had just retrieved, and she asked, What about my birthday present? When dragons celebrate birthdays, there are no cakes, no wishes, but there is the tradition of giving gifts, right? Leon couldn't resist teasing. Risvitha snorted lightly. Forget it if there's none. This birthday barely qualifies as your job done. Barely qualifies. Sorry, there's no such thing as barely qualifies in Leon Casmode's life dictionary. He gestured toward the balcony with a lift of his chin. Follow me. What for? Risvitha asked. To see the gift I've given you, Leon replied. With that, Leon walked toward the balcony, and Risvitha followed behind him. The couple stood side by side, gazing up at the deep night sky. Where's the gift? Risvitha asked. Instead of answering, Leon slowly raised his right hand, preparing to snap his fingers. What does this mean? Risvitha asked, confused. Snap. A blue light shot up from the distant woods, piercing the sky. Risvitha looked in the direction of the light. Is that lightning? The dazzling blue light reflected in the eyes of the Silver Dragon Queen. Under her gaze, the light gradually converged, separated, and recombined. Eventually, it formed into a short sentence in the form of lightning in the night sky. Risvitha, happy birthday. On her 218th birthday, just a minute before it ended, Leon Casmode had written this blessing for her in the sky. Unique, fleeting. It turned out that when he stood on her balcony a few days ago, he was choosing the right angle. This guy, he did put some thought into it. However, lightning couldn't exist for a long time, not even with magic. So, this happy birthday composed of lightning lasted for less than 5 seconds, disappearing into the vast night sky. But that was enough. Only things that are fleeting, Risvitha murmured softly. Leon finished the sentence for her, have a meaning worth cherishing. She turned her head. Did Anna tell you? Anna told me. From your reaction, I knew you were satisfied, Leon said. Risvitha didn't argue further. She nodded. Yes, very satisfied. I didn't expect you to be so good at organizing birthdays. Of course, Leon said proudly. Oh, how so? Leon puffed out his chest proudly. I've always been the one to organize my family's birthdays. I'm quite skilled at it. If it weren't for the face-saving lightning blessing just now, Risvitha would have already kicked him off the balcony. (122) Vol 1ch, 122. The next morning, after studying for over an hour, Leon took Muin for a walk in the temple's backyard to take a break. The father and daughter sat on a bench under the shade of a tree, discussing what they had just learned. Not far away, several dragon maids were chatting, while each holding a piece of cake. Because the birthday cake Leon prepared for Risvitha yesterday was excessively large, even with just the two of them plus Muin, they wouldn't finish it even if they delayed it until next week. So this morning, Risvitha arranged for Anna to cut the cake into small pieces and distribute them to the maids. However, there was still a lot of cake left. Risvitha said, Leon, this is extravagant. Leon replied, Mother Dragon, this is throwing good money after bad. This is burning the bridge after crossing the river. This is drinking water and forgetting who dug the well. This is reading the scriptures and then hitting the monk, ungrateful. Risvitha didn't know where he got so many idioms and didn't bother to argue with him. Besides, she had a happy birthday yesterday. Even though it wasn't a formal birthday that only comes every 10 years, it still had a sense of ceremony. So she decided to indulge Leon for these 2 days, to avoid him accusing her of being ungrateful. Muin fluttered her pretty big eyes, staring at the delicious cakes in the hands of the maid sisters, grumbling and swallowing saliva. In the little dragon girl's mind, cakes were the second most delicious food in the world, the first being pan-fried steak, made by Mom. But she had already eaten a piece in the morning. Dad said not to eat too much cream for breakfast and to wait until lunch or afternoon to eat. But the temptation of the small cakes was too great, and Muin, in a rare form, started to use her little brain in an unusual way. After a moment of thought, she looked at Leon. Daddy. What's up? Do you have any regrets? Leon was bewildered, not understanding why his dear daughter would suddenly ask such a profound question. In the past, she would always ask things like, Daddy, can we have steak for lunch? Daddy, can we have steak for dinner? And Daddy, can we have steak for supper? Nevertheless, Leon pondered seriously for a moment. Regrets? Yes, he had them, and many at that. But his regrets might not be suitable for a child to hear. So, Leon shook his head. Daddy has no regrets since having you and your sister. Upon hearing this, the little dragon girl didn't show a happy expression, but instead sighed in pretended regret. Ah, but Muin has regrets. My dear, you're just over a year old. What regrets could you possibly have? Regretting that your stomach is too small to eat a whole basin of steak. What are Muin's regrets then? Leon asked. Muin didn't immediately answer, but instead asked, Daddy, do you think if a dragon has regrets, she won't be happy anymore? Leon's mind stirred slightly, feeling like his clever daughter had something more to say. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously nodded. Yes. So Daddy wants Muin to be happy all the time, right? Of course. Does that mean Daddy will help Muin solve her regrets, right? Yes. After receiving the affirmative answer from her old father, Muin's serious little face suddenly broke into a smile. Then, Daddy, Muin's regret is that she only ate one piece of cake this morning. Muin wants to eat some more. Leon was nearly caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Muin K. Melkvi. When did you transform from an adorable and innocent little dragon girl to a conniving little dragon girl who sets traps for her old man? Could it be that the other half of Risvitha's genes in her dear daughter's body is causing mischief? giving her astonishing talent in outsmarting Leon. It must be so. So everything is Rosvitha's fault. Scheming Mother Dragon, give me back my daughter. Gathering his thoughts, Leon reached out and pinched Muin's little face. Firstly, if you want something from Daddy in the future, you can just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush like this. Muin nodded earnestly. Daddy, I want cake. Secondly, you can't eat too much cake. Muin, really Daddy, I caw. Leon, you can't. Muin, brev 3 brev, really caw. Leon's eye twitched slightly. No, you really caw. Muin, Japanese letter C. Daddy tilde tilde daddy tilde tilde tilde. Leon covered his face with both hands, thoroughly defeated. 3 daddies turned the mightiest dragon slayer into a daughter's slave. Fine, I'll buy you 50 steaks to hear me out. After compromising, Leon raised a finger. 1 piece, and at most, you can have 1 more. Yay, Daddy is awesome. Long live Daddy. The little dragon girl excitedly leaned in and planted a big kiss on Leon's cheek. A warm feeling flooded his heart. Being a daughter's slave isn't so bad after all, is it? But amidst his joy, Leon seemed to have realized something. Have you 2 sisters found a little trick that makes Daddy here obey your every command? The other day, Noya asked him to teach her lightning magic. He agreed, and Noya gave him a kiss. Now Muin wanted to eat more cake, he agreed, and Muin also kissed him. This is an unfair deal. Who ever heard of 1 kiss for learning magic? Who ever heard of 1 kiss for more cake? Do you 2 not know that Daddy here is a man of fairness and justice, impartial and incorruptible? So, if you want there to be a next time, you'll have to give me a few more kisses. Little greedy dragon, wait, Daddy will go get it for you. Yay, Tilda. But before Leon could get up, the head maid Anna came over with 2 pieces of cake. Your Highness, Princess Muin, please enjoy. Thank you, Anna Tilda. You're welcome, Your Highness, Anna replied with a smile. Leon also took a piece of cake, which was accompanied by a small slice of orange on top. He didn't start eating right away, but instead looked up and asked, "How much is left?" There's still quite a bit left, Your Highness. The birthday cake you prepared for Her Majesty was quite grand, Anna shrugged. Birthdays should be grand, right? Leon shrugged back. Anna nodded, yes. Oh, by the way, Your Highness, I saw the lightning on the back mountain last night. It was also prepared by you for Her Majesty, right? He didn't really want to talk about this, because it would give Anna and the other gossiping dragons something to talk about. You can mess around with food, but you can't mess around with ships' relationships. Actually, I'm not really close to your queen. Is it using a magic array to activate magical energy to achieve that effect? Anna asked. Leon silently nodded. Coincidentally, after explaining the mechanism and principles of the magic array to Muin the other day, Noya mentioned that her mother liked fleeting beauty, so Leon had a clever idea to combine the 2, creating the effect of the lightning blessing last night. Truly worthy of Your Highness. Many of us saw it last night and praised Your Highness for being romantic and sentimental, winning the heart of Her Majesty. With just a casual move, Buddy here is a top-notch romantic. You dragon folks should learn a thing or 2. Leon secretly felt proud. I'm already looking forward to Her Majesty's next birthday, Your Highness. What kind of surprise will you prepare? Anna said with anticipation. Leon grinned slyly, chuckling a couple of times. Next time. There's no next time. In the captive's suffering, there can be dragon birthday celebrations, but there definitely can't be 2. "123. Vol 1ch, 123. Leon thought to himself that he should take advantage of lunchtime to finish off the remaining cake. Cream is a perishable food, so the sooner he finishes it, the better. He went to Rosvitha's room without knocking, simply pushing the door open and walking in. Rosvitha was lying on the sofa in the living room wearing a light, thin nightgown, enjoying the cool breeze blowing in from the balcony, feeling comfortable and content. Hearing footsteps, she didn't get up to look around. After all, the only person who would enter her room without knocking was him, the only one in the entire Silver Dragon Temple. Rosvitha had punished Leon many times for this, but that was in the past. The young Leon of the past was weak and could be easily manipulated by her. But the current Leon was as fierce as a lion. Hrisvitha couldn't easily take action against him, or she might turn the balanced situation into a disadvantageous one, eventually leading to a crushing defeat. So she just let him be. Anyway, most of the time during the day, she wasn't in her room and she would just lock the door at night. What are you doing here? Seeing the graceful figure lying on the sofa, Leon was momentarily stunned. Usually, before lunchtime, Hrisvitha would be busy in the main hall of the temple, and then she would go directly to the dining hall for her meal. Hrisvitha's silver eyes opened slightly, glancing at Leon, then closed again. You intrude into someone else's room, and then you ask why they're here. Is that reasonable? Leon shrugged, unconcerned. Anyway, he knew that doing this would make Hrisvitha uncomfortable, so he did it. The more she disliked what he did, the more he did it. His main goal was rebellion. After Hrisvitha closed her eyes, she let out a sleepy yawn, with a few tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. So you came back to slack off, huh? Leon teased. I work from 8 to 5 every day, year-round. What's wrong with wanting to come back and sleep for a while today? Nothing, suit yourself. I'm here to take the cake. Leon's gaze shifted from Hrisvitha to the small piece of leftover cake on the coffee table, with all the cream scraped off and set aside on a piece of tissue. You really hate cream that much? Leon asked knowingly. Actually, he detested it quite a bit too, considering the lasting impression it left on both of them as a couple. But this pair of begrudging spouses had always followed the pattern of hurting the enemy by 1,000 to damage oneself by 800. Leon refrained from questioning further, feeling uncomfortable about it. However, this time Hrisvitha didn't engage in banter with Leon. She simply remarked, "Eating cream will make you fat." As she spoke, she pinched her thigh through the thin fabric of her nightgown. It seemed like she had gained a bit of flesh again. Although it wasn't much, and it wasn't visible on the surface, her sense of touch was always accurate. If she felt she had gained weight, then she had. She found it strange. Despite paying close attention to her diet and daily exercise for decades, her weight had always remained stable. But recently, this flesh seemed to sprout up on her body like mushrooms after rain, growing rapidly. Could it be that she had developed some bad habits recently that she hadn't noticed, causing this weight gain? Hrisvitha pondered for a moment but couldn't recall anything. Everything seemed to be the same as before, with no significant changes from the past. However, if one were to insist on finding a difference from before, it would be that she and Leon had been exchanging homework, less frequently. Thinking of this, Hrisvitha tightly squinted her eyes, shook her head to dispel these messy thoughts. Does exchanging homework lead to weight loss? What kind of logic is that? She hadn't heard of it before. Feeling annoyed, she sat up straight, about to say something. But it seemed that sitting up too quickly caused a lack of blood flow to her brain, making her vision darken and her head feel dizzy. As Leon cut the cake into small pieces and placed them on a plate, he glanced at her. She looked somewhat strange. Are you feeling sick? Leon asked casually. No, just a bit dizzy, Hrisvitha replied, gently massaging her temples. Oh, drink more hot water, Leon suggested half-heartedly. Hrisvitha gave him a disdainful look and said nothing. After feeling slightly better, she stood up from the sofa, put on a coat, and headed out the door. After cutting the cake, Leon also took it to the dining hall. The family of 3 sat at the table, with the cake temporarily placed aside as a dessert after the meal. Muin sat across from Hrisvitha, not too far away from her mother. She blinked and looked at her mother, suddenly asking, Mom, you seem like you haven't slept well. Hrisvitha raised her eyes, tidied her hair, and smiled back. Really? I don't think so. Maybe it's because Mom didn't put on makeup today, so I look a bit sleepy. Mom, you need to take care of yourself, little Muin said with concern. Mom knows, let's eat quickly. Aren't you going to study with Dad in the afternoon? Memo. Muin began to eat earnestly. The couple exchanged a glance, not saying anything, and quietly started their meal. After a while, Hrisvitha reminded, don't tire yourself out studying, remember to relax, then got up and left. Leon glanced at her plate, noticing that she had left a lot of food uneaten. Was she trying to lose weight? He looked up at Risvitha's retreating figure. Tall and graceful, with long flowing hair, she had the perfect figure with slender legs and a slim waist. She didn't need to lose weight at all. Women were so incomprehensible. Leon withdrew his gaze and looked at his daughter. Muin, eat more, you need energy to study. Yes, Dad. After finishing their meal, the father and daughter rested in the backyard for half an hour before starting their afternoon study session. Muin had excellent comprehension and learned quickly, which pleased Leon. Although Muin was often seen as a mascot, when she was serious, her learning efficiency was no less than Noya's. And this entirely depended on Muin herself. Noya was a genius and a study enthusiast. Her lowest level was the upper limit for many people. However, Muin only showed full enthusiasm when she wanted to work hard for a specific goal. She had told Leon that she wanted to catch up with her sister, which was why she worked so hard. The proud father was deeply gratified. Such dedication wasn't just about frying steaks, it was even so positive. Truly, she was his daughter. Leon had already begun to anticipate the day when Muin would awaken her talents. If this talented seedling awakened the same elemental affinity as Noya, lightning, then the term swaggering wouldn't suffice to describe Leon's excitement. He would be dancing on Risvitha's head. See that, Mother Dragon? Both of our daughters are so strong, entirely because of my genes. Hold back the champagne for now, as things were still up in the air. Leon pushed aside his scattered thoughts and continued teaching his daughter diligently. In the late afternoon, Leon took a break, allowing Muin to work on some practice questions by herself. He got up and went to the bookshelf to select books that might help solve his magic depletion problem. Noya had mentioned that the winter break at St. High's Academy would start in just over a month. He needed to restore his magic before then so that he could teach Noya more lightning magic. Time was running short and the task was heavy. Leon couldn't afford to delay. However, with the current situation, he had tried every method he could think of, but still made no progress. Leon held the ancient books, leaning against the bookshelf, his brow furrowed deeply. Where did it go wrong? What is the cause of this magic depletion? I can still gather faint magic normally. There are no issues with my magic circuits. My physical and mental strength are at normal levels, and I haven't been sealed by any external force. The blood enigma's side effects only result in unconsciousness and have nothing to do with magic. Tisk, I've considered all possibilities, but still haven't found the cause. Could it be that I've been researching the wrong direction? As his thoughts delved deeper, the atmosphere in the library gradually became heavy. Leon raised his hand, intending to loosen his collar. But as his hand touched his chest, his movement abruptly halted. Suddenly, a completely new idea flashed into his mind. "124. Vol 1ch, 124. Ever since discovering his magic depletion, Leon had been focusing his research on how to restore magic. In other words, in the process of solving this problem, he had always assumed that he was unable to gather magic. However, that wasn't the case. There were no issues with his physical strength, mental strength, or magic circuits, which meant Leon could gather magic normally. And theoretically, this magic should have been enough for him to freely use various large-scale lightning magic spells. But the reality was that every time he gathered magic, he could only use some seemingly trivial magic, like child's play. Even using lightning to form a birthday wish in the night sky required the cooperation of a magic circle. This phenomenon might not be due to an issue with Leon himself, but rather, something was quietly stealing his magic away. Recalling since becoming Risvitha's captive, what new thing had appeared on his body? That's right. The dragon tattoo. Leon had never considered focusing his thoughts on the dragon tattoo before. Because in his understanding, this thing was just a kind of auxiliary magic used by dragon couples to maintain loyalty and add interest to their relationship. After awakening, Risvitha used the symbolism and function of the dragon tattoo to bind Leon, making him unable to escape her forever. Only when they were vying for dominance would the dragon tattoo come into play. As for the rest of the time, it quietly hid in the chests of the couple, without affecting their daily lives at all. But after Leon had tried all possible solutions and ideas, yielding no results, he could only focus his final, and only, research direction on the dragon tattoo. Risvitha probably wasn't very familiar with this thing either. A mother dragon who hadn't been in a relationship for over 200 years wouldn't understand such things as dragon tattoos, would she? When dragons sought revenge, they weren't very rational. She probably used every means she could think of to torture Leon, without considering whether she understood the dragon tattoo or was proficient in its use. Furthermore, if she knew that the dragon tattoo would steal Leon's magic, she would have teased him about it a long time ago. Like saying, "No wonder you're so vigorous, turns out you're pouring all your magic into the dragon tattoo." Just imagining the mother dragon saying such things made Leon shudder. Shaking his head, he refocused his thoughts. After reselecting his research direction, Leon quickly made a completely different hypothesis. His magic wasn't depleted, nor was he unable to gather magic. Instead, the magic he gathered was silently absorbed by the dragon tattoo. Now, he could begin to try to verify this hypothesis. Leon glanced at Muin. His precious daughter was still diligently working on her exercises. Leon withdrew his gaze and walked to the bathroom in the library, locking the door behind him. He stood in front of the sink's mirror, unbuttoning his shirt collar to reveal the dragon tattoo on his chest. The dragon tattoo is usually silver-white in its normal state, light purple when longing for the other, and deep purple when the couple has close interactions, symbolizing their unity. The dragon tattoo still burned brightly. If it really is the dragon tattoo, silently stealing my magic, then. Leon attempted to gather magical energy, and blue arcs of light flickered and pulsated in his palm. He closed his eyes, quietly sensing the flow of magic in his magic circuits. From his palm to his arm, to his shoulder, and finally to his chest. Leon slowly opened his eyes and looked at the electric light pulsating at the dragon tattoo on his chest, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, a portion of the magic is flowing into the dragon tattoo completely beyond my control. But Leon noticed something strange. Indeed, a portion of the magic had flowed into the dragon tattoo. However, based on the total amount of magic he had just gathered, the magic that flowed into the dragon tattoo didn't constitute a significant portion. If Leon's gathered magic were likened to 10, the portion he could use for magic would be 2. And the portion that flowed into the dragon tattoo would also be 2. Then, where did the remaining more than half of the magic go? Leon ran his fingers through his hair, his mind racing frantically. This line of thinking was correct. Indeed, his magic was being stolen by something inside his body. But this so-called thing wasn't just the dragon tattoo. Or rather, the dragon tattoo was just one of the insignificant accomplices. As for the mastermind stealing his magic, there was someone else entirely. What could it be? Leon clasped his hands over his chest, pacing back and forth in front of the sink. He carefully recalled every detail since waking up. But apart from the dragon tattoo, there was nothing new on his body. And indeed, the magical energy he had just gathered had flowed uncontrollably into his chest. What detail had Leon overlooked? After a brief moment of agitation, Leon regained his composure. He leaned on the sink with both hands, looking at his reflection in the mirror, and began to calmly reconsider. The dragon tattoo does absorb some magic, but this amount is so insignificant that it can be disregarded. And if the dragon tattoo really had a significant impact on magical energy, Risvitha would have surely removed it long ago. It wouldn't still be present. So, what can almost certainly be determined now is that my magic isn't depleted. It's being stealthily consumed by something unknown inside my body. But since it's inside me and has absorbed so much of my magic, why haven't I experienced any other adverse reactions apart from being unable to use magic? Moreover, what is the purpose of this thing absorbing magic? Is it beneficial to me or harmful? Questions piled up before Leon like a small mountain, leaving him weary from pondering. He sighed wearily, ran his fingers through his hair, and turned to lean against the edge of the sink. furrowing his brow and deep in thought. On one hand, he didn't want his master to think he had become incompetent over the past 2 years. On the other hand, his daughter's winter break was approaching, and he had already promised to teach her more magic. Leon needed to find a solution to the problem as soon as possible. He closed his eyes, gently touching his brow with his hand, pondering for a moment, and another idea for overcoming this ordeal emerged. If he couldn't address the problems listed just now directly, then why not go around them first? Leon suddenly lifted his head, turned to look at the dragon tattoo reflected in the mirror. The thief stealing my magic will take away most of the magic flowing through my body's magic circuit, which leads to the illusion of magic depletion. After magical enlightenment, any magic user can store the magic they've condensed in their magic circuit through circulation. When they want to use magic, they don't have to condense it on the spot, which can be more efficient. However, in Leon's current situation, any trace of magic in his magic circuit would be stolen by the thief, and then divided between themselves and his sidekick, the dragon tattoo. All right, that's the key. Since I can't find that thief, can't I find the dragon tattoo? Leon poked his chest. You've been on me for so long, apart from handing in assignments to Risvitha, you should also play some other role. Dragon tattoo, meow meow meow. (125) Vol 1ch, 125. It was soon the day for Muin to awaken to her inherent elemental powers. The couple had been eagerly anticipating this day for a long time. High emotional intelligence. This day would determine Muin's future growth trajectory. Low emotional intelligence. Follow dad or mom. It all depends on today. Knowing that today was the awakening day, the couple started getting competitive as soon as they met in the morning. Good morning, the weather is really nice, Leon greeted warmly. Risvitha glanced at him teasingly. You're actually greeting me proactively, you seem to be in a good mood. Of course, because Muin is about to awaken the same magical element as her old man. I'm naturally in a good mood. Risvitha crossed her arms, snorted. Muin's awakening will definitely be fire element. The dragon clan's genes are much stronger than you think. Leon shrugged indifferently. Well, if your dragon genes are so powerful, why is Noya still a lightning element? It's a matter of probability. HMPH, when you see the lightning element symbol light up in Muin's awakening array later, let's see if your mouth will still be as tough as it is now. Wait and see. The couple walked side by side through the corridor, one with hands in pockets and the other with arms crossed, seeming very close and intimate, but in reality, just not wanting others to hear their arguments. Leon persisted in believing that Muin would awaken to the lightning element like Noya. If that were the case, then both daughters being so much like their old man would undoubtedly be the most heart-wrenching episode for the mother dragon. You see, your powerful dragon genes are nothing compared to my strongest dragon slayer. How could mere humans possibly defeat the bloodline of dragons? Risvitha believed that relying on the mighty dragon genes would inevitably lead their youngest daughter to awaken the most classic element of fire. It's just luck for now, Leon Casmode. You can't always be lucky. The couple continued to argue as they made their way to the practice ground in the backyard. Anna and others were preparing the awakening array to be used later. The awakening array was used to detect Muin's inherent element, containing various elements of this magical continent. Once Muin awakened to one of them, the corresponding elemental symbol would appear above the array. And today's little protagonist was nervously and excitedly awaiting her turn. Muin, over here, Leon waved to his precious daughter. Upon hearing his voice, the young dragon girl immediately looked in their direction, then jumped off the bench and ran over. Mom, Dad, Tilda, she stood in front of the couple. Muin is about to awaken her inherent element Tilda. Leon squatted down, encouraging and dotingly patting her little head. Don't be nervous, just relax and do as Daddy taught you. Yeah, I know, Daddy. Muin then looked up at Risvitha. Mom, you and Dad will keep watching me later, right? Risvitha also squatted down, holding Muin's small hand. Of course, Mom and Dad will be with you every step of the way." Although they both hoped their daughter would awaken to the same element as themselves, they were steadfast in arguing about it. But more than anything, it was out of concern and care as parents. And they were both happy about Muin awakening to her inherent element at just over a year old. You see, normal young dragons wouldn't achieve this until they were 2 or 3 years old. It can only be said that Muin truly lived up to being the little sister of the genius Scroll King. When it's time to be cute and playful, she can do it, but when it's time to roll, she's naturally gifted. Every member of our Melkvi family is talented. After chatting for a while, Anna walked over. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Princess Muin's awakening array is ready, and we can start at any time." Risvitha responded, then looked at Muin. "Go ahead, Muin. Mom and Dad will be here the whole time." "Yeah," Muin nodded vigorously. "Good luck." Leon gently patted his daughter's cheek to encourage her. Muin nodded again, then held by Anna's hand, walked into the awakening array. Leon and Risvitha stood up as well, and the couple looked at each other, then chuckled in unison with great tacit understanding. "Leon, Muin's awakening. Risvitha will definitely be lightning fire element." This crucial family standoff, which had lasted for half a month, was finally about to come to its ultimate conclusion. Leon and Risvitha turned their heads away, focusing all their attention on Muin in the awakening array. The maids formed a semicircle around, ready at any moment. Although the process of awakening her inherent element posed little danger. After all, it was the first time Princess Muin would be using magic, so there was no harm in watching over her. "Your Highness, let's begin when you're ready," Anna said from outside the array. "Okay." Muin took 2 deep breaths to relax herself. Then, she closed her eyes and, following what her father had taught her, slowly merged her physical and mental strength to generate magic. An invisible wave of energy emanated from her, gently lifting her clothes and hair as it swirled around her. The awakening array beneath her began to resonate, its intricate patterns glowing with golden light. "The process of magic condensation is going smoothly," Leon remarked as he watched Muin gradually enveloped by the light of the array. Usually, it takes several attempts to successfully condense magic for the first time, but Muin managed to do it in just 1 try. Risvitha murmured in agreement with Leon's assessment. Next was the second step, releasing the condensed magic naturally through the body's magical circuits. Muin quietly felt the surge of magic, which felt like flowing water, pervasive and relentless. She had to guide it through her magical circuits to release it outward. The techniques her father had taught her were very detailed and effective, making the process of guiding the magic flow smoothly for Muin. Then, as the awakening array accepted Muin's magic, it would immediately reveal the corresponding elemental symbol. Everyone, including Leon, Risvitha, and Anna, held their breath in anticipation, eager to see what elemental power Princess Muin would awaken. As Muin's magic surged, faint arcs of red light traced across her arms, and several flames flickered around her. Risvitha's eyes lit up. This was the sign of the manifestation of the fire element. Sure enough, the next moment, the symbol representing the fire element appeared above the awakening array. Anna applauded, and the maids expressed their congratulations one after another. If it weren't for maintaining her image as the queen, Risvitha would have undoubtedly run over excitedly to hug her beloved daughter and shower her with kisses. Normally, the awakening of the fire element among dragons is quite common, but Muin's awakening this time was very significant. The Silver Dragon Queen turned slowly to look at Leon beside her. "Why aren't you smiling, Leon? Come on, smile. Our daughter has successfully awakened. Aren't you happy?" Leon remained silent. The silence at this moment was deafening. Although he was happy for his daughter's successful awakening, he still had to endure Risvitha's happiness beforehand. Happiness in this world is always balanced. If someone laughs, someone else cries. Isn't that right, Dragon Slayer? Risvitha, seizing the opportunity, leaned her arm on Leon's shoulder, wearing a smug smile. "I understand you. After all, you've won so many times, even against our eldest daughter. But there's nothing you can do. This time I win." She withdrew her arm and patted Leon's cheek. All right, adjust your mood. There's nothing we can't overcome. Now, come with me to congratulate our daughter. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Don't you recognize such a big fire elemental symbol? Leon slowly raised his hand, pointing his index finger towards Muin at the center of the array. A surprised and joyful smile appeared on his face. The awakening isn't over yet. Upon hearing this, Rosvitha immediately looked towards the array. Indeed, as Leon said, Muin's awakening was still ongoing. They saw the flames around her gradually dissipate, replaced by flickering and unpredictable azure lightning. Rosvitha's pupils slightly widened, the light reflecting in her eyes becoming even brighter. To everyone's surprise, the fire elemental symbol above the array gradually merged into the lightning element. Whether human or dragon, this was a scene only seen in books and ancient texts. Twin awakening. (126). Vol 1ch, 126. Muin's final awakening surprised everyone. Not just Anna and the other maids, even Rosvitha, a knowledgeable dragon king, had never witnessed a twin awakening firsthand. Even for the long-lived dragon clan, witnessing a twin awakening was a rare occurrence. Being able to awaken two elemental affinities meant that Muin's future held more possibilities than most people. After human children are born, there's a custom called jeju, where common items are placed around the child, and whichever one the child grabs is said to determine their future path. For example, if they grab a stack of coins, it means the child will surely become wealthy in the future. Of course, this is just a superstitious ritual for good luck, nothing to be taken seriously. But in the realm of magic, once a child awakens two elements in their youth, it truly determines their future. As the daughter of the strongest dragon slayer and the Silver Dragon Queen, she was already destined for an extraordinary life. And now that she has completed the twin awakening, which only existed in books, her future is boundless. As long as she doesn't mess around. Who knows if the precious daughter will use her formidable thunder and fire dual elements to stun cattle and make steaks in the future. Thunder to stun the cattle, fire to cook the meat. This method ensures both the freshness of the meat and control over the cooking process and doneness. Damn, it's like she was born with these two elements just to fry steaks. Daddy, Mommy Tilda. As the light of the awakening formation dispersed, Muin excitedly ran over, grabbing Leon's wrist with one hand and Rosvitha's with the other. Did you see that? It seems like Muin awakened two elements Tilda. The little dragon girl clearly didn't fully grasp how amazing her twin awakening was. Her excitement stemmed from overhearing her parents discussing whether she would awaken to fire or lightning. Daddy leaned towards lightning, Mommy leaned towards fire, and Muin found it hard to decide at the time. But now that she's awakened both, Daddy and Mommy must be really satisfied, right Tilda? The couple crouched down, showering their chubby-faced daughter with kisses. Rosvitha kissed her left cheek, while Leon kissed her right. Muin, letter 1D17. Basking in their love, basking in their love. Maybe Daddy and Mommy will have a second awakening in the future, and they'll both awaken as twins too. You never know. Daddy, Mommy, Muin's face is going to be squished flat by you guys, Tilda. The couple finally let go of their precious daughter. All right, judging from Daddy and Mommy's reactions, Muin thought to herself, her performance just now didn't embarrass them. If Leon and Rosvitha could hear their daughter's thoughts, they might say, "Not only did you not embarrass us, you adorable daughter, but from now on, when we take you out, we'll have to stick a note on your forehead saying, 'Twin awakened young dragon passing through, please make way.' Some swagger, gotta flaunt it. Some grandeur, gotta flaunt it." Leon picked up Muin, and the family of three left the practice ground, heading towards the backyard. Anna and the others, while dismantling the formation, began to marvel at Princess Muin's talent and luck. It's true what they say, seeing it with your own eyes is better than hearing about it. I never expected to witness a twin awakening in Princess Muin. The princess is gifted. With such outstanding parents as His Majesty and the Prince, her future is boundless. His Majesty's two daughters are both surprises, I wonder Tilda. A maid trailed off with a teasing tone. Anna and several other maids turned towards the voice, one of them urging, "Wonder what? Spit it out already." The young maid covered her mouth, like middle school girls gossiping about which teacher is prettier during break time. I wonder if their future children will be even more powerful. Tilda, you're thinking that far ahead. His Majesty has just recently given birth to 2 little princesses. How could he possibly get pregnant again so soon? Impossible. Well, you never know. His Majesty and the prince are so loving. What if they want to have a few more? Being loving means having more kids. I think you're just too obsessed with shipping couples. Tilda, her good friend, tapped her head. After a few more idle chatters, Anna intervened. All right, get back to work. You can gossip during break time. Got it, Tilda. In the evening, to celebrate Muin's twin awakening, Leon and Rosvitha personally collaborated in the kitchen, preparing a table full of sumptuous dishes. No cilantro, no carrots, and no eggplants. After all, today's protagonist is their precious daughter, so the couple temporarily declared a truce. Muin looked at the table full of delicious dishes, and without a word, she started devouring the food voraciously. After using magic for the first time, the body indeed feels hungrier than usual, so eating a little extra is okay. Leon specially prepared some extra steaks for his obedient daughter to enjoy to her heart's content. The couple watched Muin earnestly devouring her food with satisfaction, and then they began their meal. Regarding Muin's twin awakening, they had discussed it at noon and decided not to tell Muin how rare her existence was for now. Muin never sought to be competitive, nor did she have any intention to pursue greater power like traditional dragonkind. She had made this clear to Leon long ago, and Rosvitha was also aware of it. They didn't want their usually laid-back daughter to feel any psychological pressure or develop thoughts like, "Daddy and Mommy have such high hopes for me, I must not disappoint them." She was a very obedient and sensible girl, and in some aspects, she was no less knowledgeable than Noya. Take the twin awakening, for example. If Daddy and Mommy told her how much potential she had, how she would definitely become a powerful mage in the future, and how they were waiting for the day she would become famous in the Dragon Clan, then even if Muin's aspirations didn't lie in that direction, she would force herself to pursue it, to step towards a higher realm like traditional dragonkind. In fact, compared to the rare twin awakening, Leon and Rosvitha both hoped that Muin could have a happy and fulfilling childhood. Initially, Rosvitha hadn't thought deeply about this aspect, and she even hesitated whether to let Muin know about her potential. In the midst of her deliberation, it was Leon's words about a happy childhood that made Rosvitha realize the true depth of the matter. In terms of educational philosophy, there were indeed many areas where dragonkind fell short compared to humans, a fact Rosvitha had to admit. Of course, Rosvitha wasn't the type of mother who would say, "I suffered when I was young, so my child should suffer too." In any case, everything was based on her daughter's happiness, which was the most important thing. "Daddy, Mommy, you should eat more too." After eating for a while, Muin stood on her chair and began to pick dishes for Leon and Rosvitha. "Thank you, Muin Tilda." "You're welcome, Mommy Tilda." A simple thank you earned Muin 2 pieces of fried chicken wings. Rosvitha's plate was instantly filled up. After serving her parents, Muin sat back down and continued eating. As Leon ate slowly, he inadvertently glanced at Rosvitha's plate. He blinked and noticed that Rosvitha hadn't eaten much tonight. Even with the dishes Muin picked for her, she barely touched them. Leon looked at her, and although Rosvitha's face wore a content smile, her brows were slightly furrowed, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. When she looked down at the salad dressing and fried foods on the table, her frown deepened slightly. There was even a hint of disgust on her face. Rosvitha swallowed hard, then immediately looked away, picking up the nearby glass of water and taking a sip to ease her discomfort. Leon withdrew his gaze, choosing not to inquire further. The meal continued. Suddenly, Leon heard Rosvitha cough lightly. It didn't sound like a signal for something. Rather, it seemed like a simple physiological reaction. He looked up again to see Rosvitha resting her chin in her hand, using the posture to lightly cover her mouth with her fingers. Although their eyes were on Muin, their expressions seemed odd, as if they were struggling with discomfort. Muin, can you go to Daddy's room and bring some drinks? They're under the bed. If they're not there, check the balcony, Leon said. Okay, Daddy. Muin hopped off the chair and swayed her little tail as she ran out of the room. Leon had just noticed that something was off with Rosvitha, but because their daughter was present, he couldn't inquire further and worry her. So Leon used the excuse of fetching drinks to distract Muin and sent her away. After Muin closed the door, Rosvitha whispered, "I'll go to the bathroom." Then she hurriedly got up and ran to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Leon walked to the bathroom door, listening to the sound of running water inside. After a moment's thought, he said, "Hey, I didn't put any cilantro in the dishes I made, so why do you still look like you can't eat?" There were softer ways to inquire, but Leon chose to appear indifferent. "It's nothing, maybe just an upset stomach," came Rosvitha's voice from inside the bathroom. "Oh, okay." Rosvitha washed her face, dried it, then opened the bathroom door. Leon was still standing outside. Instinctively, both of them took a step back. Then Leon stepped aside, making room for Rosvitha to come out. Rosvitha nodded slightly, not saying much, and began to walk towards the dining room. But before she could take a step, the queen felt someone grabbing her arm. Turning back, "What's wrong?" Leon opened his mouth, as if to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he just let go of Rosvitha's arm. Rosvitha's gaze drifted, feeling the lingering warmth of the palm on her forearm. She spoke in a casual tone, "Let's continue eating." Emma. The couple returned to the dining table. Rosvitha looked down at the salad dressing, grilled meat, fried chicken wings, steaks, and so on in her plate. Indeed, she had no appetite. Not only did she lack appetite, she even felt a bit nauseous. "Here, you take this, you eat." The queen quickly switched her plate with Leon's, showing quick thinking. Leon was taken aback, looking at the full plate in front of him. He swallowed nervously, feeling like he was facing a formidable enemy. "Do I look like someone who can eat a lot?" Rosvitha rested her cheek on her hand, smiling playfully. "You eat more than me, a dragon who's trying to lose weight." "Lose weight? How much do you weigh that you need to lose weight?" "The last time I checked, it was around 100. Rosvitha thought for a moment, then added, "Seems like it was 100 and something. My goal is below 100. Leon shook his head, seriously saying, "You shouldn't lose weight below 100. Curious, Rosvitha asked, "Oh, why not?" "Girls who weigh less than 100 are either flat-chested or short," Leon said solemnly, as if this rhyme had some scientific basis. Rosvitha rolled her eyes speechlessly. Although this bantering style of conversation had slightly dampened the subtle atmosphere between her and Leon just now, it didn't mean she would tolerate Leon's nonsense here. So she casually picked up a chicken leg to throw into Leon's plate. But after some thought, she changed it to 3 servings of grilled oysters. Supposedly, they were quite nutritious for humans. "Eat these, eat them all, finish them all, and if you can't finish, you're not allowed to sleep." (127) Vol 1ch, 127. Rosvitha decided to give herself a day off. When she told Honor about it, the head maid was utterly shocked. You see, Her Majesty the Queen was notorious for being a workaholic. Unless absolutely necessary, she never took time off. Anna assumed the Queen must be sick and inquired with concern, only to receive a simple reply. "Feeling a bit tired lately, just need some rest." Well, it was a straightforward and flawless excuse for taking a day off. Anna didn't press further. For the day the Queen took off, Anna temporarily handled the affairs of the household, big and small. In the morning, Rosvitha lay on the sofa in the living room, wearing a silk nightgown. The strap slid down from her round, fragrant shoulder, dangling precariously. Her voluptuous figure resembled undulating hills, picturesque from every angle. One jade hand rested lightly on her stomach, while the other pressed against her forehead with the back of her hand. She felt tired, unreasonably so. Despite going to bed early last night, why did she still feel so lethargic today? She glanced sideways at the ice cream on the coffee table. She had thought of having some dessert to perk herself up, but unfortunately, it didn't help. It wasn't that the chilly sensation of the ice cream didn't invigorate her. It was just that she felt nauseous whenever she ate something, especially in the mornings and evenings. The beauty withdrew her gaze from the ice cream and closed her eyes, recalling the various unusual occurrences of these days. The inexplicable weight gain, although not significant, was something women were always sensitive to. During meals, she would inexplicably retch and feel nauseous, especially when smelling oil or meat, which exacerbated her gagging reflex. Her head felt dizzy, limbs achy. Even sitting up quickly from the bed would cause her vision to black out momentarily, taking about 10 seconds to recover. And now, she found herself experiencing excessive drowsiness. Sighing in frustration, Risvitha rolled over on the sofa, facing its back, arms wrapped around herself, her silver tail trailing down from the sofa. From behind, she resembled a sulking young girl. In some aspects, Risvitha and Leon were quite alike. They both tossed and turned when unable to comprehend something, becoming restless and agitated. However, Leon mostly dealt with practical matters, and being a man of action, he usually resolved difficulties swiftly. But for Risvitha, most of her troubles were internal, not easily resolved in a short time. Although the weight gained was physical, the worries remained trapped within her mind. After tossing and turning several times, Risvitha concluded that she was both sleepy and unable to fall asleep again. So she decided to get up, barefoot, and headed to her study. She intended to write in her diary. Risvitha opened her diary, the latest entry detailing Muin's completion of the twin awakening a couple of days ago. The queen chewed on the end of her pen, contemplating what to write today. However, since it was still morning and she hadn't even stepped outside, there wasn't much to record. Instead, Risvitha flipped through the previous entries. Suddenly, she realized that it had been quite a while since Leon last submitted his assignment to her. The queen's pupils twitched, a surge of discomfort roiling in her stomach. It seems I need to create an opportunity to find fault with that dog of a man. Since the incident with the Playboy Bunny photos had been resolved, the couple's life had become harmonious, entering a stage of peaceful coexistence where there was no interference between them. However, Risvitha knew that this quiet facade couldn't last forever. Otherwise, Leon might forget that he was her captive. It was time to stir things up a bit. A dragon's initiative, justifiable and reasonable. With these thoughts in mind, she closed her diary and changed into a long dress suitable for going out, then left the room. She arrived at the backyard practice field, where Leon was teaching Muin some basic magic. Even from a distance, she could hear the conversation between father and daughter. "Hey, this is the advantage of lightning magic, Muin. Can you repeat it?" "Sure." Father and daughter sat cross-legged on the grass. The young dragoness pondered for a moment, then began to speak fluently. Lightning magic is a versatile type of magic. Concentrating power can cause effective damage to single targets. Dispersing power can unleash wide-ranging attacks on groups. Lightning magic can also be used to enhance one's speed, strength, and physical endurance, among other basic attributes. It's a versatile type of magic that combines offense and defense. Leon gave a thumbs up. "Great. Remember, Muin, master lightning magic and you'll be unstoppable. Got it." "Got it, Dad." "Why only teach lightning magic and not fire magic?" A familiar voice, magnetic and tinged with laziness, came from behind. Father and daughter turned towards the sound. A tall, elegant woman in a long dress stood there. Her silver hair and the hem of her skirt gently swayed in the breeze, revealing fair and slender legs and dainty ankles. Even without formal attire, she exuded a cold, proud, and noble aura. Muin's eyes lit up with joy. "Mom, Anna said you were resting today, so Dad and I didn't disturb you." Risvitha smiled as she approached them, taking a seat beside them. She glanced at Leon beside her, then shifted slightly to the side. "Why are you resting today, Mom? Are you sick?" Muin asked with concern. "No, dear, don't worry. Mommy's just a little tired, but I'll be back to work as usual tomorrow," Risvitha said, pinching her daughter's nose affectionately. "Oh, okay, as long as Mommy's not sick," the young dragoness said, relieved. "I heard Dad was teaching you lightning magic, is that right?" Risvitha asked. Yeah, Mom, let me tell you, lightning magic is amazing. Dad's really skilled at it. Muin exclaimed enthusiastically, offering praise while Leon knew it was his time to shine. He straightened his chest, cleared his throat, and brushed off his presence. Muin, show your mom what you can do. Sure thing, Dad. The queen was puzzled, unsure of what antics this father and daughter duo were up to. She watched as Muin stood up, slightly bent her knees, and extended her palms. In an instant, blue electrical sparks flickered in her palms. Soon enough, 2 lightning balls formed in Muin's hands. Risvitha's pupils trembled slightly, showing some surprise. It's only been 2 days since awakening, and you're already able to manipulate the form of magical energy. Although the spherical shape was the most basic form of energy manipulation, this learning speed, it was comparable to Noya's. Muin dispersed the lightning balls and sat back next to her mother, wearing a hopeful expression, as if waiting for praise. Yeah, Mom, am I amazing? Risvitha reached out and patted her daughter's head, genuinely impressed. Yes, you're very impressive. Really, really impressive. So, what about fire magic? Have you learned anything about it? Leon's inherent element was lightning, but that didn't mean he only knew lightning magic. After studying magic for over a decade, if he still only knew one element, he needed to catch up. Oh no, Dad hasn't taught me yet, Muin replied truthfully. Risvitha's mind stirred, realizing that the opportunity to find fault had arrived. So she turned her head, squinting at Leon. Why only teach lightning magic and not fire magic? Is it because you can't do it, dear? The mention of dear sent a shiver down Leon's spine. Hearing Risvitha call him dear outside of the bedroom gave him a feeling akin to hearing the Grim Reaper calling out names from a death list, where whoever's name was called had to go with it. However, Leon couldn't entirely blame Risvitha for picking on him. After all, he really hadn't taught Muin fire magic yet. Moreover, these past few days, he had been secretly instilling the idea into his daughter's mind that lightning magic is the best magic in the world, and fire magic can only make things slightly warmer. Although not exactly that exaggerated, the idea was essentially the same. This led to Muin not actively seeking to learn fire magic. And Leon thought that since the mother dragon was busy with work, she wouldn't have time to check Muin's progress in learning magic. Little did he expect that on the 3rd day, his little scheme would be exposed. Leon rubbed his nose and explained, it's all about gradual progress. Whether it's lightning or fire, both magics are equally strong, so it doesn't matter which one we teach first. Equally strong? Why do I feel like this guy can't even say equally strong? So Risvitha asked skeptically, is that so? It is. No, Dad, that's not what you told me yesterday. Muin tilted her head, blinking her adorable big eyes. What do you mean it's not? Dad just... Leon tried to stop his well-intentioned daughter from betraying him. But it was too late. You shut up, Muin, what did Dad say yesterday? Risvitha looked at Muin. Muin counted on her fingers, listing the crimes of fire magic. Dad said the method of using fire magic is too simplistic. It's easy to learn, so there's no sense of accomplishment. Only dumb dragons focus on fire magic, and it's not as practical as lightning magic. Mom, why do you look like you want to eat Dad? $128. Vol 1ch, 128. Dinner. Eggplant stir-fry, shredded eggplant, deep-fried eggplant squares. Side dish accompanied by carrot salad. Generally speaking, the last meal before a prisoner's execution is called the last meal, and it's often sumptuous, with a variety of poultry, fish, and meat dishes. But for Leon, this highly targeted dinner was a clever combination of his last meal and his execution. He held the knife and fork, unsure where to start. After some consideration, he decided to start with a glass of water to calm his nerves. But when he glanced aside, he found that Risvitha had already placed a large glass of carrot juice on the table, replacing the water glass. She even blocked his last attempt to drink water until he was full. She's really punishing me just because I didn't teach our daughter fire magic, Leon thought sardonically. Crunch. The crisp sound of a carrot being bitten came from beside him. Leon looked over. Risvitha rested her chin in one hand, holding a carrot in the other. Her lips parted slightly as she bit off the tip of the carrot, then slowly chewed it. Seeing Leon's gaze, Risvitha generously offered the carrot to him. "Want some? Here, have a bite." Leon lowered his eyes to the carrot, noticing the faint lipstick marks left by Risvitha on the bitten end. The next moment, the rich scent of carrot wafted into his nostrils. Wow, it felt like Risvitha had just injected 20 pounds of menthol directly into his brain, refreshing beyond belief. He quickly turned his head away, trying to find something else on the table that he could eat. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Mother Dragon always did things decisively, leaving no room for Leon to maneuver. Meanwhile, Muin was happily munching on the fried eggplant made by her mother, which was stuffed with delicious meat filling, not making a sound with every bite. It seemed the little sweetheart had no intention of helping her old father out, so Leon had to figure something out on his own. The dragon slayer had an idea. Suddenly, he said, "Oh, I'll go check how much of last time's birthday cake is left. If we don't eat it soon, it'll go bad." Just as Leon was about to get up, Risvitha said, "I already distributed it to Anna and the others this afternoon. Don't worry, it hasn't gone bad. Sit down and eat, dear." Leon sat back down awkwardly, pursing his lips. He tried to feign indignation. How could you give it all away? Muin really likes that cake. If you give it all away, what will Muin eat? He attempted to regain some semblance of control over the dinner through moral pressure. But Risvitha seemed to have anticipated his response. She calmly brought out a slice of cake from the side and placed it next to Muin's plate, then looked at Leon with a smile. "You're right, I almost forgot. I did save a slice for Muin. Thanks for reminding me, dear. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window for you." But here, Risvitha was like a god, not only closing the only door, but also welding shut all the windows. And she filled the room with eggplants and carrots for good measure. Leon pursed his lips and quietly set down his knife and fork. It wasn't a big deal to skip one meal. After all, it wouldn't starve him. The queen glanced sideways, seeing her captive showing signs of stubborn resistance and persistence, so she decided to deploy her next move. "Muin," Risvitha suddenly called out her daughter's name. "What's wrong, Mom?" Muin looked up from her battle with the fried eggplant. "Is learning magic these days very hard?" Risvitha asked. Muin shook her head. "It's not hard for me. Dad teaches me so well and patiently explains all sorts of magic techniques to me, so if anyone's having a hard time, it's Dad." The little sweetheart always understood her father's intentions. But for now, she could put that understanding aside. "So you've been working so hard, dear. Why didn't you tell me? I'd like to share the burden with you," Risvitha said affectionately as she sat down next to Leon. Leon had a bad feeling about this and tried to shift away, but Risvitha had already grabbed his wrist. Then she placed a piece of roasted eggplant on his plate. "I've been busy with work lately, and there's not much I can do. You should eat more, dear," she said softly. I'm not really hungry," Leon tried to protest. "Tusk, that won't do. After a hard day's work, your body won't hold up if you don't eat. Muin, tell Daddy, isn't it necessary for him to eat?" The little dragon girl nodded earnestly. "Daddy, you taught me that you have to eat 3 meals a day to stay healthy." Adding a rhyme to it, "Darling, are you aiming for a scholarship?" "Dear, are you too tired to feed yourself? It's okay, I'll feed you." "Stop, no need." Leon tried to struggle. "It's okay, come on, dear. Open your mouth, Tilda." The aroma of roasted eggplant wafted up. From an objective perspective, Risvitha's cooking skills were unparalleled, and the roasted eggplant was delicious in every aspect. But for Leon, it was poison, it was despair. It was the root of the world's destruction. "Risvitha." Before he could finish uttering her name, Leon blacked out right in front of him. If Risvitha could contact the Empire, she would definitely provide the newspaper with tomorrow's front-page headline. "Shock, the strongest dragon slayer, Leon Casmode, taken down by roasted eggplant." It would surely cause quite a stir. HMPH, no wonder there are no eggplants in your nutritious meals. Turns out they work so well. When she saw Teg, the old guy mentioned that Leon hated carrots and eggplants the most. Last time, Risvitha had achieved good results with just 1 carrot. But this time, she went all out, despair squared, and the effect was remarkable. "Mom, why did Dad faint?" Muin asked with concern. "Oh, Dad might be too tired. He'll be fine after resting," Risvitha replied. "Is that so? Then Mom will be spirited tomorrow morning," Muin muttered softly. Risvitha raised an eyebrow. What does that mean?" She thought her daughter was hoping she would feel better because she seemed a bit unwell these past few days and hadn't been eating much. But how was that related to the first half of Dad's too tired? Muin explained. "Earlier, my sister and I noticed a pattern. Whenever Dad is lively, Mom seems weak and vice versa. There's always one of you who looks a bit low-spirited," Muin said. "But this hasn't happened for a long time, and now Dad fainted again, so Mom will be lively again tomorrow morning, right?" Children's worlds are always so innocent and pure, but Risvitha couldn't explain to her in detail why this phenomenon occurred. After all, a child who covers her eyes even when her parents kiss can't understand such things. "Yeah, Mom will be fine soon. I'm sorry for worrying you these days," Risvitha said. Muin shook her head and then instructed, "Mom, you must take care of yourself and Dad." Risvitha glanced at the prisoner who had been defeated by Eggplant, her lips curling up slowly. "Okay, Mom will take care of him well." Leon slowly opened his eyes. The ceiling in front of him was familiar, but it wasn't from his nursery. It was Risvitha's. His brain instantly cleared. Oh no. He tried to sit up, but as soon as he moved, someone pressed him back down on the chest. His senses gradually returned, and the pressure in his abdomen made Leon realize that tonight might be another long night. "Using Eggplant, how despicable of you," Leon said dully, staring at the ceiling. "The struggle between dragons and dragon slayers is never ordinary. How can you call it despicable?" Risvitha paused before adding, "Besides, I didn't say I was going to do anything. I just wanted to help you with your illness." "Illness? What illness do I have?" Leon asked, curious now as he looked at himself. He was taken aback when he finally looked at the person sitting on him. She wore a white mask, revealing only her enchanting eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Her beautiful and silky hair was neatly tied behind her head, and her tight white uniform accentuated her seductive curves. Between her short skirt and white boots lay the absolute territory of her alluring legs. With one glance, Leon recognized the outfit. After the classroom play, was this dragon queen now trying out nurse play? But where did she get the nurse uniform from? No wonder she used the line, "The struggle between dragons and dragon slayers is never ordinary," to set the stage for this. "Risvitha, can't we try a more normal profession?" Leon sighed. "Mr. Leon, please cooperate with the treatment," Risvitha said firmly. Leon rolled his eyes in silence and lay back on the pillow. The dragon had taken the initiative, so he couldn't retaliate immediately. He would have to wait for an opportunity when she let her guard down. But she probably anticipated that Leon's current physical condition was different from before, so she would be more careful. Leon silently planned his next move, pondering the upcoming strategies. Meanwhile, Risvitha continued to play her role. "Mr. Leon, according to your medical records, you often experience chest tightness. Is that correct?" Risvitha held up a medical file, looking serious as she asked. "No, nurse, I have depression. I often feel like smashing purple clay teapots," Leon replied. Smack! Risvitha slapped Leon's head with the medical file and repeated sternly, "Cooperate with the treatment, Mr. Leon." Yes, I have chest tightness," Leon obediently responded. "Now let me see your clothes torn open," Risvitha commanded. "Is it appropriate for a nurse to use the word torn?" Leon questioned. "Mr. Leon, do you want me to say it a third time?" Risvitha warned. Leon reluctantly opened his shirt, revealing his well-built chest and dragon tattoo. "What's this tattoo, Mr. Leon?" Risvitha inquired. "You don't know what this is. Are you just trying to discuss me?" The infuriating dragon. "I don't know, nurse. Maybe you should check your own chest to see if you have the same tattoo," Leon retorted. "Please refrain from making offensive remarks, Mr. Leon, or I will report you for sexual harassment of a nurse," Risvitha threatened. "You're sitting on me in a mini skirt, making me open my shirt, and then you're going to accuse me of sexual harassment," Leon protested. The nurse nodded seriously. Yes. Fine, if that's how you want to play, you'll pay for it later. Since you're unwilling to say, let me carefully examine your body, Risvitha said, undeterred. Opportunity is coming. Leon became serious, ready to counterattack at any moment. He watched as Risvitha approached slowly taking off her mask, revealing the stunningly delicate face. However, just as Risvitha leaned in close to Leon's face, her expression suddenly froze, then quickly retreated, covering her mouth as if suppressing some discomfort. Leon raised an eyebrow, teasing, "What's wrong, Miss Nurse? Can't heal yourself?" Risvitha frowned, her discomfort intensifying. She had to step away from Leon and hurriedly ran into the bathroom, stepping on her boots. Then came the sound of running water. Leon was about to make a few more remarks, but as the words reached his lips, he sensed something was amiss. This reaction from Risvitha had occurred too many times these past few days. Suddenly, Leon abruptly realized. It couldn't be. "129. Vol 1ch, 129. It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Risvitha, who had already changed out of her nurse uniform, sat on the edge of the bed, refuting firmly, "I always take precautions afterward. It's impossible to be pregnant." The queen, no longer calm and composed as usual, became somewhat flustered and anxious. Leon sat on the sofa opposite her, silent for a moment, and asked, "About those precautions, is the success rate 100%? Risvitha tidied the strands of hair on both sides of her cheeks, biting her lip as she explained, "It's a type of purification magic. As long as it's used within 24 hours after, it ensures that the dragon tribe won't conceive." Risvitha continued, "The books say the success rate of this magic is 99.9%. Leon paused, "Doesn't that leave a 0.1%? Although the probability of 0.1% was very low, it couldn't be ignored considering the high frequency of 3 days, one night assignments between Leon and Risvitha recently. Moreover, this so-called one day didn't necessarily mean just one encounter. A single night was quite lengthy, and Risvitha wouldn't easily let Leon off the hook. So even if the chances were as slim as 1 in a million, they still had a possibility of striking it lucky." Risvitha looked up at him. "Although theoretically there's an extremely low possibility of mishaps with this magic, throughout the dragon tribe's millennia of reproduction, there hasn't been a single such exception. The 99.9% mentioned in the book is just a conservative estimate. So in reality, as long as the purification magic is used afterward, there won't be any pregnancies." Leon shrugged. "Well, you said it yourself, you've taken precautions every time, so why are you pregnant now?" "I'm not pregnant," Risvitha interrupted sharply. She seemed somewhat agitated. Regarding the matter of pregnancy, she felt some resistance. She touched her abdomen, her beautiful eyes looking at Leon, filled with various indescribable emotions. Meeting Leon's gaze, Risvitha recalled the days when she was carrying Noya and Muin. That period was the loneliest and most helpless time for Risvitha. It was also the primary reason she now harbored an aversion to pregnancy. Leon responded to her gaze, knowing she didn't want to face this matter. But he still had to suggest to Risvitha to take a test. It wasn't because he was worried about the mother dragon. Well, maybe there was a tiny bit of worry, but it wasn't significant. The important thing was, if Risvitha was indeed pregnant again, then the child in her belly would also be Leon's. Humans have an innate love for blood relatives, just like his love for Muin and Noya. And he knew Risvitha was the same. Because Isabella had once told him about Risvitha's mindset when she was pregnant with the two sisters. What she feared now wasn't pregnancy, nor welcoming another new life, but rather the fear of facing everything alone again, just like in the past. Leon hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked to Risvitha's side, sitting down next to her. Risvitha subconsciously wanted to get up and move away from Leon, creating some distance between them. But as soon as her buttocks left the bed, she gave up on that idea. The couple leaned against each other like this, shoulder to shoulder, with moonlight streaming in through the window, casting light on Leon's profile. After a long silence, Leon spoke up. Let's take a test, okay? Rarely, there was a hint of coaxing in his tone. I'm not pregnant, Risvitha still emphasized softly. Her hands clenched into fists. Resting on her knees, her beautiful face filled with unease. Leon knew that, combined with all the adverse reactions she had been experiencing these days, she should have realized something by now. She just didn't want to face it yet. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently held Risvitha's hand. Leon's palm bore calluses from years of battle and countless minor injuries. But being held by such a hand, Risvitha felt deeply comforted. This feeling of comfort wasn't what one might call security. She never sought security from others, not even from Leon. What Risvitha lacked when she was pregnant with the two sisters last year was exactly this sense of comfort. Go and take the test. Otherwise, with all these strange adverse reactions tormenting you for so many days, you won't be at ease, will you? Leon persuaded. Pausing for a moment, he added, regardless of the result, I will face it with you. 2 years ago, that dungeon was the turning point for Leon and Risvitha's fate. If Leon hadn't held on until Risvitha came to see him that day, if Risvitha hadn't tasted his blood, if he had forgotten to use the blood temptation. So none of that would happen. Leon would become just one of many who perished on the battlefield against dragons, and Risvitha would continue to sit on her lofty throne. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Reality has already unfolded, and responsibilities come one after another. And in Leon's life creed, there's no room for evading responsibility. He loved Noya and Muin wholeheartedly, striving to do what a father should do, and he would also build this family with Risvitha. Therefore, when a new responsibility arrived, whether it came unexpectedly or not, Leon wouldn't choose to escape. The most important thing for a man is to take responsibility. If one can't even do that, what's the meaning of championships? What's the meaning of fame? Risvitha lowered her eyes. She didn't like hearing those grand principles, and Leon knew this, so he just made promises to her with his simplest and most sincere words. But Risvitha also understood that Leon's commitment to her wasn't, because he had feelings for her or anything like that. Leon was just fulfilling his duties and responsibilities as a husband of the family and a father of 2 children. As for herself, whether she was within his considerations, Risvitha didn't know. She didn't want to know either. But in any case, she was quite relieved that Leon was so sincere. At least he didn't gloat and say, "Ha ha ha, you're pregnant with my child again," like a brat. Risvitha would really hit him if he did that. Okay, I'll go take the test. Wait, do you have the tools? Risvitha stood up, walked to the cabinet, and crouched down to start searching. 2 years ago, someone made me pregnant in the dungeon. After that day, I bought a lot of pregnancy tests. Oh, I found it. Risvitha held a paper box containing a bunch of small items. She took one out and then went to the bathroom. Wait for me, 10 minutes. Okay. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, fiddling with his fingers. To be honest, he was a bit nervous too. It was impossible not to be nervous. If she really was pregnant, the Mother Dragon's temple would be bustling with activity. He would have to add a significant entry to his Chronicles of Captivity, having a second child with a dragon. And if his master, that old guy, found out that his beloved disciple had not only been eating and sleeping well for the past 2 years, but had also given him some grandchildren, he'd probably be overjoyed. The year Leon graduated from the academy, his master kept urging him to find a girlfriend, get married, and then have children to raise with him and his wife. His master said even the neighbor's grandchildren could help with chores in the field. He asked, "Are you going to rely on our donkey for the rest of your life? Go find a partner and bring her back by the end of the year." Leon replied, "Master, is it possible that I'm only 15 this year? Even the neighbor's grandchildren have to call me Big Brother." His master said, "You know nothing, you have to win at the starting line." Leon said, "Then why didn't you just adopt a baby directly when you adopted me? That would be the real starting line." His master gave him a kick. Leon shook his head, snapping out of his thoughts. Just then 10 minutes passed. Risvitha emerged from the bathroom. She stared at the pregnancy test kit in her hand, her expression solemn. Leon looked at her expression and probably guessed the test result, but he still tentatively asked, "So?" Rizvitha clicked her tongue lightly, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Can't you tell?" Still asking. With that, she sat back down on the bed, looking down at her toes. The couple fell into silence once again. After a moment, Leon asked, "When you were pregnant with Noya and Muin, did you have similar symptoms of dizziness and nausea? Haven't you considered the possibility of pregnancy these past few days?" "I did consider it, but I remember I took precautions every time, so I just thought it was because of work exhaustion." "And you didn't take a test?" Leon nodded towards the kit in her hand. Rizvitha shook her head, mumbling, "No." Leon scratched his nose. "So which time was it, the night at the hot spring?" Rizvitha recalled. Although that night at the hot spring was their most passionate, she was certain that she took precautions the next morning. So it couldn't be that time. "No, I took precautions that time," Rizvitha recalled, her mind racing. Could it be during the days with the bunny girl photos? During that period, Leon and she indeed had more assignments than usual. And Leon had absolute dominance, while she could only go along with him. But after careful consideration, even though the frequency increased and she lost control, she still remembered to take precautions. So she quickly dismissed this idea. "What about the night with Dragon Big Power?" Leon asked. At his words, the queen gasped for a breath of cold air. That was truly the night she least wanted to remember, with Leon having a seizure. He was truly a nightmare for her entire life. How dare this jerk even bring it up? But unfortunately, it wasn't that night either. The couple recounted their past sins, almost every encounter leaving a deep impression. Just starting to talk about it would bring back the entire process. It seemed like they were trying to figure out which occasion led to the result, but in reality, it felt more like settling their karma. However, they had no choice. They could only grit their teeth and endure the overwhelming sense of shame as they slowly recalled. Which occasion could it be? Suddenly, Leon slapped his palm and had a moment of realization. "Oh, I remember which time it was." "130. Vol 1ch, 130. Rizvitha raised her head, looking at him with suspicion. "Which time?" Leon replied firmly, "The time of blood confusion." At his words, Rizvitha was instantly jolted awake from her reverie, memories flooding back to the night when Leon succumbed to the blood confusion spell she cast. On that night of indulgence and confusion, Leon, under the spell's influence, continuously demanded from Rizvitha, and they indeed indulged in passionate intimacy throughout the entire night. However, it was on this very night that Rizvitha underestimated the side effects of the blood confusion on the body of a dragon king and inadvertently collapsed unconscious. And that one collapse lasted for 3 days. 3 whole days, well beyond the effective range of safety measures. Upon waking up, Rizvitha's head hadn't even cleared before Leon whisked her away to check in at the back of the temple. By the time she had recovered somewhat, she had long forgot about the safety precautions. Now, recalling it, it was indeed negligence upon negligence. The queen tightly shut her eyes, tapping her own head in frustration, muttering to herself, "How could this happen?" Beside her, Leon sighed. "It's too late for regrets now. You brought this upon yourself by using the blood confusion on me." Hearing this, Rizvitha immediately grew displeased. "What do you mean, I brought this upon myself? If you hadn't used it on me in the dungeon, would I have used it on you recently?" "Nonsense, if I hadn't used it, I would have died in the dungeon." "It doesn't matter now, it's not too late, I'll deal with you right now." With that, Rizvitha made it as if to choke Leon, but she didn't put much force into it, merely venting her frustration at her own previous carelessness. But Leon wasn't about to comply with her wishes. Seeing him immediately shrink his neck, tucking his chin, Rizvitha found herself at a loss. In the end, she could only helplessly vent her anger by pounding his shoulder a couple of times before turning away, folding her arms and sulking in silence. However, she wasn't angry about the pregnancy itself, nor was she upset about the second child in her belly. She was only frustrated with her own momentary carelessness and the consequences of her actions. She was worried and confused about the various chain events that followed her pregnancy. She still remembered how chaotic her life became after she became pregnant with the two sisters, Noya and Muin. The constant fatigue, morning sickness, dizziness, and various other strange symptoms made it impossible for her to focus on work. By the midterm of her pregnancy, Risvitha couldn't continue her normal duties, so she had to delegate tasks to Anna and focus on nurturing her pregnancy under the care of the maid group. However, a pregnant woman's emotions are very unpredictable. Adding to that, her unconventional method of pregnancy was difficult to discuss, and the culprit responsible for all of this was still unconscious in the nursery next door. This often left her feeling gloomy, and she could only alleviate her low spirits by writing letters to her sister, Isabella. Now, the culprit had awakened, and not only that, but with their efforts, they had successfully conceived a second child. It was as if the heavens had deliberately given Leon a chance to experience being a pregnant father. Please, she'd rather not have this chance. After a moment of silence, Risvitha sighed. Turning back around, she lowered her gaze, gently stroking her abdomen, and softly said, "As you said, since it has come to this, let's settle down and nurture the pregnancy. Do you have any experience with pregnancy care?" "Do you even know if I have experience?" Leon was speechless. "During the first pregnancy, I just passed out and woke up to a kid calling me daddy while running around everywhere. Do you think I have experience?" Risvitha smirked triumphantly. "So that's a no. It's okay, fortunately I do." "Haha, very funny," Leon grinned, with a teasing undertone. Despite being each other's first love, one of them had pregnancy experience while the other didn't, a situation often seen when one partner is on their second marriage while the other is on their first. Leon had seamlessly integrated his abstract life into his marital life with Risvitha. As a mortal, pulling a dragon into his life, Mr. Leon Casmode was truly one of a kind. "Since I have experience and you don't, I feel it's necessary to explain some pregnancy precautions to you," Risvitha said seriously. Leon shrugged. "I'm all ears." "I don't know how it is for humans during pregnancy, but for dragons, it often involves loss of appetite, excessive sleepiness, and mood swings. So, can you handle it if I get cranky with you?" Risvitha inquired. "Nope, if you get cranky with me, I'll blow up your Silver Dragon Temple," Leon said as if he meant it. "I don't believe you," Risvitha chuckled, seeing through Leon's tough talk. "You'll see," Leon sighed, closing his eyes and massaging his temples. "All right, but considering how you always contradict me for no reason, I think it's necessary to remind you. During pregnancy, the woman is the boss, okay?" Leon squinted, scrutinizing Risvitha. She smiled lightly, blinking her beautiful eyes back at him. Leon knew exactly what she was up to. Behind that radiant smile was her devious mind. Of course, she also knew that Leon knew what she was up to, but she dared to flaunt her schemes right in front of him. Risvitha dared to do this for one reason: she was pregnant. As she had said, during pregnancy, the woman is in charge. This applies to humans as well. However, the notion of the woman is in charge is based on the premise of a normal household. But take a look at this bizarre couple's household. Is it normal? It's not normal at all. Leon probably anticipated that in the days to come, this mother dragon would use the excuse of "I'm pregnant" to torture him. But he had no choice. After all, Risvitha unexpectedly becoming pregnant with their second child wasn't solely her achievement. This situation was different from the Playboy Bunny threat, Black History, or retreat when the enemy advances, attack when the enemy is tired, tactics they had used before. This time, Leon didn't have many options. He could only play it by ear and adapt as things unfolded. "Okay, the woman is in charge, you call the shots," Leon said. Risvitha smiled satisfactorily. "Very good, very enlightened." She lowered her head, looking at her still inconspicuous belly, recalling the complex emotions she felt when she confirmed her pregnancy for the first time: anxiety, apprehension, resentment, and anger. Let's immerse ourselves once again in this moment. Despite feeling some regret, there's more joy and contentment in anticipation of welcoming a new life. After pondering for a moment, the queen murmured softly, "I wonder who this little one will take after when they're born." Leon, ever attentive, immediately interjected, "They'll definitely take after me more." Seemingly, challenging Hrisvitha had become second nature to him. Of course, the same applied to Hrisvitha. Hrisvitha raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. "Dragon Slayer, where does your confidence come from?" "Noya and Muin give me confidence," Leon replied with conviction. Hrisvitha snorted. "What confidence do two daughters give you? They clearly take after me more." Leon shrugged, presenting his evidence. "I've seen your childhood photos at your sister's house. They clearly resemble me more than you." Hrisvitha raised an eyebrow, her mind working, then calmly replied, "But they have tails." "Noya's elemental affinity is the same as mine. Both of us are lightning-based," Leon countered. Hrisvitha repeated calmly, "You're right, but they have tails. Their hair color is predominantly black, which is like mine. That's got to count for something, right?" Leon tried again. But they have tails," Hrisvitha reiterated. Leon exasperatedly exclaimed, "Can we please stop talking about tails?" The queen shook her head with a smile. "No, we can't." The tail was the most obvious difference between humans and dragons. As long as Hrisvitha held onto this point, no matter what evidence Leon presented, he couldn't overcome the obstacle of tails. Frustrated, the Dragon Slayer stood up abruptly, pointing at Hrisvitha's belly with determination. "Baby, when you're born, you're not allowed to have a tail. Do you hear me?" 131. Vol 1ch, 131. Hrisvitha's pregnancy hadn't been disclosed to Anna and the others yet. It had only been less than 2 months since conception. If the dragon clan chose viviparous reproduction, then from conception to birth, the process was similar to humans, taking about 10 months. Pregnancy for 10 months, with the belly showing in April. Thus, Hrisvitha planned to wait some time before telling her trusted confidants about her condition. Revealing it too early might divert their attention from serving the king, potentially hindering the normal functioning of the Silver Dragon Temple. It was well known that the Silver Dragon Queen was a workaholic, a trait that wouldn't change even during pregnancy. Besides, during the early stages of pregnancy, working with normal intensity wouldn't affect the fetus. However, the couple planned to inform their 2 daughters in a couple of days, after Noya returned home from vacation. They would soon have a new sister or brother, and even though the 2 sisters were still children, they had the right to know about the new addition to the family. Several nights later, Leon lay on the bed in the nursery, hands behind his head, staring straight up at the ceiling. On his bedside table were 3 books: Pregnancy Precautions, Nutritional Needs of Dragons During Pregnancy, and Prenatal Education Techniques. Don't let your dragon baby lose at the starting line. He had learned some tips on taking care of pregnant women from the first 2 books, but those were more relevant to the midterm of pregnancy. Hrisvitha was barely 2 months pregnant, so it was still too early. However, the last book could prompt Leon to take some action right away. A few days after confirming Hrisvitha's pregnancy, the couple immediately argued about whether Noya and Muin looked more like one of them. However, it was less about whether they resembled their father or mother, and more about whether they resembled humans or dragons. After all, both of them held strong feelings about their respective races. After some debate, Hrisvitha successfully countered Leon's arguments with "they both have tails," a fact that couldn't be denied. The 2 young dragonesses were just over a year old, and even though Noya was relatively precocious, her mental faculties were still not fully developed. Therefore, from a psychological perspective, it was impossible to determine whether they resembled humans or dragons more. Thus, the debate had to rely on outward appearances, and the result was a complete victory for Hrisvitha. That night, as Leon was about to leave, Hrisvitha couldn't resist delivering one last blow. "They'll even grow dragon horns when they reach adulthood. Look forward to that." Leon, looking forward to it, sigh. Defeated but not discouraged, Leon refused to give up. Although the dragon traits were more pronounced in their daughters than the human ones, Noya's elemental affinity was the same as his, which indicated that human genes still had a fighting chance against dragon genes. Moreover, during Hrisvitha's first pregnancy, Leon was unconscious and didn't participate. So, if the entire pregnancy followed the dragon way, it wouldn't be surprising for the offspring to lean more towards being dragons. But now that Leon was awake, he wanted to assert his position in the family. On a smaller scale, this was a way for a father to seek recognition within the family. On a grander scale, this was a pivotal moment to prove that human genes were stronger and superior to dragon genes. As the saying goes, one small step for Leon, one giant leap for humanity. If he didn't take action, who would? Leon grew increasingly excited, feeling as though the weight of all humanity rested on his shoulders. In the first season, both daughters leaned more towards being dragons, and he missed the championship. But now, he was poised and determined to win in the second season. If he failed, so be it. Leon sat up, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was past 3 in the morning. Risvitha should be asleep by now. He was a man of action, and since he had already decided to go all out for the second child, there was no time to waste. He needed to act now. Leon hadn't been idle these past few days. He had already devised a preliminary plan called the How to Make the Second Child More Human plan, or simply the Second Child Plan. The first step of this plan was prenatal education. By exposing Risvitha's unborn baby to human culture, it might lean more towards being human after birth. With this in mind, Leon got out of bed, rummaged through the room for the prenatal education props, and then quietly made his way to Risvitha's room. However, as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Risvitha always locks her door when she sleeps. I better just climb over the balcony. Their rooms were adjacent, so he could easily climb from his balcony to Risvitha's. In the quiet of the night, Mr. Casmode slipped into his wife's room via the balcony, all in the pursuit of making their second child more like himself. He was truly dedicated. The moon and stars in the night sky provided the perfect cover for his covert operation. Leon easily climbed onto Risvitha's balcony and silently opened the door to her room. On the spacious and soft bed, the queen lay sleeping peacefully. Her slender arms were tucked under the blanket, her head slightly turned, and silver strands of hair cascaded down her face, with a small braid loose by her temple. She breathed evenly, her sleeping visage serene and beautiful. Leon silently sat down beside her. But rather than immediately starting his second child plan, he decided to first test whether Risvitha was in a deep sleep. "Hey, Risvitha, wake up. It's urgent," Leon whispered softly. Risvitha showed no response. "Excellent, the pregnant woman's sleep quality is good," Leon muttered to himself. He then took out a small item from his pocket, the image stone. It wasn't particularly rare. He had found it in a shop during a casual stroll through the Silver Dragon tribe's settlement the day before. Initially intending to purchase it, the shopkeeper had insisted on giving it to him for free, claiming it was an honor for the shop to have their prince buy something from them. Leon promised to speak highly of the shopkeeper to Risvitha and even suggested her as a brand ambassador. However, Leon's real purpose in acquiring the image stone was to record some prenatal education stories. With the image stone held in his hands, Leon nervously bit his lower lip as he carefully placed it on Risvitha's belly. Once he had it in position, he cautiously released his grip and glanced at Risvitha. She still hadn't stirred. Leon then activated the image stone. Although there was no visual display, Leon's voice gradually emanated from it. Once upon a time, in a distant land on the western continent, a wise and brave race was born. They called themselves humans. It was from a historical book that Leon had found in Risvitha's private library. Of course, how could a book written by dragons describe humans as wise and brave? So, the content played by the image stone had been carefully edited and polished by Leon. Humans are a great and noble race, courageous and determined. They are resilient and unyielding, always fighting for a better tomorrow. At this point, Leon paused the image stone and addressed Risvitha's belly, saying, "Listen, my little one, humans are the greatest race in the world. The glory of the dragons is all just talk. Your dad used to slice through them like chopping vegetables, so you should strive to be more like humans in the future, okay?" Resuming the playback, the storytelling segment concluded. Leon then put away the image stone and earnestly said, "Sweetheart, you've learned about the origins of humans. Now let Dad lighten the mood a bit. How about a recitation of a poem? Let's recite. Humans are great, no need for words. Unfortunately, although he could find sellers of image stones in the Silver Dragon tribe settlement, he couldn't find anyone willing to recite about the greatness of humans. It'd just become dragon rape, wouldn't it? So Leon can only take matters into his own hands. I saw him clear his throat, looking serious, and with great solemnity, he recited to Risvitha's small belly meticulously. Ah, humans, you are so great. The dazzling sun rises in the east, awakening those determined and brave people. Look, they unite and cooperate, facing challenges together. What selflessness, what dedication. Friends come, we treat them with delicious food. Dragons come, we wield swords to confront them. Every evil dragon king will be defeated by humans. Ah, the greatness of humans needs no more words. Second child, Dad, stop it. Isn't this art form a bit too advanced for me right now? (132). Vol 1ch, 132. The next morning at breakfast time, after Muin finished eating, he jumped off his chair excitedly and went to the backyard practice ground to wait for Leon, preparing for today's magic learning. Leon and Risvitha were almost finished eating on their side. Risvitha had little appetite. She clenched one fist lazily, supporting her head with her hand, and with the other hand, she idly played with the slices of bread on her plate. The queen lowered her eyes and slowly spoke, "Last night." When Leon heard her say, "last night," he immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Risvitha nervously. Could it be that she noticed the prenatal education from last night? "I had a nightmare last night," Risvitha said. She put down her fork and met Leon's gaze, her expression not indicating any intention to deceive Leon. It seemed like she really just had a nightmare. Leon breathed a sigh of relief internally. What kind of nightmare? "I dreamt." Risvitha took a deep breath, as if even saying the contents of the nightmare required courage. "I turned into a human and even praised the greatness of humans. Dragons bless, it was too terrifying." Leon's mind raced. "My prenatal education plan from last night may not have had any effect on the second baby, but it seems to have worked quite well on you." Initially, Leon was worried about his poetry recitation skills, thinking he might not have the talent. But if it can give the mother dragon nightmares, then it's good poetry recitation. In that case, he must redouble his efforts and instill more of human cultural essence into the second baby. The baby will surely love it. "Second baby, father, for the sake of me calling you father, please stop. Awkwardness can happen once, but it shouldn't happen a second time." But since last night's incident wasn't discovered, Leon didn't intend to express any opinions on Risvitha's nightmare. Better to say less and make fewer mistakes. He lowered his head and continued to finish the remaining food. Seeing Leon had no intention of discussing the topic with her, Risvitha turned and asked, "What are you planning to teach Muin today?" Leon's mind raced. Basic fire magic. He didn't want another eggplant feast just because he didn't teach his daughter fire magic. Plus, there was some initial stubbornness in only teaching lightning magic, to spite Risvitha. But Leon wasn't really childish. Their precious daughter had the rare awakening of twin talents. How could they waste it? They would definitely need to learn on dual tracks. Risvitha nodded. Teaching her how to control the transformation of fire element's form will suffice. As for Dragon's Flame, I'll take charge of teaching her in a couple of days. Dragon's Flame was a dragon-exclusive skill. Even if other races learned the release methods and techniques, it wouldn't be of much use. "All right," Leon replied, putting down his fork and then standing up. "I'll go find Muin." Risvitha withdrew her gaze, lowered her head to look at the slices of bread on her plate, hesitated for a moment, and then took a small bite. A wave of nausea rushed over her. She furrowed her lovely brows and quickly picked up her water cup, taking a sip to suppress the feeling. Phew, quite a hassle. Risvitha leaned back in her chair, gently touching her still relatively flat abdomen. "My dear, Mommy will endure a lot for you." She looked up at the ceiling, intending to continue with, "So you should listen to Mommy once you're born." But she paused, realizing that was something for 8 months from now. It was too early. So, as the words reached her lips, she changed tack. So, let's transfer some of this hardship to Daddy. I'm sure he won't mind. Hardship might not disappear magically, but it could be shifted from one person to another, right, my dear captive Tilda. After awakening to her elemental affinity, Muin's daily routine consisted of learning magic with her father in the mornings at the practice ground, and then spending the afternoons consolidating her foundational knowledge in the library. After all, talent alone wasn't enough. Continuous learning and improvement were necessary to progress. Every afternoon, after teaching Muin enough, Leon would take some time to check his own mana condition. He quietly entered the library's restroom, locked the door behind him, and then approached the mirror, pulling open his shirt to reveal the silver dragon mark on his chest. Since discovering the true cause of his mana depletion last time, Leon had taken some remedial measures. He looked at the dragon mark on his chest, sensing the flow of mana within him, and muttered to himself, "It seems the remedial measures are starting to show results. If I keep this up, I should be able to accumulate a considerable amount of mana by Noya's winter break." Leon's remedial measures weren't particularly complex. Previously, when researching the cause of mana depletion, Leon discovered that something within his body would steal mana as he gathered it. This something had a partner, or little brother, which was the dragon mark. The two divided the spoils, unaffected by each other. Leon decided to take action based on this discovery. Since the mana within the dragon mark wouldn't be stolen by that something, he began storing some of his mana inside the dragon mark. Put simply, the dragon mark became Leon's mana bank, allowing him to freely deposit or withdraw mana. To be honest, even Risvitha probably didn't know about this function of the dragon mark, and it was quite coincidental that Leon discovered it. And the remedy he devised proved to be highly effective. Now, Leon spent several hours every night condensing mana. A small portion was stored in the dragon mark, while the rest had to be reluctantly offered to its mysterious big brother. Though this method was slower in accumulating mana, it was much better than having nothing left as before. In fact, a few days ago, Leon had some concerns about his remedy. Would the mother dragon take away the mana stored in the dragon mark when offering his homework? After all, the essence of this homework was to transfer a part of his essence into the recipient's body. Would the mana also be transferred in this process? If so, how much? If Leon diligently saved mana for half a month, only to have it all taken by Risvitha when offering his homework, it would be a significant loss. However, after confirming Risvitha's pregnancy with their second child and Leon's diligent study of post-pregnancy knowledge, he discovered that it was not advisable for couples to engage in intimate activities during pregnancy. Finally, this gave Leon a legitimate reason not to offer his homework. "Mother Dragon, for the sake of the child, please endure these 8 months." He straightened his clothes and casually left the restroom. Time flew by during their studies. At dinner, Muin enthusiastically shared with Risvitha what she had learned today. Risvitha patiently listened, her face adorned with an aunt's comforting smile. Leon didn't disturb the mother-daughter duo. He quietly finished his meal and returned to his room. Lately, he had been returning quite early and hadn't been playing cooking games with Muin as much. He had to prioritize storing mana, so he had to temporarily set aside other activities. Back in his room, Leon sat cross-legged on the bed and began to condense magical energy. As usual, most of the mana was transferred to a part of his body he couldn't perceive, while a small portion was stored in the dragon mark. Adjusting his breathing, he focused on his task. He didn't know how much time had passed when he finally opened his eyes and looked at the clock on the wall. Oh, it's already past 2 in the morning. He was always focused when doing something, and condensing mana required a great deal of attention, so he hadn't noticed how late it had become. But strangely, Leon didn't feel tired. He glanced at the bedside table, where several books on pregnancy precautions were placed, and an idea sparked in his mind. Second baby plan, activate. They had promised to continuously instill human cultural essence into their second child, so how could they skip a day? Leon had secretly prepared tonight's program to satisfy their second child. He packed up the props for prenatal education, replicated his previous actions, and checked the balcony. Then, he opened the balcony door and quietly slipped into Hrisvitha's bedroom, closing the door behind him. Bathed in the faint moonlight, he tiptoed to Hrisvitha's bedside. However, when he tried to test whether Hrisvitha was already asleep, he was surprised to find that she wasn't there. Leon's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly reached out to feel under the covers. The warmth lingering in the bedding indicated that Hrisvitha had left not long ago, but the bathroom light wasn't on, meaning she hadn't gone there. As his brain raced, Leon heard the sound of the door lock clicking at the entrance of the room. Soon after, he heard the gradually approaching footsteps. Leon widened his eyes slightly, staring intently at the bedroom door. Uh-oh. (133) Vol 1ch, 133. 10 minutes ago, Hrisvitha lay in bed tossing and turning, finding it difficult to fall asleep. There wasn't anything particularly bothering her. It was just a normal insomnia reaction during pregnancy. When she was pregnant with Noya and Muin, she often couldn't fall asleep before midnight. She lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling, the blanket pulled up to her mouth, leaving only her nose exposed for breathing. Her hands were gently placed on her abdomen, a rather quiet, sleeping posture. Her silver eyes shone like beautiful crystals in the night, blinking intermittently. This dragon, once she couldn't sleep, she tended to overthink. Even Hrisvitha was no exception. Her thoughts wandered from various embarrassing moments in her childhood to the current pregnancy with their second child. Over 200 years, worth of memories passed through her mind in just a few seconds. The queen wasn't very familiar with human culture, so she didn't know that this behavior was called carousel thinking by humans. But often, just before humans fell asleep, they would review every detail of their lives. After reminiscing, Hrisvitha closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep, but she felt no drowsiness at all. She blinked and fluttered her long eyelashes, remembering the conversation she had with Leon during breakfast today. Hrisvitha briefly recalled the conversation and realized that they both seemed to be deliberately avoiding the topic of the second child. She didn't know exactly what Leon was thinking, but he had said on the night they confirmed the pregnancy that no matter what, he would face it together with her. She knew Leon wouldn't lie to her. However, inexplicably, Hrisvitha wanted to hear more from him. She wanted to know more about his inner feelings and thoughts regarding this second pregnancy. During pregnancy, all sorts of inexplicable thoughts tend to pop into one's mind, even ones that Hrisvitha herself wasn't consciously aware of. But she couldn't just ask Leon directly. That stubborn man would never easily share his true feelings with her. Wait a minute, true feelings. Hrisvitha suddenly sat up in bed, softly and slowly murmuring the words true feelings. Then she glanced at the clock. 2:25 in the morning. The queen smirked to herself. Isn't it just perfect, my dear captive? I happen to want to play a little game of truth or dare with you at this time. She threw off the covers, slipped on her dragon wing slippers, threw on a sleep robe, and headed out of the room. Hrisvitha cautiously pushed open Leon's bedroom door. She never locked the door when Leon was sleeping, making it easier for her to conduct surprise homework checks. At first, Leon tried to resist by locking the door tightly, turning the lock left and right 3 times. But it proved futile because Hrisvitha had the master key that could open all the rooms in the Silver Dragon Temple. Even if Leon turned the lock into a flower, it wouldn't stop her. Hrisvitha quietly opened the door and silently made her way to Leon's bedroom. It happened to be 2:30 in the morning. She reached the bedside, intending to ask Leon about his thoughts on the second child, but was surprised to find that the man wasn't there. Frowning, Hrisvitha muttered, "Where is he?" Snooze, snooze, came a soft sound. The curtains on the side fluttered as the wind blew, making a rustling sound. Hrisvitha glanced over and noticed that Leon's balcony door was open. Sleeping with the balcony door open in this season. Even if you were the strongest dragon slayer, wouldn't you catch a cold the next morning? Hrisvitha walked slowly to the balcony, looking left and right, but she didn't see anything unusual. However, she also didn't find any trace of Leon. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, where did he wander off to? She muttered to herself, her gaze falling on the balcony of her own room. She blinked and cautiously walked over. Standing at the balcony railing, Risvitha looked down and noticed some footprints and marks of friction on the railing. She examined them carefully and concluded that these marks were made just recently. In an instant, the queen realized what had happened. She immediately turned around and hurriedly walked back to her own room. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. It must be Risvitha. But under no circumstances could she let that mother dragon find him in her bedroom in the middle of the night. Otherwise, she would have countless reasons to blame Leon. Accuse him of plotting, accuse him of scheming for the throne, accuse him of not being able to resist talking about their homework. Just say it straight to her instead of sneaking around like this. O tilde no. How could I, Casmode, allow myself to be tainted by others in this life of mine, clear and righteous? I must find a solution, quickly. Leon anxiously looked around, brainstorming various strategies in his mind. Should he climb back in through the balcony? No, Risvitha was already through the foyer, and in a few seconds, she would be back in her bedroom. There wasn't enough time, and there was even a risk of being caught in the middle by her. If that mother dragon said, "You can't move now, can you, Dragon Slayer?" it would be all over. Since he couldn't climb back in through the balcony, then hide under the bed. No, that would be too undignified. It would be beneath him as a top-notch dragon slayer. Leon scanned the room like a sophisticated AI, analyzing the pros and cons of hiding in various corners. Finally, he settled on the study. Risvitha usually loved reading, but she wouldn't be reading in the middle of the night, right? Once his decision was made, Leon swiftly darted into the study. At the moment he closed the door behind him, Risvitha stepped into the bedroom. She knew Leon was in the house, but she didn't rush to expose him. Catching prey in the trap was something to savor, to enjoy. However, she needed to confirm where he was hiding first. Risvitha glanced at the balcony and then under the bed, finding no sign of Leon. That left only the bathroom and the study. The bathroom door was open, indicating he wasn't there. That meant the study was the only place he could be hiding. Risvitha understood Leon's mindset too well at this moment. He must be planning to wait until she fell asleep and then slip away quietly, undetected. Then, the next morning, he would act as if nothing had happened. And indeed, hidden in the study, Leon pressed himself against the door, listening intently to the sounds coming from the bedroom. Why did Risvitha understand Leon's thoughts so well? It was because not long ago, during the bunny girl incident, she sneaked into Leon's room to find those bunny girl photos, only to be caught red-handed by Leon, cornered in the bathroom. Gee, that was truly a memorable day. She almost started hating the bathroom because of that incident. And now the tables have turned, roles reversed. Because she once got caught in the rain, she's now going to snatch Leon's umbrella. You're waiting for me to go to bed, aren't you? Fine, I'll sleep and let you listen. Risvitha deliberately walked to the side of the bed with slightly heavy steps, then lifted the covers twice, creating the sound of covering herself, making Leon think she had already laid down. Then, she took off her shoes and quietly walked to the door of the study, silently waiting for someone to open the door from inside. Risvitha breathed lightly. She knew that in tense situations, the senses would be particularly acute. Leon must be just one door away from her now. If she suddenly banged on the door now, it would definitely scare the living daylights out of that man. But that momentary fear and shock would be too cheap for him. Risvitha wanted to torture him slowly, just like before, to enjoy his helpless appearance. So time passed second by second. About 20 minutes later, Leon hiding in the study thought that Risvitha should be almost asleep. After listening for any movement and confirming there were no sounds, he gently pressed down the door handle. Freedom, he would soon be free. Opening this door, walking through the corridor, returning to his room, and then covering himself with the blanket, burying his head to sleep deeply. Tomorrow, waking up as if nothing had happened. Plan failed. Leon bit his tongue, as if all the strength in his body was concentrated in the hand pressing down on the door handle. But the movement was still gentle and slow, afraid to make any noise. Click, it opened. Leon gently pulled the door open, ready to greet that. Hi, dear captive, didn't expect you to love studying so much. sneaking into my study to read in the dead of night. Bam! Leon slammed the door shut heavily, then leaned back against the door, breathing heavily. Outside the door, Risvitha remained calm, a smile playing at her lips, and she said calmly, "Open the door." No response. Risvitha chuckled, then cleared her throat. Next up is Miss Melkvy's request for Mr. Leon, a song called "Open the Door." Please enjoy. Little Leon, open the door, I want to come in Tilda. You give up, Mother Dragon, I won't open the door for you. Listening to Leon's response, which mirrored her own earlier, Risvitha covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Is this what it feels like to have someone trapped? Fantastic. Everyone says there's no such thing as a perfect shared experience, but Risvitha just wanted to say that they haven't encountered this queen and her captive. Now, at this moment, she perfectly understands how Leon felt at that time. The melodious song came through, but behind the door, Leon felt it was the whisper of death. He couldn't open the door. Absolutely not. I'll drag this out as long as I can. Open the door, Leon. Do you want to hide in there forever? Come out, I won't do anything to you, Risvitha said. Leon blinked, as if remembering something, and hurriedly said, You really can't do anything to me, Risvitha. You're pregnant now, we can't do. I know, that's why I said it. Come out and talk to me. Risvitha also knew that during pregnancy, intercourse was not allowed. So, she really couldn't do anything to herself. Leon breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously opened the door to the study. The silver-haired beauty leaned against the door frame, hands crossed over her chest, smiling as she looked at Leon. Coming to my room in the dead of night, what do you want? Leon's gaze shifted, stuttering, nothing. Not talking, all right, I have ways to make you talk. Leon swallowed nervously. After all, he had trespassed into the mother dragon's boudoir without justification, so he naturally lost the upper hand. He scrutinized Risvitha, wondering what other tricks she had besides submitting assignments. Risvitha's beautiful eyes stared at him, and then, it seemed like something was moving beneath her nightgown. The next moment, a silver tail slowly emerged from beneath the hem of her dress. Leon stared at the agile tail, as if suddenly realizing something terrifying. No way, Risvitha, you wouldn't do that, right? (134) Vol 1ch, 134. Leon knew he was in the wrong, especially since he was fighting a losing battle in Risvitha's room, completely devoid of any advantage. Initially, he had hoped that the excuse of can't submit assignments during pregnancy would save him from this predicament. But evidently, this mother dragon seemed to have other means to torment him. The silver tail swayed gently beneath Risvitha's skirt as she stepped forward into the study. Her eyes shimmered with amusement, her smile seductive, as if she were scrutinizing prey with no escape. The silver tail lifted slightly, hooking onto the door frame, and slowly closed the door. Click! The lock closed, sealing off any path to freedom for Leon. Leon's gaze trailed down from Risvitha's face, all the way to her delicate ankles. Then, following Risvitha's pace, he slowly retreated, until his knees bumped against the armrest of the chair behind him. In an instant, Leon's footing faltered, and he fell back into the chair. Leon inwardly cursed, realizing that sitting or lying down in front of this mother dragon, what difference did it make from a little lamb wandering into a wolf's den? But just as Leon was about to get up, Risvitha pressed down on him, and then, with a very standard duck sit, she sat on his lap. This was the chair in Risvitha's study, not particularly small in size, just enough for the two of them to sit in such a posture. It was a distance that made one's face flush and heart race, with the beauty's warm breath so close, her soft chest pressed tightly against him. She seldom dressed up, knowing full well how remarkable her assets were. Her long legs were sandwiched between Leon's thighs, the backs of her feet pressed against the chair, toes pointing upwards. Her tail naturally hung down, the tip lightly teasing Leon's shins. Leon's hands tightly gripped the armrests, and Risvitha could clearly feel his resistance. But the more he resisted, the more Risvitha wanted to slowly torment him. What exactly are you doing in my room? Sneaking around, it can't be anything good. Risvitha said, her fingertips dancing on his cheek, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Leon turned his face away, refusing to look at her. Nothing, just got lost. Risvitha chuckled at this stiff excuse, her soft body pressing closer, her slender arms resting on his seductive eyes locked onto him. Got lost and ended up in my room? Seems like I'm quite important in your heart, huh? You're mistaken, you're not important to me at all. HMPH, you're not important to me either. Haha, then we're even, Leon began to babble, feigning ignorance to buy time. But it was only a temporary delay. What was meant to happen would still happen. Snap, Risvitha lightly tapped his face. Even, right now I have the upper hand, and you have to listen to me obediently. Leon swallowed nervously. Well, during pregnancy, you can't do anything to me. Who said anything about having to do anything? As long as I can get you to submit your assignments, does it matter what methods I use? With that said, Risvitha used her flexible tail to coil around Leon's thighs, circling them slowly. Her strength was well controlled, allowing Leon to feel the pressure without discomfort. Leon's heart sank. Could it really be as he feared? Mother Dragon, don't use your tail. Risvitha wrapped her arms around Leon's neck, tilting her head slightly and blinking her lively silver eyes, knowingly asking, "Why can't I use my tail? Don't you usually enjoy wrapping it around your waist?" With that, the queen gave a seductive smile, lightly caressing Leon's lips with her warm lips. Remember the night at the hot spring? I clearly retracted my tail, but you insisted on me showing it. Well then, this time I'll satisfy your love for my tail, thoroughly satisfy you. This peculiar couple shared a common, very strange psychological phenomenon. They could demand or command each other to do things, but couldn't voluntarily engage in them. Like the matter of the tail. Leon could command Risvitha to involve her tail in their assignment submission process, but if Risvitha used her tail of her own volition, Leon couldn't accept it. In other words, it was a matter of coercion versus willingness. They both enjoyed coercing each other, not necessarily into doing things they didn't like, but simply coercion. Risvitha, stop. Stop the tail. Whatever, just stop it already. Leon struggled while speaking. But Risvitha's palm gently pressed against his chest. Don't move recklessly, Dragon Slayer. The tail is different from hands and feet. I don't have such precise control over it. Risvitha pushed him back and continued. If I accidentally apply too much force, tusk, what if I break it? Do you really have to use your tail? What, are you suggesting I use my feet like last time? Better not. Afterward, I'll have to drag my wise body to wash your feet. Leon turned his head away, refusing to look at Risvitha was his last stubbornness. But the chair and the bed were different. The space was limited, so no matter how he turned his head, Risvitha would come back into his view with just a slight movement of her body. As she moved, the softness in front of her chest would slightly compress and rub against him, adding burden to Leon's gun pressing. After careful consideration, it's better not to move recklessly. Risvitha's tail gradually wrapped around its true target. It was like a flexible and seductive snake, exerting moderate pressure on Leon just like before, not making him uncomfortable. However, Risvitha was somewhat dissatisfied because Leon seemed a bit like a wilted eggplant, limp. She glanced at him again. Sure enough, there he was, forcing himself to remain calm as if he were an old monk in meditation. Fine, Dragon Slayer. Is it because I suddenly changed the method, making it feel a bit strange? Or is it because it's too monotonous, so it can't satisfy the cravings in your heart? Risvitha gently pinched Leon's chin, her cheek resting on his shoulder, her warm breath flowing into his ear, creating a tingling sensation. Your good friend seems like he hasn't fully woken up, Dragon Slayer. What's going on? Leon glanced at her and coldly snorted. A mere tale affecting my Tao heart? Daydreaming. Heh, your mouth is still as stubborn as ever. All right, since a mere tale doesn't do much, I'll add something else. Leon's heart skipped a beat. What, there's more? Risvitha leaned in closer, her soft lips gently touching his burning earlobe. In the next moment, a spine-tingling dragon's roar echoed right into Leon's ears. As a top dragon slayer, one must have a highly sensitive perception of dragon sounds. This acute hearing had often helped Leon avert danger on the battlefield. But the battlefield wasn't just about shedding blood and sweat. Just like now, Leon wished he didn't have ears. Watching Leon's reaction, Hrisvitha smiled satisfactorily. "Is my voice pleasant to listen to?" Blushing furiously, Leon gritted his teeth, glaring at Hrisvitha. Despicable. In the rivalry between archenemies, what's despicable and what's not? As long as it works. With a slightly flushed face, Hrisvitha smiled seductively. "Judging by your reaction, it seems like this trick is quite effective. Shall we continue?" Under the resonance of the dragon tattoo, Hrisvitha's dragon's roar wasn't dry or forced. It was filled with deep affection. Leon gradually lost himself in this dragon chant. Hrisvitha smirked knowingly. Now they could move on to the next step. She controlled her tail with ease and agility. In fact, just now she was intimidating Leon. When it comes to controlling tails, the precision of the dragon clan is very high. "135. Vol 1ch, 135. After a round, Hrisvitha sat on the desk, her nightdress draped casually over her body, thin straps dangling, her fragrant shoulders enticing. She lowered her gaze to her tail tip, her brows involuntarily furrowing slightly. But soon she snorted coldly, deciding to make Leon play the foot-washing slave again later. With that in mind, Hrisvitha looked up at Leon in front of her. The dragon slayer had his hands on the chair's armrests, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if contemplating life. The queen's mind stirred slightly, then she slowly raised her exquisite fair foot, lightly stepping on the dragon tattoo on Leon's chest. The resonance of the dragon tattoo gradually faded, seemingly leaving behind a few faint arcs of blue light. Hrisvitha raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" "What?" "The light on the dragon tattoo." Hrisvitha pointed her chin towards his chest. "Why is it blue?" Leon glanced down, reaching out to grasp Hrisvitha's delicate ankle, removing her tender foot from his chest. Sure enough, the dragon tattoo faintly shimmered with blue light, but it quickly extinguished. Hrisvitha wrested her foot from his grasp, placing it back on his chest. "You don't know either." Leon pursed his lips, knowing full well what it was. It was the magic he had been containing within the dragon tattoo for the past few days. After some experimentation, the combination of this magic with the characteristics of the dragon tattoo caused the phenomenon of blue light flickering. And Leon speculated that regardless of the method, as long as there was involvement of the dragon tattoo, the magic he contributed to it would be consumed. Leon tried to sense it, and indeed, his power had decreased somewhat, but thankfully not entirely. This brought a slight sense of balance to Leon's heart. Perhaps it lost control again. Didn't it also lose control once at the hot spring last time? Leon offered a seemingly plausible explanation. Hrisvitha nodded thoughtfully. "Is that so? But this time's loss of control seems quite good." Leon was puzzled. "Good." Yes, even though it didn't follow the rules as before. Just using the tail, theoretically, there shouldn't have been much sensation. Hrisvitha reminisced about the process just now and then said, "But I feel quite good, numb, tingly, comfortable." Leon gave her a sidelong glance. "Mother Dragon, do you know why you feel this way?" "Because it's filled with noble lightning elemental magic. Otherwise, how could just a small dragon tattoo make you feel that way?" "Dream on." Hrisvitha bit her lip, her warm soul slowly tracing down Leon's chest. When it reached his abdomen, Leon promptly grabbed her ankle. "What are you doing?" Hrisvitha tilted her head slightly, playfully asking, "You intrude into my boudoir in the middle of the night, don't you think one punishment is enough?" Because the method just now was simple and not a complete set of procedures like before, the couple still had a lot of energy left. And obviously, whether it was to punish Leon or for some other reason, Hrisvitha was still somewhat unsatisfied, so she wanted a second round. This time, she intended to use censored. Leon thought to himself that he couldn't afford to come again. He had finally saved up some magical energy. He needed to use it in the right place. "Enough, Mother Dragon. You're pregnant now." Leon brought up the pregnancy, attempting to suppress Hrisvitha. Risvitha leaned back slightly, supporting herself with her hands. So what if I'm pregnant? I didn't force you to come to bed with me. Leon's eyes flickered, and he immediately retorted. What I mean is, it's almost 4 in the morning now. Pregnant women shouldn't stay up late. This excuse was quite good. Risvitha had no immediate reason to refute, but she still didn't plan to let Leon off easily. We don't have to continue, but you have to tell me, what were you coming to my room for in the first place? The questions circled back to the beginning. Leon realized that if he didn't come up with a perfect excuse today, Risvitha wouldn't let him leave. After thinking it over, Leon decided to play the family card, even though he had no familial bond with this dragoness. But when you had no other cards to play, sentimentality was always a good choice. I was worried about you, so I wanted to see if you were sleeping well. Leon gazed into Risvitha's eyes, affectionate. Risvitha was taken aback, worried about me. Yes, you're pregnant now. Your body often feels uncomfortable. Although we usually can't stand each other, I can still see the bigger picture. Now you're the most important one in our family, so we can put aside our grievances for the time being. In just a few sentences, Leon packaged himself as a high-quality, forgiving human male. Little did he know, he was about to melt Risvitha's heart. Risvitha covered her mouth with both hands, staring at Leon in a daze, her silver eyes trembling slightly as if she had something to say. Seeing her reaction, Leon knew his hastily concocted excuse had worked. So he seized the opportunity and continued, I know you must feel the same way, right? Hey, we're actually quite similar. We both love this family, and now, I've just shifted my concern for this family onto you, Risvitha. I care about you. Leon, she still covered her mouth, her voice muffled. Yes. Is she getting moved? Is she about to shed a tear? Please don't cry or else. I'm going to throw up, Risvitha said. Morning sickness? Leon asked. No, I'm about to throw up because you're gross. Risvitha closed her eyes, swallowed hard, then breathed a sigh of relief, her expression softening slightly. Phew, okay, continue. Wait, what? What's wrong, Mother Dragon? Is the high-quality human male not affecting you at all? Is your heart made of granite? No feelings whatsoever. Oh, Leon realized. She's a dragon, after all. High-quality humans aren't really her thing. Risvitha tilted her head slightly, enjoying Leon's helpless expression, and smiled. Do you really care about me? Leon blinked, sensing trouble ahead. Well, actually, it's not like I care that much. It's definitely not as much as you think. HMPH, if you don't care that much about me, then sneaking into my room is a serious offense, Risvitha said, leisurely leading him in circles. Caring about you, is that enough? How much do you care? Do you have to dwell on this? Risvitha had already seen through Leon's little scheme, hence why she was now questioning him like a little girl asking, Do you really love me? Leon naturally caught on to this, so he decided not to respond further. Risvitha gave a faint smile, then removed her foot from Leon's abdomen. Soon, her tone turned serious. Leon, I'm lifting the ban on you now. You're allowed to come and go freely in the Silver Dragon Temple, even in my room. But that doesn't mean you can sneak into my room in the middle of the night. Understand? Leon raised his hands in surrender. Punish me if you want, I'll comply. Caught red-handed for misdeeds, Leon had nothing more to say. No matter how stubborn he was, he couldn't ignore the objective truth. HMPH, punish you. I'll have plenty of opportunities for that in the future, Risvitha said. She hopped off the desk, adjusted the straps of her nightdress, then walked up to Leon, bent down, and poked his chest with her index finger. From now on, you'll sleep in your own room like a good boy. If it's past 7 in the evening, you're not allowed to be in my bedroom. Otherwise, you know what I'll do, right, dear captive mister? (136) Vol 1ch, 136. I suggest you live together. Less than 24 hours after the Silver Dragon Queen sentenced her prisoner, Leon Casmode, with the household rule of no entry into my room after 7. Their eldest daughter, Noya, made the above suggestion. Risvitha thought to herself, Sweetheart, you're barely over a year old and already going against mommy. What's this, you trying to usurp the throne? But let's rewind to just over 10 minutes ago. Today was Friday, and Noya returned home from St. High's Academy after school. After exchanging affectionate greetings with her sister, it was time for the weekly family dinner for the family of 4. Since the couple had agreed to inform their daughters about the impending arrival of their second child, they exchanged a subtle nod before dinner. This was the signal to start the planned conversation. Following their prior discussion, they decided to break the news to Muin first. Muin, Leon softly called his younger daughter's name. The fluffy dragon lifted her head from her delicious steak, some meat still clinging to the corners of her mouth. "What's up, Daddy?" "Now that your sister is going to school and is often not at home, and sometimes Mommy and Daddy have things to do you ever feel lonely or bored?" Leon asked. Muin, holding her utensils, blinked her beautiful big eyes and pondered for a moment before replying, "Nope." The couple exchanged a puzzled glance. "Wait, what? Shouldn't you be saying, Muin is indeed very bored and wishes someone would keep Muin company, sob sob." With this, Mommy and Daddy can naturally proceed to give you a little sister or brother. Although Muin's response exceeded Leon and Risvitha's expectations, they still, in accordance with their principle of respecting their daughter, asked for the reasons. Muin replied, "Daddy and Mommy and Big Sister all have things to do. Can't play with Muin. Muin understands, won't feel bored. Muin will patiently wait for you to finish, then come find you." So understanding, surpassing 99% of 1-year-olds worldwide. But honey, you don't have to be this understanding right now. Mommy and Daddy really want to give you a little companion. Seeing the first tactic fail, the couple seamlessly transitioned to the second one. "So Muin, if possible, would you like our family to have some other family members?" Hearing this, Noya also lifted her head. The clever dragon princess vaguely guessed what Mommy and Daddy were about to say, but she didn't let on. After all, it seemed they wanted to start with Muin, not her. She decided to just eat quietly, observe the situation, and see what tricks Dad and Mom could come up with. Muin tilted her head and murmured, "New family members. Sure, sure." Leon and Risvitha's eyes lit up. A door opened. But before Risvitha could ask Muin if she wanted a little sister or brother, Muin eagerly added, full of anticipation and longing, "Muin has always wanted to raise a slime. Daddy and Mommy, will you give Muin a slime?" Cough, cough, tilde, cough, cough. Noya choked on the water she had just drunk because of her sister's words. Muin quickly moved closer to her sister. "Are you okay, big sister?" Noya waved her hand. "I'm fine, you keep listening to Mommy and Daddy." "Oh." Muin turned her head back to Leon and Risvitha. The expressions on their faces were similar to Noya's just now. If they had also tried the tactical drinking move, they might have spewed out even more water than Noya did. The difference between a slime and a second child, was it too big? Indeed, while Muin was understanding, her thought process as a 1-year-old dragoness was still quite unpredictable. Risvitha pursed her lips and rephrased, "Muin, the new family member we mentioned isn't a slime or any other kind of pet." Muin scratched her head. "When you asked if Muin would be bored without anyone to play with, Muin thought you were going to give Muin a pet." "So, Mommy and Daddy, what are you trying to say? Muin feels like you're beating around the bush." Seeing that their youngest daughter had caught on to something, Leon decided to come clean. He licked his lips and observed Muin's expression as he spoke. "It's just, your mommy is pregnant again." As soon as the words left his mouth, Muin's fluffy tuft of hair stood up straight on her head. And it happened in an instant. Her big eyes widened and sparkled. The little dragoness's face was filled with a myriad of incredulous and shocked expressions. The steak on her plate suddenly didn't look as appetizing anymore. Muin stepped on her chair, leaned against the edge of the table, and her whole body almost threw itself onto Leon and Risvitha. The couple quickly reached out to protect their precious daughter, afraid she might dive headfirst into the salad bowl. "Really, Mommy is really pregnant?" Muin asked excitedly. Risvitha's face blushed. She nodded, gently touched her small abdomen and softly affirmed, "Yes, Mommy is pregnant." Muin's tail began to wag excitedly. "That's great." Seeing their daughter's reaction, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought it might be difficult for her to accept, as not all children could easily accept the idea of having a younger sister or brother, no matter how good or understanding they were. But thankfully, Muin's reaction seemed genuine enough, which eased their worries a bit. Or so they thought. Before they could fully relax, they heard Muin continue. Then Muin also wants a big sister, Omega. Risvitha. Leon. Noya, sibling obsession is real, I understand. Leon realized he might have been too focused on teaching his daughter practical skills and overlooked some basic common sense education. Hence, Muin might have gotten the impression that if she wished for something, her mom could just give birth to it. If that were true, Leon would have ordered a young Risvitha from the mother dragon long ago. You can't bully the adult you, but you can definitely bully the younger you, right? Actually, Muin, Mommy can't just give you a big sister, Leon tried to explain. The little dragon blinked. It's okay. Good daughter, strange ideas come and go quickly, no need for Dad to waste too much breath. If a big sister is not possible, then I guess a big brother would be okay too, Muin said earnestly. Leon banged his head on the table, giving up on explaining. Finally, it was the Queen's turn to intervene. Muin, neither a big sister nor a big brother is possible. If we go by your logic, you can only choose between a little sister or a little brother. Pausing for a moment, Risvitha felt like her own train of thought was being derailed by her daughter. She added, but actually, it's not something we can choose. Whether it's a little sister or a little brother, Mommy can't guarantee. Is that so? Muin's eyes lit up. Then Muin wants a little sister. Mommy, you have to try hard to give Muin a little sister, okay, Tilda? Well, even though it sounded a bit strange, at least Muin understood now. Risvitha smiled and nodded. Mommy will try her best. After sorting out their youngest daughter, the couple turned their attention to their eldest. Unlike Muin, Noya remained calm, as if she had expected this turn of events. She lifted her head, blinked, and said, Is it my turn? I don't mind, but I have a suggestion. The couple was taken aback, not expecting Noya to be so composed about the matter. But upon reflection, it did fit her little adult personality. Even though she was excited inside, she maintained an appearance of just being pregnant, no big deal. What's your suggestion? Leon asked. I suggest you two should live together, Noya said. (137) Vol 1ch, 137. Leon cohabitation. Risvitha cohabitation. Muin cohabitation, what does that mean? The little dragon girl's big eyes were filled with confusion. Noya glanced at her sister and earnestly explained. Cohabitation refers to when two people who love each other reach a certain stage in their relationship and move in together to live in the same house. Muin suddenly realized, oh, so that's what it means. Come to think of it, Dad does indeed always sleep in that small room and rarely sleeps with Mom. If I sleep with your mom a few more times, this house might collapse, Leon thought to himself. Noya looked at Leon and Risvitha, calmly expressing her thoughts. Now that Mom is pregnant, she needs someone to take care of her all the time. But when I came back, I noticed that Anna and the others haven't done anything to prepare for Mom's pregnancy, so I assume you haven't planned to tell the maid team yet, right? The reason Mom did this might be that she doesn't want to disrupt her daily work. I can understand that, but she's pregnant after all, and she can't be alone. Muin is still young, and I'm usually at the academy, so Dad is the most suitable choice. After a well-reasoned analysis, the couple couldn't find any counter-arguments. Despite their usual sharp tongues and quick minds, they were both speechless when faced with their eldest daughter's reasoning. Noya, actually, your mom is still, Risvitha tried to explain. But Noya continued, and also, after the baby is born, won't you have to move them to Dad's current nursery? Dad will still have to move in with you, sooner or later, right? Whether it's sooner or later doesn't make a difference, right? Leon was surprisingly persuaded, murmuring, that makes sense. It's true, indeed it is true. But for this couple, each harboring their own concerns, living together is not something that can be done simply because it makes sense. They have always slept separately. If it were an ordinary human couple, still sleeping in separate rooms after marriage is uncommon and inevitably invites gossip. Leon initially worried that even though they had a child, continuing to sleep apart might raise suspicions. But Hrisvitha says that among the dragons, there aren't such strict requirements in this regard. Or rather, even deeply in love dragon couples highly respect each other's personal space. Because of absolute loyalty to their spouses, there's no need to worry even if they sleep apart. Just a hint when they feel like doing something as a couple is sufficient. But that doesn't mean dragons don't cohabit. In the eyes of everyone, including their two daughters, Leon and Hrisvitha are a loving couple. So for them, living together is only natural. Not living together would be strange. The couple never imagined that despite their painstaking efforts to maintain a beautiful family, it would lead them into the abyss of cohabitation. They exchanged a glance, and Hrisvitha decided to debate with her daughter. Noya, actually, Mom is just pregnant for less than 2 months. It doesn't affect anything, and there's no rush for Dad to move in with me. Implicitly suggesting that they could reconsider this later. But Noya, with a stern face, stubbornly shook her head. Pregnancy is something that must be taken seriously. There can be no mistakes. Listening to her daughter's words and observing her determined demeanor, Hrisvitha couldn't quite comprehend. Why was Noya so concerned about her pregnancy? Noya's earnestness caught Hrisvitha's attention, without a doubt. If possible, Hrisvitha even thought Noya might consider taking a leave of absence from school to stay home and take care of her. Despite being precocious for her age, Hrisvitha had never seen Noya so obstinate about anything before. Noya's concern stemmed from past events. During the time when their father was in a coma shortly after giving birth to her two sisters, Hrisvitha was often melancholic, and Noya caught glimpses of her sadness. Though Noya was even younger at that time, her innate sensitivity allowed her to sense her mother's unhappiness, her despair, and her low spirits. Noya didn't have much life experience back then and didn't know what had happened between her parents. Nonetheless, she silently swore to herself that if such a situation were to arise again in the future, she wouldn't allow her mother to display that despondent expression ever again. Now, with her mother pregnant, Noya knew she might have to face some of the past troubles again. That's why she strongly suggested having her father move in to take care of her mother. Children don't understand the intricacies of adult conflicts and destinies. Noya simply didn't want her mother to be sad and upset anymore. Seeing that no one at the dinner table was making the final decision, Noya proposed, "If Mom can't decide, how about we have a family vote?" A family vote? Yeah, all 4 of us raise our hands to vote whether we agree for Dad and Mom to live together. Noya was the first to raise her hand. Muin followed her sister's example, raising his arm high. Leon didn't immediately express his opinion. Instead, he looked at Hrisvitha. Only to see Hrisvitha standing there hesitating. Leon rarely sees her so indecisive. It's understandable. After all, they were originally a fake couple, a fake family. The only real things in the whole house are their 2 lovely daughters. Everything else is just for show, so there's really no need to live together. Leon guessed that Hrisvitha would definitely vote against. Then he might as well vote against too. In the end, it would be a 2-2 tie, and the result would be to maintain the status quo or decide later. Hrisvitha probably thinks the same way, to drag things out. However, Hrisvitha's answer surprised Leon a bit. "I abstain." The father and daughters were stunned. Did she really abstain from voting? Leon squinted at Hrisvitha, wondering what she was up to. However, if she abstained, wouldn't that mean Leon's final vote would be completely meaningless? After a brief surprise, both daughters looked at their dad. But Leon wasn't particularly shaken, because living with Hrisvitha didn't have a big impact on him. In terms of getting the job done, they were now evenly matched. As long as he didn't fall into her trap like he did the other night and get morally pressured first, Leon was basically safe. And from another perspective, living together had its benefits too. At least he didn't have to sneak into Hrisvitha's room anymore to work on the prenatal plan. He could just wait until she fell asleep at night and then enthusiastically instill human culture into their second child. With that in mind, Leon shrugged. Now with 2 votes in favor and 1 abstention, it doesn't matter which one I choose, I can't change the outcome. Hearing her dad say this, Noya's tense little face finally showed a smile. Okay then, Dad, you can move to Mom's room later. Oh, so soon. Memo. Okay, I'll move later. Yay, Tilda, Mom and Dad are going to live together. Muin happily raised her hand, wagging her tail. The couple looked at each other simultaneously. Risvitha's expression was somewhat complex, and it was hard to tell her exact attitude towards living together. But undoubtedly, the estranged couple would enter the cohabitation stage, starting tonight. There was no time to reminisce about the nights spent sleeping apart. It was time for husband and wife to cohabit. Meanwhile, our professional dragon slayer, Leon Casmode, was already contemplating how to strategize for tonight's first move. Less than a day after Risvitha's 7 p.m. prohibition was declared, it had already proven to be more of a formality. Well, okay, then tonight, let's start with this and make our first move against her. (138) Vol 1ch, 138. After dinner, the 2 little dragon girls helped Leon move. In reality, he didn't have much to move since he originally came aiming to take over the Silver Dragon Temple, and nobody told him he was supposed to settle down here. His clothes and some daily necessities were all bought by Risvitha for him. The most valuable item he had was his black gold battle chariot, but it was currently locked in Risvitha's warehouse. Other than these, there wasn't much else. Each of the daughters carried 2 storage boxes and walked out of the nursery one after the other. After confirming that the daughters had left, Leon looked at Risvitha. You told me last night not to enter your room after 7, but today we're going to live together. Oh well, life, every day is full of surprises. Risvitha crossed her arms and glanced at him, knowing he was deliberately teasing her. But fortunately, the queen had long mastered the ability to counterattack. Agreeing to live together doesn't mean anything. I just don't want to disappoint our daughters. But you. Leon raised an eyebrow. Me, what about me? HMPH, you look so happy. What, do you enjoy sleeping in the same room with me so much? Close enough, Puxin Dragon, I'm just doing it for our daughters. Sure enough, in any aspect, their daughters were the shield for this pair of hapless couple. After exchanging a few words, Leon also took a storage box, opened the drawer of the desk, and put away several books and the letter that the master had given him before. Oh, of course, there was also the toy bear on the table that Risvitha had given him when they were in the flowing cloud valley, which he also put into the storage box. After packing up, he and Risvitha stood at the door, surveying this small nursery room. Sigh. Having lived here for so long, suddenly moving out, there's still a bit of reluctance in my heart. After all, many unforgettable things have happened in this nursery room. How was that phrase said again? The small house may be tiny, but it creates legends. After sighing slightly, the 2 of them left the nursery room and locked the door. When they returned to Risvitha's room, the 2 little ones had already bravely volunteered to prepare for their parents' cohabitation. First was the clothes, as the 2 of them were going to share a wardrobe from now on. They stood in front of the large wardrobe, discussing where each piece should go. The couple stood silently on the side, watching this scene without instructing their daughters on what to do, giving them full autonomy to figure it out on their own. The intention was to respect their daughters' thoughts and foster their independence, but when Muin started rummaging through the wardrobe, Risvitha's expression suddenly changed. Leon keenly caught onto this. What's wrong? Oh no, Muin, wait. But it was too late to stop her. Muin held up a black corset bodysuit in one hand and a pair of black stockings in the other, turning around and asking blankly, Mom, is this some new type of pajamas? Leon looked at the clothes in his daughter's hands and instantly guessed what they were. Well, from a certain perspective, they were indeed pajamas, because pajamas are what you wear when you sleep, right? Risvitha chuckled awkwardly, quickly walked over, took the bunny girl set from Muin's hand, and then hid it behind her back. And nothing, just some old clothes I was planning to throw away. Muin nodded and turned around to continue hanging clothes with her sister. Leon stepped forward, slightly leaning to Risvitha's ear and whispered, "It's been a long time since the bunny girl thing, hasn't it?" Risvitha gave him a glare. "What are you trying to say?" Leon shrugged, gesturing towards the bunny girl costume in her hand. "If you really wanted to throw it away, would you still have kept it until now?" Mother Dragon, could it be that you're still not satisfied with our last bunny girl play? Keep talking nonsense, and I'll use these socks to shut your mouth, Risvitha threatened through gritted teeth. Leon instinctively recoiled, raising his hand to his mouth, making a gesture of locking it. As they continued rummaging, Noya suddenly turned around holding a strange uniform. "Mom, is this also some new type of pajamas?" In the eldest daughter's hand was a pure white uniform with a red cross on it. This time, Leon was left speechless, while Risvitha struggled to suppress her laughter. "Well, just leave it there. Mom might tilde." She glanced at the dragon slayer beside her, who happened to be looking at her too. The couple's gazes quickly met. Risvitha snorted lightly, withdrew her gaze, and then spoke meaningfully. "Mom might tilde find tilde a tilde use for it tilde." "Oh, okay." Noya nodded and turned back, neatly stacking the nurse uniform aside. Risvitha glanced sideways at Leon again, then stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at him. Leon rolled his eyes at her, hands in his pockets, remaining silent. The daughters continued organizing the wardrobe. Both husband and wife couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, wondering if they would come across any other play props, like a mini whip, high heels, blindfolds, or anything like that. "Wow," Mewen exclaimed. The couple's hearts skipped a beat with that sudden cry. "Please, let it not be something too inappropriate for children." "It's couple's pajamas," Mewen exclaimed. The sisters turned around, each holding a set of pajamas. Both sets were identical, just that Noya's was pink while Mewen's was blue. Upon seeing this, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. It was the couple's pajamas they had bought for their last date in the Sky City for Noya's parental love essay, but they hadn't worn them yet. To them, a couple pajamas were like prison uniforms. They wouldn't wear them, not even if you threatened them. However, someone had a different opinion. "After you guys start living together, can you wear these couple pajamas every day?" Mewen asked excitedly. Risvitha nodded. "Ah, yeah, sure." "That's great, Tilda," Mewen expressed her excitement. But Noya felt like her parents were just fooling them. She remembered that they bought those pajamas on the day she wrote her essay, which was a long time ago. But over such a long period of time, the pajamas had been sitting in the closet in Risvitha's room, with the tags still attached. This indicated that they hadn't worn them at all. So, it was highly unlikely that they would start wearing them just because they switched from separate rooms to cohabiting. Noya's clever eyes turned, and she had an idea. However, instead of directly asking her parents to wear the pajamas, she silently put them away. When Leon's clothes and daily necessities were almost neatly organized, and the couple was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Noya suddenly asked, "Mom and Dad, you'll keep living together forever, right?" The couple was taken aback, looking at each other, unsure why Noya asked this. But Leon nodded. "Yeah, Mom and I will keep living together to take care of her." Noya nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, I understand." With that, she took her sister's hand. "Then, we won't disturb Mom and Dad's cohabitation life anymore. Good night, Tilda." "Good night, Mom and Dad." After saying good night, the two little ones held hands and hurriedly left Risvitha's room. Leon was puzzled. What did she mean just now? Risvitha frowned slightly. "I don't know, I can never guess Noya's thoughts. Well, anyway, we've fulfilled our daughter's wish, moved in together, so." Risvitha turned around, pointing at the sofa. "From today, that's your bed." Did cohabitation mean they had to sleep in the same bed? In such a big room, couldn't they just sleep wherever? There were always more solutions than difficulties. Leon had anticipated that Risvitha would make him sleep on the sofa after they started cohabiting. It didn't matter to him, he'd sleep wherever. It's not like he was eager to sleep in the same bed as Risvitha. Just the thought of it would give him nightmares. But following his principle of not easily letting Mother Dragon have her way, Leon said, "But our daughter said I should take care of you. If we don't sleep together, how can I take care of you?" "Do I need you to take care of me?" "Well, you never know." What if you want a glass of water or need to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, but then you open your eyes and tilde encounter a spider or something? Tut, tut, tut. Shut up, there's no way there would be a spider in my Silver Dragon temple, and even if there was, I wouldn't let you onto my bed. She didn't sound very confident as she said this. Heh, so in your mind, I'm even more annoying than a spider. That's right. Oh, so, does that mean you're admitting that I'm in your heart? What a cheesy pickup line, Casmode. You're not even close to grossing me out. Great, a back and forth banter of equals was their first thing after moving in together. What a good start. After exchanging a few words, Leon walked to the edge of the bed, grabbed his blanket, and threw it onto the sofa. Then he placed the toy bear on the back of the sofa chair. The abode of the married, cohabiting, children-having, but still single gentleman was now complete. Risvitha glanced at him, didn't say anything, and went straight to bed, pulling back the covers and settling in. As the night deepened, moonlight filtered through the windows. The cohabitation life of the strongest dragon slayer and the Silver Dragon Queen officially began tonight. "139. Vol 1ch, 139. No matter the situation, when a troublesome thought is brought up, even if it's unintentional, it can take root and grow wildly in a person's mind like a seed. Even Risvitha couldn't escape this curse. She lay on the soft bed, her silver eyes staring straight at the ceiling. The room was extremely quiet, with only the mechanical sound of the clock and the man's breathing on the sofa audible. Although she wasn't quite used to peacefully sharing a room with that guy, Risvitha shouldn't have been devoid of sleep on such a quiet night. The reason was Leon's comment earlier about watch out for spiders when you open your eyes. In truth, Risvitha's fear of spiders was something only her family knew about. In order to prevent her subordinates and clan members from knowing that as the queen, she had such a small weakness, Risvitha had Anna and the others conduct a comprehensive pest extermination inside and outside the Silver Dragon Temple every 3 months. On the surface, it was to maintain the temple's environmental health. In reality, it was kill all the spiders for me. Recalling the last extermination, it was the day after returning from her sister Isabella's place, where she encountered 2 spiders on Isabella's bed, leading to her spending the entire night sleeping hand in hand with Leon. So, after returning, Risvitha immediately launched a spider eradication campaign. Since that time, it had been quite a while. It seemed it was also time to arrange for this year's final pest extermination. But what to do tonight? Risvitha felt like there were spiders crawling on her as soon as she closed her eyes. Just like after watching a horror movie, where one feels like there are ghosts everywhere in the room once the lights are turned off. Various PTSD-like thoughts kept flooding into her mind. It's been a long time since the last extermination. Could a new generation of spiders have grown up? When that dog sneaked into my room last night through the balcony, could a spider have followed him in? Maybe there's a spider under this bed, lurking, ready to climb onto the bed at any moment. I can't think about this anymore. Quick sleep, sleep, sleep. Risvitha tightly shut her eyes, her body tensing up, but her mind still couldn't stop wandering. In the autumn and winter seasons, the air was naturally dry, and it was easy for static electricity to build up between the bedding and the skin. That sensation felt like little bugs crawling on her. Normally, Risvitha wouldn't pay attention to these small details, but after Leon's scare earlier, she couldn't shake the feeling that some small spider had crawled into her blanket. Although she knew the probability of spiders in the room was very low, her inherent fear of arachnids lingered. Damn Dragon Slayer, one day I'll fill your bed with carrots and eggplants, the Silver Dragon Queen thought indignantly. But she still had to find a way to get through tonight. She turned her head and looked at Leon on the sofa. The blanket covered his abdomen, and one hand naturally hung down from the sofa, while the other lightly rested on his forehead. This posture didn't seem like he was asleep. Risvitha pursed her lips and tentatively asked, "Leon, are you asleep?" "Why?" the man on the sofa responded quickly. "Just asking, that's all." "Oh. Russell." Leon rolled over, turning his back to Risvitha and facing the back of the sofa. Hey, don't turn away. I feel safer looking at your face. Leon. What now? Could you turn around? You want me to? Risvitha squinted her eyes, her hand under the blanket clenched into a fist, but she still relented. Please, just turn around. Leon was surprised. He hadn't expected the mother dragon to actually ask him for something. What's going on? Did I dream of turning into a human again? But I didn't conduct any prenatal education program tonight. Or did I? Oh. Leon realized it might be because he casually mentioned spiders before going to bed, causing Risvitha to toss and turn, unable to sleep. Leon felt a little pleased inside, then he turned over. Like this? He asked. Risvitha bit her lip and nodded. Leon chuckled. If he had known that the mighty Silver Dragon Queen had such a weakness, he would have arranged for his brothers to bring over a sack of spiders when he attacked the Silver Dragon Temple. But on second thought, it seemed unlikely. After all, daily life was one thing, and war was another. Just because she was afraid of spiders in everyday life didn't mean she would be afraid during a battle. With a single dragon flame attack, not only spiders, even SSS-class spider-type dangerous species would be burned to ashes. Leon closed his eyes, stopping his wandering thoughts. Sleepiness washed over him, and he decided to put the plan for the second child on hold for tonight and consider it tomorrow. But just as he was about to drift off, a soft voice came from the bed opposite him. Leon. Leon impatiently clicked his tongue and furrowed his brow, but he kept his eyes closed. What now? Could you come sleep on the bed? The lion-like man suddenly opened his eyes wide. What? He didn't mishear, he just thought he did. Risvitha bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment as she repeated, I said, could you come sleep on the bed? Well, Miss Melkvi, who's afraid of spiders, was looking pitiful indeed. It made one want to protect her. Just kidding. I won't, Leon replied. You were the one who said not to sleep on the bed earlier. The Silver Dragon Queen can't go back on her word. Risvitha pinched the corner of the blanket, trying to convince Leon in a different way. You're my prisoner of war, so you have to obey my orders. If I tell you to come sleep on the bed, you have to come. Leon saw through her tactics. Nope. There's no reason in the world for a prisoner of war to sleep in the same bed as the queen. That would be completely absurd. Risvitha was speechless. Haven't you slept on my bed enough times? So now I've seen the light and turned over a new leaf. I've decided not to sleep in Queen Your Majesty's bed anymore, Leon said with a serious expression. Why was this man so stubborn? She had to keep grinding him down. Leon, please, just come up and sleep tonight. Seeing Risvitha so pitiful, Leon couldn't bear it. So he decided to continue torturing her. Come on, opportunities to tease Risvitha were becoming increasingly rare, and Leon had to cherish every chance. Well, I could come over, but I have a condition, Leon said. What condition? Call me husband. I won't. Oh, then good night. With that, Leon pulled the blanket over his head, turned around, leaving only his back facing Risvitha. Leon, come on please, I'm begging you. Call me husband otherwise, no deal. Risvitha tightly gripped the blanket, her dragon pupils dilating with anger. This was a sign that her dragon blood was boiling. As the saying goes, I can do this voluntarily, but you can't command me to do it. Without hesitation, Risvitha threw off the blanket and, barefoot, strode purposefully toward the sofa. Hearing the urgent footsteps, Leon turned around to see what was happening, but Risvitha had already reached the sofa. With a swift movement, she stepped onto the edge of the sofa and, with a powerful leap, squeezed her entire body between Leon and the back of the sofa. Leon was left dumbfounded by the seamless agility of her movements. How did she manage to squeeze her 57 frame with a 34E bust into such a narrow space? Were women made of water? Was Risvitha a water dragon? Shaking his head in disbelief, Leon asked, What are you doing? Don't you have your own bed? If you won't come, then I have no choice but to come over, Risvitha replied from within the blankets, her slender body pressed tightly against the back of the sofa. Leon, this is all your fault. My fault. Leon was now in the classic male predicament of not knowing what he did wrong when his girlfriend was angry. Yes, it's your fault for mentioning that damn spider. Otherwise, I would have already fallen asleep by now. Well, that's a colossal mistake on my part then. And you promised me that during my pregnancy, you would tolerate my mood swings. Leon sighed and glanced at the empty bed. He figured if he stole Risvitha's bed now, she would definitely follow him. After all this fuss, it seemed like neither of them would be getting any sleep tonight. All right then, let's just both stay here, Leon conceded. He lay back, facing Risvitha. The space on the sofa was too small to allow them to sit back to back. Their noses barely grazed each other, and their breaths lightly brushed each other's faces. Risvitha glared at Leon, her expression full of indignation, while Leon looked helpless. Aren't you scared now? If not, then sleep. I still have to teach Muin magic tomorrow, Leon said, closing his eyes. But Risvitha still felt unsatisfied. Quietly under the covers, she reached out her hand and aimed it at Leon's belly, pinching him hard. Leon jerked in pain, almost falling off the sofa. You've got a problem, Mother Dragon, keep your hands to yourself. I'm pregnant, so deal with it. Oh, I can't even control my temper, and I still can't handle you. Just as the couple was about to argue further on the sofa, the door lock suddenly rattled. "140. Vol 1ch, 140. Hush tilde tilde tilde." Upon hearing the door lock rattle, the couple simultaneously placed their index fingers on each other's lips, signaling silence. They listened intently as familiar voices came from outside the door. Sister, we snuck into Mommy's room. What if we get caught? We won't get caught. Mommy and Daddy should be asleep by now. Besides, we're just checking on them to see if they kept their promise. Even if we're caught, it won't matter. Oh, I see, said Muin. Checking on them. Sweetie, what have you been learning at the academy these past few months? Living together and checking on us, it's hard not to suspect that Vice Principal Wilson, that old dragon, has brainwashed you and made you ship your parents as a couple. But they didn't have time to dwell on Noya's campus life. The priority now was to deal with this, checking on them, business. The couple instinctively lowered their heads and glanced at the scene on the sofa. Good, there was absolutely no trace of what a newlywed couple should look like on their first day of cohabitation. It was more like a honeymoon couple preparing for a passionate night on the sofa. It's Noya and Muin. Risvitha's pupils twitched, her speech quickening. No wonder Noya asked earlier, will you two continue living together? She actually thought from the beginning that we might not stay together honestly, so she came to check on us. Leon sighed. Seems like having a smart daughter isn't always a good thing. Muin was okay though, innocent and adorable, naive and clueless. Whatever Mommy and Daddy said, she believed, simply put, she was easy to fool. But Noya was always clever, and as she grew older and gained more experience, it became increasingly difficult to just rely on surface tricks to deal with her. Get in bed, Risvitha said in a hushed tone after a brief brainstorm. This time Leon couldn't refuse. Okay. The couple got off the sofa, each grabbing a corner of the blanket, wrapping it around themselves, and stealthily made their way to Risvitha's big bed. But before they could lie down, they realized an even more serious problem. They looked at each other and simultaneously said, pajamas. After dinner, they had promised Muin that they would wear matching couple pajamas for cohabitation. But this was just for show. Neither of them had any intention of actually wearing those embarrassing couple pajamas with their archenemy. Who could have expected a room check? If they left the impression of being untrustworthy to their precious daughters, it would be disastrous. Leon quickly surveyed the room. Thankfully, they hadn't put away the set of couple pajamas in the wardrobe. He grabbed them and tossed the pink one to Risvitha, then deftly slipped into his own like a kangaroo, the one-piece pajamas having a zipper extending from the chest to the belly, making it easy to get into. With the footsteps of the two sisters getting closer and closer, in their urgency, Risvitha had no choice but to put on the couple's pajamas directly, not even having time to take off the thin nightgown she was wearing underneath. After they were both dressed, the couple slipped under the covers of the bed like two fish swimming into water. To appear more like loving parents on their first day of cohabitation, they faced each other, embracing each other as they slept. "Why do you hold my waist so skillfully?" Risvitha whispered softly. "Practice makes perfect, dear wife." "Shut up." The couple quickly closed their eyes and pretended to sleep. The two little ones then pushed open the bedroom door just a crack. First, Noya's little head peeked in, taking a quick look around. Then, beneath her chin, a strand of hair popped out, followed by Muin's little face. The sisters observed the bedroom together. Balcony, no one. Sofa, no one. Bathroom, no one. Target confirmed to be on the bed, move in. The Dragon Maiden Special Forces successfully infiltrated Mommy and Daddy's bedroom. They moved silently, lifting their legs high and landing softly in perfect synchronization. Side by side, they approached the bed. To avoid detection, the two little ones first knelt under the bed. After confirming that the two people on the bed showed no reaction, they slowly peeked out their little heads, using their small hands to edge up the bed. "Mommy's tail is tucked in. Looks like she's sound asleep," Muin said. Dragons instinctively tuck in their tails when they sleep. Otherwise, they can't lie flat. It's as natural as human breathing, completely automatic. Noya nodded. "I thought they wouldn't sleep together." Muin looked at her sister curiously. "If they don't sleep together, then where do they sleep?" Noya shrugged. "Mom sleeps on the bed, Dad sleeps on the sofa." With that, Noya cautiously tiptoed and looked toward the head of the bed. Seeing Mommy wearing that pink couple pajamas, she withdrew her gaze, smiled satisfactorily, and said, "They even put on their pajamas. It seems like Mommy and Daddy are really taking cohabitation seriously." Listening to the sisters' conversation, the couple on the bed appeared calm on the surface, but were actually in a panic. If it weren't for the spider incident keeping them from falling asleep, tonight could have ended with their eldest daughter catching them in the act. Seeing this, although the couple usually maintained their false family facade quite well, in Noya's mind, they might still be a rather strange couple, perhaps. While Mommy and Daddy were undoubtedly loving, there seemed to be some other sentiments mixed in with that affection. Noya, at her young age, didn't yet grasp the nuances of these matters, so she could only verify the fact that Mommy and Daddy love each other in her own way. Fortunately, Mommy and Daddy's behavior so far has been quite good. Daddy really loved them, and Mommy didn't seem to show that same lost and melancholic expression as before. "Sister, actually, one time when you were at school, I came to find Mommy and Daddy, and I found them sleeping together like this," Muin suddenly said. Noya raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Really, but..." Muin rubbed her chin, looking up as if recalling the scene. Mommy and Daddy seemed very tired at the time. Even though the sun was already shining on their tails, they didn't get up. And they had some red marks on their arms and necks. "Red marks?" Muin nodded. "Yeah, like bug bites maybe." Muin even applied ointment for them, Tilda. The little dragon maiden had a look on her face that begged for praise. Noya smiled and pinched her sister's chubby cheeks. "Muin is very thoughtful." Muin smiled with squinted eyes, but then worriedly asked, "But won't Mommy and Daddy still have red marks on their bodies tomorrow morning when they wake up?" Noya scratched her head. She didn't really understand what these red marks were all about. "But there shouldn't be any messy bugs in Mommy's room, right?" "I don't think so, but if there are, we can apply the ointment again." Yeah. At this moment, the two on the bed were both laughing and crying, as the sisters' conversation brought back memories of the past. The one time Muin mentioned referred to when Risvitha regained consciousness after being enchanted by the allure of blood, and Leon took her to the mountains to visit places before returning the next morning. They were both exhausted and fell asleep together. This scene happened to be witnessed by Muin, leading her to mistakenly believe that the marks on their bodies were left by bugs. Those days were undoubtedly embarrassing times for Risvitha, but according to the law of unjust embarrassment, if she felt embarrassed, then someone was bound to laugh. They lay on the bed, facing each other, very close. Hearing their daughters discussing this matter, they both opened their eyes and looked at each other involuntarily. Leon smiled with a meaningful smile, while Rosvitha bit her lip, her face blushing as she stared at Leon with her eyes full of indignation. Leon just smiled and mouthed 3 words, "Strawberry marks." "You dog, as if I don't know what our daughter meant by strawberry marks. I don't need your reminder." How could Rosvitha be content with being mocked by Leon like this? She lowered her gaze to Leon's waist, her mind spinning. With her index finger and thumb working together, she gently twisted his waist. Yo, 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 a surge of refreshing sensation shot straight to the heavens from his waist. This move had a small range of motion, making it hard to detect, but its destructive power was astonishing. Leon's face turned red with pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He absolutely couldn't make any sound that would alert their daughters. Otherwise, he would definitely have to explain himself, and Rosvitha would just stand by and watch like she had nothing to do with it. Who knows where this dragon mother learned this move from? She's over 200 years old, yet she's still pinching people's waists like a little girl. Seeing Rosvitha's smug smile, Leon knew she was challenging him again. "Don't tilde make tilde a tilde sound tilde," Rosvitha mouthed silently. After the challenge of not revealing the dragon tattoo, now comes the challenge of not making a sound, huh? "All right, dragon mother, if you want to play, I'll play along with you." "141. Vol 1ch, 141. The 2 daughters didn't leave immediately. Instead, they turned around, sat on the carpet under the bed, leaned against the edge of the bed, and whispered to each other. Indeed, being favored made them fearless. "Dad, after sneaking in last night and being caught, your mom was so cruel to me," one of them said. "And now look at you two, chatting away so calmly," the other added. "Hiss." The pain around his waist interrupted Leon's thoughts. He looked up at Queen Rosvitha. She smiled, full of satisfaction, as if saying, "What can you do about it?" Leon endured the pain in his waist, trying to recall if there were any sensitive spots on Rosvitha's body. Naturally, there was one, the tip of her tail. Every time he touched Rosvitha's tail tip, she would uncontrollably soften her body, turning into a gentle kitten. But now, the mother dragon had retracted her tail. She was invincible against her family. This won't do. He needed to come up with a solution quickly. Otherwise, if she kept squeezing him like this, Leon wouldn't be able to straighten his waist tomorrow morning. His gaze wandered back and forth on Rosvitha's beautiful face. The pain around his waist became clearer, making it impossible for him to think rationally. Finally, he lowered his gaze, focusing on Rosvitha's soft lips. A bold idea surged into Leon's mind. At this point, to save his waist, he had no choice but to do it. Rosvitha, satisfied with the almost vocal expression on Leon's face, continued to mouth, "Don't make a sound." However, Leon's lips curved slightly upward, as if he had found a countermeasure. Rosvitha's smile froze for a moment, unsure of what this guy was up to. Before the queen could react, she felt the back of her head being gently lifted by Leon's broad and cool palm. "Is he going to?" Suddenly, Rosvitha's eyes widened. But by the time she realized what was about to happen, it was too late. Leon supported the back of her head and kissed her on the lips. At the moment their lips met, Rosvitha subconsciously increased the pressure in her hands nervously. It was as if Leon could hear the lament of his waist at that moment. So he had no choice but to turn his frustration into strength and continue to kiss the dragon fiercely. "Don't make a sound. All right, then let's all shut our mouths, and no one will make a sound." This was the improvisational ability of a top dragon slayer. World's #1 plan in action. Rosvitha's silver eyes trembled violently. If her daughters weren't there, she would have probably smacked this guy's face with her tail already. She held onto Leon's waist tightly, trying to make him give up with pain. But she found that the harder she squeezed, the deeper Leon kissed. And as the kiss went on longer, Rosvitha's resistance began to weaken. Truth be told, ever since that night of confusion and passion at the hot spring, they seemed to have developed a strange feeling towards the act of kissing. Even though their bodies and subjective consciousness were reluctant to kiss each other, whenever they looked into each other's eyes, they couldn't help but recall the feeling of kissing that night at the hot spring. For them, kissing was a method of resonating with each other's souls that transcended any physical contact. A wonderful experience far beyond any sensation brought by physical touch. It was also an addiction, something they both wanted to stay away from but couldn't let go of. The dragon runes didn't flicker. Risvitha knew that her current relaxation was entirely due to the temptation of her addiction. In fact, this wasn't the first time they had kissed since returning from the hot spring. The last time was at the final stop of their date in Sky City, on the beach under the setting sun. As they gazed at each other by the sea, she involuntarily kissed Leon. She often reminisced about the feeling of kissing Leon. To be honest, she didn't dislike that feeling. She just couldn't face her own heart. How could she, a Silver Dragon Queen, forget herself and indulge in kissing a dragon slayer? But she also believed that Leon was in the same state of mind as her right now. If it weren't for the circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have kissed her just now. In such a situation, only this method could make the Silver Dragon Queen give up tonight's challenge of staying quiet and pretending everything was fine, obediently waiting for her daughters to leave. Enough, Tilde. What challenge to stay quiet? It was just a disguise for a pair of unhappy spouses trying to outdo each other and torment each other. As the kiss deepened, at some point, Risvitha had already let go of her hand that was gripping Leon's waist. She instead placed her entire soft and warm palm on his waist, silently enjoying this forced kiss. But even though it was silent, when the kiss reached its peak, their bodies inevitably responded. The legs under Leon and Risvitha's blanket involuntarily rubbed, intertwined, and tangled with each other. The quilt emitted a rustling friction sound. The two little dragon girls under the bed quickly covered their mouths upon hearing the commotion, but it seemed to be just the sound of someone shifting. Muin's large eyes darted around, and she whispered softly, "Sister, let's go, Tilda." Okay." Dragon girls, special forces, retreat. Just as they had entered, they walked out of the bedroom one after the other, lifting their legs high and landing lightly. After they all left, Noya looked back at her parents on the bed one last time and whispered softly, "Good night." Then Noya gently closed the bedroom door. Meanwhile, the two on the bed both noticed that their daughters had already left the room, but it seemed like they pretended not to notice and continued to passionately kiss each other. And they still maintained their silence. This feeling was intoxicating, and they couldn't seem to stop. Because Leon and Risvitha both knew that under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to enjoy kissing each other so recklessly and cautiously. This is like secretly reading a novel in class during adolescence, eagerly anticipating the plot's development while constantly being wary of the teacher, feeling both nervous and exhilarated. But once outside the classroom, that feeling would dissipate, and the novel wouldn't be opened again. However, you and I both know that the novel remains the same, its contents unchanged, only the environment has shifted. Without the premise of tension and excitement, people's inner desire for rebellion and breaking the rules cannot be satisfied. And as they kissed each other, they weren't just enjoying the tingling sensation of intertwining, but also the sense of taboo and transgression. Until the dragon tattoo faintly shimmered, and a blue arc of light illuminated between their closely pressed chests, they abruptly pushed each other away. Risvitha's cheeks flushed red because they had kissed for too long, causing her brain to lack oxygen for a moment. She squinted her eyes, shook her head vigorously, rubbed her temples, and gradually felt better. Leon did the same. Once both of them recovered, they lay on their sides in bed, silently gazing at each other. There were no outbursts, no teasing, and certainly no stubbornness. They just stared at each other. Their black and silver eyes intertwined in the darkness. Their passionate gazes seemed to convey that they were not yet finished with the forbidden kiss. However, they both knew in their hearts that it wouldn't happen again. Tonight it ends here. In the end, Leon sighed, I'll go back to the sofa. Risvitha didn't say anything. Leon silently turned around, intending to lift the covers and get out of bed. But as soon as he turned around, Risvitha grabbed the hood of his pajamas from behind. What's wrong? Are you still afraid of spiders? I was just scaring you. There aren't any spiders here, Leon said. There was no reason for it. She grabbed Leon without any reason. Why did she do this? Her brain didn't even have time to react. Her hand reached out and grabbed Leon's pajama hood. Risvitha bit her lip, wanting to speak but hesitating. Thinking that she was still worried about the spiders, Leon turned over and looked at her face. Although her expression seemed a bit odd, Leon still interpreted it as fear of spiders. Then I'll stay here with you. When you fall asleep, I'll go back. You don't need to go back, Risvitha interrupted him softly, but there was no continuation to her statement. After saying that, she just looked into Leon's eyes silently, without saying anything else. Leon's heart stirred slightly and he nodded, okay. Risvitha then slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes distinct and clearly defined as they descended from top to bottom. The expression on her face gradually softened, but the fingers that were gripping Leon's pajama hood remained tight. Leon glanced sideways at the hood and sighed inwardly. It looks like I can't toss and turn freely tonight. Good night. The queen's long eyelashes were slightly closed, her voice gentle, as if murmuring in a dream. Good night, Leon replied. "142. Vol 1ch, 142. In the early morning, Leon woke up gently and opened his eyes to find Risvitha not by his side. Her thin-strapped nightgown from last night lay on the bed, still warm, suggesting she had just gotten up. Leon slowly sat up, swung his legs off the bed, and went to the bathroom, rubbing his messy hair. Upon entering, he saw Risvitha brushing her teeth at the sink. She was wearing that pink couple's pajamas, the zipper on her chest not fully pulled up, revealing a hint of her ample bosom. The part of the pajamas that was meant to accommodate a tail had been removed by her, and her silver tail extended directly from the back of the pajamas, revealing a bit of tender skin at the base of her tail beyond Risvitha's tail root. Further down, there was the graceful curve of her waist and hips, like undulating peaks. Even the loose pajamas couldn't hide Risvitha's figure. With one hand on her hip and the other holding the toothbrush, she lazily but rhythmically brushed her teeth, toothpaste foam overflowing from the corner of her mouth, her cheeks puffed up, looking quite cute. Seeing Leon arrive, Risvitha glanced at him and didn't say anything, just silently shifted aside, making some room at the sink. Leon leaned in, picked up the toothbrush they had brought over yesterday when their daughters helped them move, squeezed some toothpaste, and began brushing his teeth. Brushing, brushing. His brushing rhythm was much faster than Risvitha's, and he had more toothpaste foam. The couple stared straight at themselves in the mirror. Couple pajamas, one blue and one pink, standing side by side brushing their teeth, indeed exuded a strong feeling of cohabiting lovers. However, it was just that they looked extremely compatible on the surface. This unfortunate couple couldn't possibly stage any heartwarming scenes on a morning like this. Seeing Leon brushing his teeth so quickly, Risvitha frowned slightly. Naturally, she wasn't willing to fall behind. The queen set aside her hand from her hip and sped up. Leon paused his movements. Was this mother dragon's strange competitive spirit starting again, even in brushing teeth? Leon rolled his eyes speechlessly. How childish. Then he also began to speed up. Brushing, brushing, brushing. Ah, Tilda. Suddenly, Risvitha let out a low groan, raising her hand to cover her mouth. She took the toothbrush down and saw a faint red mark on it. She had brushed too hard and made her gums bleed. Leon also looked over, then smirked triumphantly. It seemed like he had won this toothbrushing competition. He withdrew his gaze and continued to brush his teeth leisurely. Risvitha glared at him with resentment, starting their first exchange of the day. Is your toothpaste the dragon power flavor? Leon was taken aback. No, why do you ask? If not, then why are you brushing so vigorously? She lost her toothbrushing and wanted to save face in her mouth. Could Leon indulge her? He looked at Risvitha, leaning in as he spoke. Want to know what flavor my toothpaste is? Let me show you. Risvitha quickly raised her hand to push against his chest. That's disgusting, Casmode. Don't make me curse at you on the first day of cohabitation. Why didn't you say it was disgusting last night then? Shut up. Hey, how come it's only okay for you to say it, but not me. I'm pregnant, Risvitha argued. Well, Leon had already anticipated that in their future cohabitation life, Risvitha would wield the phrase, I'm pregnant, as a means of acting domineering and unreasonable. Even though she wasn't exactly the most reasonable mother dragon to begin with, her pregnancy would undoubtedly make her even more unbridled towards Leon. But Leon didn't have much choice. After all, on the night they confirmed the second pregnancy, he had promised Risvitha to endure her mood swings and peculiar temper during her pregnancy. Of course, Leon would fulfill this promise not solely for Risvitha's sake, but also for the second baby in her belly. If Leon's concern were divided into 100 parts, the second baby would definitely account for 51, while the mother dragon would only hold 49. Not even half. How could you say Leon cared more about Miss Milkvi than the second baby? Right. No, 49 is too high. How about 48? Yes, 48, can't afford more. After finishing her ablutions, Risvitha left the bathroom wearing dragon wing slippers. Leon also quickly tidied up before heading out. As he left, Risvitha was already sitting at the vanity, beginning to groom herself. Her silver hair reached down to her waist, and she held a small leather pouch in her mouth. First, she quickly tied up her long hair, then she braided a small strand on the left side of her temple while looking into the mirror. Leon remembered that braid was something he secretly made for Risvitha to tease her when she was unconscious due to the blood woe. He never expected that it would become Risvitha's signature style over time. Standing behind Risvitha, Leon had his hands tucked in the pockets of his pajamas, leaning slightly against the wall, silently watching her groom her hair. If he had known she liked the hairstyle he made for her so much, Leon would have given her twin ponytails from the beginning. But twin ponytails might not have the dignity fitting of a queen. Lost in his thoughts, Leon heard Risvitha's voice. What are you planning to do today? Risvitha remained seated at the vanity, her back straight, her silver tail cascading down. She raised her arm and continued grooming her hair. I'm going to play with Noya and Muin in the backyard in the morning. In the afternoon, I'll see if Muin wants to study. If she does, we'll study for a while. If not, I'll give her half a day off to spend time with Noya. The sisters only had Saturdays and Sundays to spend together each week. While studying was important, maintaining their relationship was equally vital. Besides, Muin was only a little over a year old and was at an age where she loved playing. Leon didn't want to put too much academic pressure on her. Risvitha, still facing away from Leon, gave a faint response before adding, I'll arrange for pest control at the Silver Dragon Temple today, probably before 3 in the afternoon. Make sure the children don't come back before then. Okay. Also, remember to set aside time tomorrow. We're going to Sky City. Risvitha turned around. Leon blinked. What are we going to Sky City for? To buy some things we might need during pregnancy, Risvitha said. We can't let Anna and the others go buy them, or they'll figure out I'm pregnant now. No problem. After arranging their plans for the next 2 days, the couple went their separate ways, one to the bathroom and the other staying in the bedroom. Even though they had been candid with each other many times and knew each other inside out, they still maintained some boundaries in their daily lives. There was never a precedent for a queen and her captive to change clothes face to face. Of course, there was also no precedent for giving birth, kissing, or cohabiting. But these were different matters. Giving birth, kissing, and cohabiting were unavoidable, but changing clothes face to face could be avoided. This peculiar couple always tried to draw clear lines between them. However, perhaps they didn't realize that the more they tried to do so, the more entangled they became. After changing clothes, they walked out of the room one after the other. They bid farewell at the doorway, a simple nod exchanged between them. And thus, the first night of cohabitation came to an end. It felt not bad. At least it didn't feel as tense or explosive as they had imagined. However, with the personalities of this couple, who knew how things might turn out in the future. (143) Vol 1ch, 143. The next day, the couple went to Sky City. Leon sat cross-legged on Risvitha's dragon's back, holding the pregnancy shopping list prepared by Risvitha last night. Both of them were accustomed to making a clear plan or a detailed list before starting something. For example, when they helped Noya pass the entrance test of St. High's Academy, or when they went on a date in Sky City in Parental Love, they were well prepared before starting. This habit greatly improved their efficiency and margin of error in doing things. Therefore, Leon and Risvitha had never had any disagreements on matters beyond their family status. Leon looked at the series of items on the shopping list, most of which were nutritional supplements. Some of them he had seen in the Empire, specifically for pregnant women's nutrition. It's no wonder Risvitha didn't ask Anna and the others to buy them. After all, these supplements were obviously for pregnant women. Anna would take one look and guess that Her Majesty was expecting another little princess. As mentioned earlier, during the early stages of pregnancy, Risvitha still wanted to keep it a secret from her subordinates to not affect the progress of their daily work. The top workaholic of the Silver Dragon Temple, was she not worthy of her reputation? However, Risvitha had only been pregnant for 2 months. Did she really need so many supplements? Are we buying this much? What if we can't finish them and they go bad from being stored for too long? Leon asked. Is it too much? I don't think so. When I was pregnant with Noya and her siblings, I ate a lot more than this. Risvitha paused for a moment, then added, maybe human pregnancy is different from dragon pregnancy. Dragons might need more nutrients. That made sense. Human infants of the same age were inferior to dragon infants in terms of intelligence and physical development. Just like Noya and Muin, who were not yet 2 years old this year, the eldest daughter excelled in writing competitions and could handle self-defense against 3 opponents at once. The younger daughter was even more impressive, with abilities in both lightning and fire elements, demonstrating a dual awakening straight away, emphasizing, I want it all. Human infants at around 1 year old were probably still struggling with whether to say dad or mom. So, in terms of the rate of development after birth, it was normal for dragons to need more nutrients during pregnancy than humans. But then again, differences in individual abilities didn't mean that humans were inferior to dragons on the battlefield. Dragons were indeed individually powerful, but due to their reproductive methods and traditional beliefs, the overall population of their race wasn't very large. Cases like Leon and Risvitha, where the first child was twins and the second child followed closely after, were extremely rare. Moreover, the entire dragon race was divided into many tribes, lacking strong cohesion. On the other hand, humans could completely suppress dragons through sheer numbers and even seize more land from them. At the same time, due to the characteristic of multiple births, humans possessed a skill that dragons didn't. Gacha. Ordinary commoners were like the most basic B-grade cards, feeling slow even when used for leveling. Normal dragon slayers were A-grade cards. They could still be brought into play after some nurturing. Excellent dragon slayers, who can hold positions in the entire dragon slayer army, are considered S-grade cards. As for someone like Leon, born with the innate holy dragon body, capable of withstanding a massive stone crushing his chest before the age of 10, he was simply an unparalleled SSR god-tier pull. If there were a few more lucky families among humans, giving birth to several SSRs like Leon, the human-dragon war of the century might end hundreds of years earlier than expected. Well, when it comes down to it, wars between races are like this, exploiting each other's strengths and weaknesses. After all, there are no perfect races in the world. What's this jade dew dragon fruit? Leon looked at an item on the list, something he had never heard of before. It's a very rare supplement with the effect of nourishing the fetus and calming the mind, Risvitha explained. I understand nourishing the fetus, but calming the mind. Yeah, it's about soothing the mood and relieving anxiety. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to control my emotions and temper for a while, so, Leon, you'd better pray we can find it in Sky City. Otherwise, you'll be my jade dew dragon fruit, Risvitha joked. Leon smirked, pocketing the shopping list. So now I've gone from being your captive to your punching bag. Isn't being a captive supposed to include being a punching bag in the first place? Well, if this punching bag ever overheats, I'll just take you down with me, Mother Dragon. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom echoed as Risvitha accelerated towards Sky City. Several hours later, the couple arrived in the Sky City district. They first bought some common prenatal supplements and some loose-fitting clothes suitable for pregnant women. The morning quickly passed, and there was only one thing left on the list that they hadn't bought yet. It was the jade dragon fruit they mentioned on their way there. Sure enough, it was a very rare supplement. Leon and Risvitha went to several nutrition stores but couldn't find it. The couple stood on the street, and Risvitha scratched her temple. "It looks like we won't be able to buy it," she said, pretending to be disappointed. Then she patted Leon's shoulder and smirked. "Well, Mr. Jade Dragon Fruit, I'll need you to be more understanding in the days to come." Leon shrugged off Risvitha's hand with annoyance. Holding the shopping list, he looked around to see if there were any other nutrition stores they might have missed. Although Leon hadn't personally served a pregnant woman with significant mood swings, judging from Risvitha's various minor temper tantrums over the past 2 days, he felt it would be better to find a real jade dragon fruit rather than letting himself be a substitute punching bag. Unfortunately, they had already checked all the nutrition stores on the street, and none of them had the jade dragon fruit. Risvitha crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly, leaning in towards Leon's ear. "Well, did you find it?" Leon glanced at her, said nothing, and walked ahead on his own. "Hey, where are you going?" Risvitha asked. "There's nothing too difficult for a determined person. I will definitely find a store that sells jade dragon fruit today," Leon declared confidently. To avoid becoming the mother dragon's punching bag, Leon's desire to shop had never been so strong. Risvitha watched his stubborn figure and shook her head with a smile. "I'll accompany you on this aimless wandering. Let's just kill some time." With her arms crossed, the queen followed along. Leon checked a few more shops, not just nutrition stores, but also some baby stores, asking about where to find the jade dragon fruit. But these ignorant shopkeepers all gave the same unhelpful response. "Sir, we're not sure, but would you like to try this nutritional supplement from our store?" If they didn't answer the question properly and tried to sell their own products instead, they would face his wrath later. By noon, after searching fruitlessly, Leon hadn't even found a peel of the fruit, let alone the fruit itself. Sigh. He heard the mother dragon's insincere sigh from behind him again. Then, her high heels appeared beside him. "There's nothing too difficult if you're willing to give up. Leon, stop searching and just be my punching bag. I won't go too far. Behave okay. Don't feed me empty promises. I've already become your punching bag. Will I even have the right to speak later?" Leon's mind was quick. He wouldn't fall for her tricks. As the couple discussed, Leon suddenly heard a voice not far away. "New shop promotion. Ultra-rare jade dragon fruit. Win a competition and get it for free. Sign up now." Leon's eyes lit up, and he followed the sound. At the other end of the street, a newly opened store was hosting its grand opening event. Listening to their slogan, it seemed like the event prize included the jade dragon fruit. Risvitha naturally noticed it too. "Oh, looks like you're lucky." Leon snorted and grabbed Risvitha's wrist, striding towards the new store. "Hey, why are you so excited? It's not free, you have to participate in the competition and get first place to win it," Risvitha said. "HMPH, what's so difficult about that? Watch as I snatch that jade dragon fruit," Leon replied confidently. Risvitha didn't resist his grip, she let him lead her. Whenever he encountered a competition, he would become excited. It was evident that he was quite determined to win the titles of champion and first place. Since they rarely went out together, she decided to let him enjoy himself today. The couple walked over, unaware that at the corner of the street behind them, a tall figure in red was quietly observing them. "144. Vol 1CH, 144. Leon signed up for the competition at the new store. Sure enough, the first prize was the jade dragon fruit that the shop owner had just promoted. There weren't many people who signed up for the competition because although dragon fruits were rare, they were just a supplement for pregnant women. For normal dragons, eating it was no different from eating an ordinary fruit. As for the rules of the competition, they weren't difficult either. After all, it was just a promotional method for the opening of the new store, so it just needed to be lively. The competition was divided into 3 rounds, each with different fun games. The first 2 rounds were elimination rounds, and in the final round, with only 2 people left, they would compete for the ultimate prize. After hearing the rules, Leon's eyes lit up involuntarily. These rules seem so familiar, but why are you dragons so persistent about these 3-round fun competitions? Leon pointed out the last event at the St. High's Academy Sports Festival, which was also a 3-round fun competition. At that time, he and Risvitha had transformed into special forces, rushing through the challenges like crazy, with only one goal in mind: to win the championship. And of course, they got what they wanted in the end. Risvitha crossed her arms and shrugged. Well, isn't this perfect? You're a school sports festival champion, don't embarrass yourself in this small competition. Leon chuckled and adjusted his collar. Humph, let me show you what the highest mountain and the longest river are. The most stubborn prisoner of war, Risvitha inserted timely. Shut up. Amidst the banter, the shop owner announced the start of the competition and asked all participants to take their positions. Leon stepped onto the stage. Risvitha cheered him on from behind. Come on, defend your championship. The whole world is waiting for you to become a double champion. Leon didn't turn around. He just raised his arm and made an okay gesture. Following a few other contestants, they arrived at the venue. Leon stood on the far left, quietly observing the other dragons around him, all of them top-notch. They were mostly male dragons, while their wives cheered for them outside the competition venue. Go, honey. You're the best, darling. If you win, I'll cook you something delicious. Beat them, my dear. The wives had special VIP seats right in front of the venue, where they cheered fervently. It seemed like the dragon wives were more excited than the contestants on the field, with each cheer louder than the last, as if the loudest voice could directly lead to victory. Meanwhile, Risvitha stood calmly with her arms crossed behind them. Leon couldn't help but notice her tall figure. How could a queen's way of cheering be the same as those noisy and vulgar fans? She didn't even need to open her mouth or use any body language. Just by exchanging glances, Leon could understand her message. As the couple exchanged glances across the bustling competition venue, they seemed somewhat out of place. However, they didn't mind because, in a sense, when they looked into each other's eyes, there was only room for each other. After a brief gaze, Risvitha's lips curved into a gentle and generous smile. Then, she silently mouthed 2 words to Leon. Go tilde for it, tilde. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, sorry, there's one last contestant here. Please come up quickly, we're about to begin. The last contestant. Leon looked towards the entrance of the venue. When he caught sight of the so-called last contestant, his eyes widened in surprise. It was a tall figure, dressed in a long black trench coat, wearing a black hat and a pair of sunglasses perched on the bridge of the nose, covering most of the face, revealing only a delicate nose and charming red lips. Even though dressed conservatively and not showing her face, this last contestant still exuded an aura of cold beauty. Hey, what are you looking at, you rascal? I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep staring. A dragon wife in the audience expressed her discontent. With that remark, a contestant immediately lowered his head nervously. Leon clasped his hands in his pockets, silently observing this mysterious woman in the trench coat. Among the male dragons, she stood out as the only female dragon, making her particularly unique. Could it be that the one at home is a professional freeloader? Does he have to rely on his wife to play a game? Looking back at Leon, who even as a prisoner of war took the stage, it's evident that the judgment between families is straightforward, tilde. But what intrigued Leon the most was what was behind this trench coat woman. Like him, she didn't expose her tail. Dragons could judge each other's race and age by their tail characteristics. Generally, dragons who hid their tails were mostly from extinct small tribes. However, judging by the demeanor of the trench coat women, she seemed more like an elegant and mysterious baroness. Leon withdrew his gaze, deciding not to dwell on it further. The competition began promptly. The first round of the competition was Jump 7. The contestants formed a circle and counted in sequence. Whenever the number contained 7 or was a multiple of 7, they had to say, jump, and then the counting continued with the next contestant. There was no time or round limit for this round. After eliminating 5 people, the game ended, and the remaining contestants advanced to the second round. After hearing the rules, Leon and the other contestants formed a circle. The mysterious woman in the trench coat stood opposite Leon, but her face was still obscured. All right, contestants, get ready. Let's start with the gentleman who was standing on the far left just now, then continue counting along the right side, the announcer said. The far left referred to Leon. Leon looked left and right, pretending to be oblivious, but in the next moment, he unexpectedly called out a number. 6. 7, wait a minute. The male dragon on his right paused, clearly not expecting Leon's little trick. Hey, who starts counting from 6? That's against the rules. Leon shrugged. The rules didn't say we had to start from 1. The other contestant was left speechless. Indeed, as Leon pointed out, the rules only mentioned counting in order, without specifying that it had to start from 1. So Leon began with 6, catching the other contestant off guard, who almost reflexively said 7. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed being eliminated in the first round, Leon decided to gracefully accept defeat and quietly step down from the stage. Shall I start first again? Leon asked the shop owner. Sure, please go ahead, the shop owner replied. Leon glanced at the small male dragon on his right-hand side. The dragon, though smaller in stature, met Leon's gaze with a slight tilt of his head. This guy who didn't want to show his tail seemed a bit clever. Leon couldn't afford to underestimate him. After he counted, Leon made a mental note to think carefully before responding. After a brief eye contact, Leon smiled faintly, causing the dragon to panic inwardly. Is he going to count now? The dragon's pupils trembled as he stared at Leon's mouth, trying to anticipate what number he would say. Sneeze, Leon suddenly exclaimed. The dragon was taken aback. Just a sneeze, bro, are you kidding me? 44, Leon declared suddenly. 44, if it's 44, then jump, I jump, the dragon stuttered. You should have said 45, why are you jumping? Leon glanced at him and then looked away. Hey you. Leon's playful move drew laughter from the other contestants. However, the wives in the audience weren't pleased. Why is it like this? Isn't this against the rules? The wife who spoke was probably the wife of the eliminated dragon. I don't think so. After all, the boss didn't say anything, another wife replied. Damn, what a cunning guy. He's exploiting the loopholes in the rules. The wives were too engrossed in their discussion to notice the presence of a cunning guy's wife nearby. Mind your words, miss. A cold and indifferent voice came from behind. 2 dragon wives turned to see a silver-haired beauty. How does my husband's reasonable use of the rules become exploiting loopholes? She said. Hearing her words, the dragon wives felt aggrieved but couldn't find a reason to refute. They could only turn back reluctantly and keep quiet. Moreover, the aura of this silver-haired beauty was definitely not that of an ordinary wife. It's best not to provoke her. During the conversation, Leon on the stage eliminated another contestant. 2 more eliminations, and they could proceed to the next round, Leon thought, while silently calculating what trick to use next. For the next round, let's have this lady in the trench coat start, the shop owner suggested. Realizing that if they let this guy continue, the promotional event would end in less than 10 minutes, and what would be the point of the promotion then? Leon shrugged, indicating he had no objections. Those familiar with the game understood why the overpowering hero was banned. It was the mysterious woman in the trench coat's turn to count first. She slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice slightly husky. 26. A jump, almost fell for it. The next contestant, 28. The woman in the trench coat tilted her head slightly. You're wrong, 28 is a multiple of 7, so you should jump too. What, darn it, so that's how it is. With that, as long as one more contestant was eliminated, the rest could proceed to the next round. The woman in the trench coat was about to count again, but a contestant suddenly raised his hand. I'm not playing anymore, I quit. Originally, I thought it would be a fierce and evenly matched duel, but unexpectedly, we got a fishy situation with a fishy guy and a fishy lady. Who would want to continue playing after that? For the sake of a jade Risvitha, it's not worth it, not at all. The shop owner scratched his head. Although he wanted to prolong the competition a bit more, if a contestant voluntarily withdrew, he couldn't force them to continue. All right, let's start the next round, he announced. Leon silently stared at the woman in the trench coat in front of him. Somehow, why did she feel somewhat familiar? Is it just an illusion? "145. Vol 1ch, 145. The second round of the competition was a word chain game. Considering the outstanding performances of Leon and the woman in the trench coat in the previous Jump 7 game, they were clearly in a league of their own. So the shop owner decided that in this round of word chain, if one of them were to start, they would definitely use some obscure words, aiming to end the game in the first round. That's not what the shop owner wanted. Therefore, the shop owner chose another contestant to start the game. This way, maybe the competition could be prolonged a bit longer, the owner thought. However, reality proved that the shop owner underestimated Leon and the woman in the trench coat's fishy level. No matter how simple or common the words were that others started with, when it came to them, they always managed to come up with extremely obscure words, making it impossible for the next person to continue and thus eliminating them. As the shop owner watched one contestant after another leave the stage, he couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Are you two here to stock up on goods for me? Are you emphasizing efficiency? At least the first round of Jump 7 lasted for about 5 minutes, but this round of word chain only lasted a short 2 minutes. Under the slaughtering of Leon and the mysterious woman in the trench coat, only the two of them remained on the stage. The shop owner felt weary, but seeing more and more spectators gathering outside, he decided not to intentionally delay any further and directly entered the third round of the game. The final round is also very simple, called I have, you don't. Both sides take turns to say something they have or an experience they've had. If the other side doesn't have it, you get a point. Whoever scores the most points within the designated time will win the Jade Dragon fruit. Please both of you adhere to the rules of the game. No lying allowed, tilde. Now, if you're ready, let the competition begin. Leon and the woman in the trench coat stood facing each other, separated by a small table with a scoreboard placed on it. The spectators outside focused their attention on this final match. Even though they were no longer eligible for the prize, they found the games arranged by the shop owner quite interesting, enough to keep them watching attentively. At this moment, among the wives in the VIP seating area, only Risvitha remained. She crossed her arms and glanced around, murmuring, "Did that woman's husband not come?" Perhaps she only came to participate for fun, Risvitha thought. However, it must be admitted that the woman in the trench coat was quite impressive to be able to match wits with Leon in this game of cunning. As the final round of the game began, Leon tilted his chin slightly. Ladies first. The woman in the trench coat curled her lips into a smile. Thank you, then I won't hold back. Pausing for a moment, the woman said, I have a whole room full of high heels. The first move left Leon speechless. Not only did the woman in the trench coat think quickly, but she also knew how to use her advantages. If Leon were to claim that he, a grown man, also had a room full of high heels, everyone would surely think he was a pervert. Although he had many retorts in mind, Leon remained calm on the surface. I don't have. The woman in the trench coat smirked triumphantly and marked a point on her scoreboard. It was Leon's turn. The woman in the trench coat had just used her gender advantage to stump Leon, but at the same time, she gave him an idea. Only you can use gender advantage to play dirty tricks. Well, Leon could too. With a slight shift in his thoughts, Leon, with his hand propping up his chin, glanced around the stage and the audience, finally settling his gaze on Rosvitha. Then, with a confident smile, Leon said, "I have a wife." "The queen. I knew you wouldn't come up with anything good." The spectators behind Rosvitha also started cheering. Rosvitha lowered her head, silently covering her burning red cheeks, wishing she could rush up and shut that guy's mouth. The woman in the trench coat across from him was obviously taken aback by Leon's answer, but she quickly regained her composure. "Interesting. You have a good relationship with your wife, I assume." Leon shrugged. "Very good indeed, so do I get a point?" The woman in the trench coat nodded, and Leon added a point to his scoreboard. "Then I have a sister at home," the woman in the trench coat said. "A sister at home?" Leon frowned. He didn't have that, he only had a donkey at home. Leon gestured a please sign, indicating that the woman in the trench coat could add a point. It was Leon's turn again. Since family members were mentioned, Leon was about to say, "I have 2 daughters." But upon careful consideration, although dragons weren't particularly keen on having children, it didn't mean that the woman in front of him absolutely didn't have 2 kids. So, in that case, Leon decided to be a bit more cunning. "I have a pair of twin daughters," he said. When the woman in the trench coat heard this, she didn't seem surprised. Instead, she nodded slightly, as if expressing, "I see." "Well, I don't, so you get a point," the woman in the trench coat said. Leon added another point. After a few rounds, Leon and his opponent were neck and neck. They both carefully considered their responses before stating what they had. Both of them were very clever. At this rate, they might not be able to determine the winner even after several more hours. But fortunately, this final round of the competition had a time limit. With just 10 seconds left, Leon was trailing by 1 point. His brain worked quickly, and he said, "I've nailed horseshoes for my donkey." "Donkey, you better have a good reason," Casmode. Rosvitha sighed, he still can't forget about that donkey." The woman in the trench coat paused for a moment. It was evident that she hadn't had such a down-to-earth experience. She shook her head. Leon smiled and added a point to his score, tying with the woman in the trench coat. As the countdown to the end of the competition approached, Leon thought they might have to go into overtime. However, "I've had my first kiss." In the final second, the woman in the trench coat made a decisive move. Leon was dumbfounded. Come on, isn't this supposed to be the grand opening event of a maternity store? What's a mother dragon like you doing here talking about your first kiss? Apparently, it was just for fun after all. Sir, you just mentioned that you have a wife and adorable twin daughters, so I suppose your first kiss is no longer available, right?" the shop owner asked. Leon glanced at the shop owner and sighed helplessly. "Well, I guess I don't have my first kiss anymore." As the competition time ran out, the woman in the trench coat was leading Leon by 1 point, securing the final victory of the competition. According to the rules, the shop owner handed the jade dragon fruit to the woman in the trench coat. As the second-place winner, Leon received a coupon valid for 10 years. "Well, welcome anytime to the shop for your purchases. The event is now successfully concluded," the shop owner thanked with a bow. At that moment, the shop was getting busier, and he hurried inside to help out, leaving Leon and the woman in the trench coat behind. Leon looked down at the coupon in his hand, then glanced at the jade dragon fruit in the woman's hand. Darn it! Just by a hair's breadth. Regret filled him. In the midst of it, Rosvitha approached the edge of the arena, leaning slightly forward, resting her chin on her hand, and looking up at Leon with a smile. "Where's my champion? Where's my dragon fruit, Leon?" she asked, her eyes squinting playfully. "Second place isn't so bad," Leon murmured, looking up at the woman in the trench coat in front of him. Without the jade dragon fruit, he might become Rosvitha's punching bag in the future. No, he couldn't allow that. He had to strive for it again. "Lady, can we have this dragon fruit? My wife is pregnant." The woman in the windbreaker tilted her head slightly, glanced at the girl named Rosvitha, then turned back to Leon. "Didn't you just say you already have a pair of twin daughters? How is this?" "Second child, we're expecting our second child." "Oh, it's not common to see second pregnancies among the dragons," the woman in the windbreaker remarked casually. Leon chuckled. We just want to contribute a little to the population growth of the dragons, right, honey? Rosvitha rolled her eyes at him impatiently, but still went along with him. Well, we both like children, so we decided to have a second one. Yeah, and besides, ma'am, you're only here for fun, right? So the dragon fruit shouldn't mean much to you, Leon said. We can exchange the prize. If you feel it's unfair, we can also make up the difference. I did come for the fun of it, indeed. The jade dew dragon fruit doesn't mean much to me, the woman in the windbreaker said. But I still want to ask you and your wife, are you really expecting a second child? Leon was puzzled, not understanding why a stranger would be so concerned about their second pregnancy. He glanced at Rosvitha, who shook her head imperceptibly, indicating she didn't know either. After a moment's thought, Leon replied honestly, Yes, we really are expecting our second child. How far along are you? Do we really need to ask that? Leon scratched his forehead. 2 months. Oh, I can tell. You really care about your wife. Just 2 months, and you're already trying so hard to use the jade dew dragon fruit to nourish her. It seemed that beneath the aloof and mysterious exterior of the woman in the windbreaker, there lurked the heart of a busybody. But there was no choice. In order to get the dragon fruit from her, Leon could only go along with her. Well, I do love my wife a lot after all. How much do you love her? A lot, a whole lot. Wow, tilde tilde, so romantic, tilde tilde, I envy you, I envy you. Taking advantage of the woman's happiness, Leon rubbed his hands together and smiled. Well, ma'am, how about this dragon fruit? In consideration of your love for your wife, the dragon fruit is yours. The woman in the windbreaker generously offered. Leon reached out and accepted it, as if receiving a treasure. After all the twists and turns, wasn't the champion still his? The virtual champion is a champion, and the future champion is not a champion. It all made sense. Finally, Leon didn't forget to be polite. Would you mind telling us your name? My name, the woman in the windbreaker raised her hands. With one hand, she removed the hat from her head, and with the other, she took off the sunglasses from her face. Her red hair cascaded loose from under the hat, like a blooming rose. The fiery red eyes beneath the sunglasses were particularly striking, shining as bright as rubies. She removed her disguise, and in the utterly astonished gazes of Leon and Rosvitha, she spoke her name in a normal tone. Isabella Melkvi, what did you just say, brother-in-law? You indeed have a second child, don't you? (146) Vol 1ch, 146. Inside a beverage shop in the Sky City, Isabella savored the rich aroma of coffee. Steam rose from the cup, lightly dampening the long eyelashes of the redhead beauty. With slightly parted lips, she took a sip of the liquid, leaving a faint lipstick mark on the rim of the cup. She slowly set down the coffee cup, crossing her long legs. Her black windbreaker and hat were placed aside, while sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a warm glow on her fiery red hair. Describing this scene as peaceful and serene couldn't be more fitting. However, just less than 2 meters away from Isabella, the scene was neither peaceful nor serene. A troubled couple sat side by side, their hands resting on their knees. They resembled 2 primary school students who had just finished a scuffle on the playground and were now summoned to the teacher's office for punishment. They sat upright, not daring to breathe audibly. The jade dew dragon fruit, which they had just struggled so hard to obtain, sat on the table in front of Leon. But now, he wished every jade dew dragon fruit in the world would become extinct. Damn dragons, they can all go spin cocoons in the future. Rosvitha's mood wasn't much better either. Damn dragon slayers, they were so close to her on stage just now, couldn't they see she's my sister? Under the table, the couple's legs accidentally brushed against each other. Immediately, they both cast a sidelong glance at each other, each mistakenly thinking it was a signal of blame from the other. So he bumped her leg, and she nudged his knee, both secretly competing against each other. In the end, Isabella cleared her throat twice, interrupting them. Little Rose. Yes, sis. The Red Dragon Queen rested her chin on her hand, looking at her younger sister with a smile. You've really kept your figure in good shape. Risvitha lowered her gaze and nodded, using her fingertips to tuck her silver hair behind her ear. Oh, come on, sis, you also have a great figure. 2 months pregnant and still in shape, that's amazing, Tilda. As soon as she heard this, it felt like an electric shock ran through Risvitha's body, making her feel awkward and embarrassed. She shrunk her head down, cupping the coffee mug with both hands, trying to pass it off as just drinking coffee. Under the table, Leon bumped her leg again. Risvitha stole a glance at him. Leon shot her a look that clearly said, "Think carefully before answering, knowing you'll be interrogated by our big sister." Risvitha, it's easy for you to say, why don't you try it? Leon, I just might. Risvitha made a playful face at him, sticking out her tongue. Leon. Here. When did you realize you were expecting a second child? Isabella asked leisurely. Learning from the foolish dragon's mistakes, Leon decided to think twice before answering. Isabella asking, when did you realize, definitely wasn't about wanting to know how long they'd known about the second pregnancy. Following this line of questioning, it wasn't hard to see that what she really wanted to say was, after realizing it, why didn't you tell me, your big sister, right away? So, having figured out Isabella's true intention, Leon could choose an answer that wouldn't result in punishment. After a moment of thought, the clever dragon slayer replied, we just had a checkup a few days ago and confirmed that she's 2 months pregnant. We came to Sky City today to buy some supplements and have another checkup. I'll write to you once we get back, sis. Perfect response. Red Dragon King, let's see how you pick out any flaws. Leon was brimming with confidence. Isabella raised an eyebrow lightly and chuckled. Oh, I see, that's good then. Leon's answer was indeed smooth, perfectly avoiding Isabella's probing questions and potential pitfalls. Seeing Isabella no longer pressing the issue, Leon secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Risvitha beside him. Leon, see that, dealing with dragons, I'm a pro. Risvitha, haha, don't celebrate too soon. I thought you were deliberately not telling me, Isabella said. How could that be, sis? We were just discussing whether to tell you in person or write a letter. Leon replied convincingly, as if they had actually intended to inform Isabella about the pregnancy. In reality, when they initially discussed it, they had unanimously agreed not to tell Isabella about it for the time being. It was rare for dragons to have twins, let alone a second pregnancy. If their sister found out, the Melkvi family would have no peace for the next decade. Leon even suspected Isabella might use some forbidden magic to resurrect the Melkvi ancestors from their graves and inform them one by one. Little Rose and her husband have done our family proud. They've had 3 children in just 3 years of marriage. With centuries ahead, I can't say for sure what will happen. Although the couple knew that secrets couldn't be kept forever, and eventually Isabella would find out about the second pregnancy, they hadn't expected that day to come so quickly and in such a bizarre manner. Well, knowing was knowing. Now Leon had to quickly stabilize Isabella's emotions and prevent her from getting worked up. So far, it seemed his tactics and words were effective. But Leon clearly overlooked one thing: the reason Isabella had disguised herself and participated in that fun competition wasn't just to ask about the second pregnancy. It seems you have indeed been fulfilling your promise to me, Isabella said. Promise? Risvitha blinked innocently. What promise? Didn't Leon tell you? Isabella smiled slyly, her gaze shifting to Leon. This time, it was Leon who broke into a cold sweat. He desperately shot a pleading look at Isabella, silently conveying, please don't say anything. But as the saying goes, when one family member knows, the entire family knows. Risvitha wouldn't miss a chance to tease Leon, especially when her sister was even more cunning than her. She glanced at the dragon slayer sitting beside her, realizing that whatever promise he made to Isabella couldn't have been something he'd comfortably admit to her face. Was it too cheesy? Did it compromise his image as a righteous dragon slayer? Risvitha couldn't help but wonder. Sis, Risvitha called out softly. Want to hear it, Little Rose? The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, communicating everything without words. At that moment, Leon realized. This wasn't just a scene of teasing about the second pregnancy. This was clearly a joint attack from the sisters against him. Dragon Mother, just 2 minutes ago, we were a devoted couple. How did you become your sister's accomplice in the blink of an eye? Wasn't it said that dragons were all about pure love and war gods? Is this how pure your love is? Get out of here. Well, actually, it's nothing much. It was just when you two visited my house last time, I had a simple chat with Leon, Isabella explained. Originally, it was just casual conversation, but oh my, Leon's love for you, it's truly unparalleled. Risvitha blushed slightly. Honestly, hearing her sister recounting it made her feel a bit shy. But compared to this trivial embarrassment, it was far more interesting to see the heroic dragon slayer praising her as his beloved wife from behind. This was different from Wilson, that old bee dragon. The vice principal attacked them as a group without discrimination, aiming for collective social death. But Isabella was clearly more adept at striking the heart individually, and her effect was far superior to that of the old bee dragon. Oh dear, sis, you're making me embarrassed, Risvitha chuckled, covering her mouth. Leon is usually a closed book, never says anything cheesy to me. Isn't that right, As she spoke, Risvitha lightly nudged Leon's arm. Leon gave her a displeased look. All right, go ahead and seize every opportunity to ride on my face-out pudding. Your invincible dragon mother. Oh my, little Rose, how can you not appreciate the blessings you have? Just now, during the competition outside, Leon wanted to exchange the jade dew dragon fruit with me. I asked him if he loved you, and he said he loves you super much. Oh sis, please don't embarrass me like this. Risvitha feigned shyness, but internally she was thinking, more, I can already feel someone next to me blushing. So what exactly did Leon promise you back then? Risvitha returned to the topic. Honestly, she was quite curious about what promise Leon could have made to Isabella behind her back. Isabella glanced at Leon. Her brother-in-law seemed to be quite defeated already. Well, let me just deliver the final blow then. Your husband, he said that during the first pregnancy, he didn't take care of you properly. But during the second pregnancy, he promised to take care of both you and the baby. Tusk, I thought he was just boasting at the time, but it turns out, less than half a year later, you've got a second child on the way. Isabella sighed with relief. It seems he's really eager to prove himself, little Rose. This feeling was quite strange. Both embarrassed and pleased. Embarrassed because Risvitha wasn't used to hearing such straightforward promises. Pleased because these promises came from her stubborn, mutually antagonistic archenemy. Looking at Leon's expression, Risvitha believed that if he were a hamster, he would have curled up into a ball by now. Well, in any case, Leon has proven to be a man of his word, little Rose. You mustn't let him go, Isabella concluded. Risvitha chuckled and took the initiative to link her arm with Leon's. I understand, sis. I absolutely won't let go of Leon. And you don't want to leave my side either, right, honey? Your won't let go and your sister, won't let go are completely different things, Dragon Mother. This household is unbearable. Leon leaned back on his seat, feeling utterly hopeless, just wanting this interrogation to end. The two sisters chatted for a while longer, and Leon listened quietly without intending to interrupt. He understood now that the more he said in front of Isabella, the deeper the hole he dug for himself. This red dragon queen was just as formidable as Risvitha in her cunning. So keeping quiet was the best choice. As the sisters continued their conversation, they eventually talked about Isabella's reason for coming to Sky City. Leon wasn't initially interested, but then Isabella mentioned a name. Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine. "147. Vol 1ch, 147. Actually, Leon had always been quite interested in this Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine. He remembered reading about Constantine in the Enlightening Tales of Young Dragons that he had shared with Muin shortly after waking up. Constantine was mentioned as a hero of the dragon race, who had contributed greatly to expanding their territory. Then, when Isabella visited the Silver Dragon Temple to see Risvitha, she mentioned Constantine as well, saying that he had been quite active lately, which was a sign of trouble brewing. In the following days, Leon also came into contact with members of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan, including Lal's father, who was outnumbered by Noya. During his vacation at Flowing Cloud Valley, he chatted with a newlywed couple, and the topic of Constantine came up. They mentioned that he had shifted from being active to inciting conflicts within the Dragon clan. Within the Dragon community, Constantine seemed to be a prominent figure with a high level of visibility. However, during the 5 years from Leon's graduation from the Dragon Slayer Academy at the age of 15 to his betrayal by a traitor during the attack on the Silver Dragon Temple at age 20, he had never heard Constantine's name mentioned. Considering this, Constantine must have been a highly accomplished Dragon King who had not been active in dragon or human conflicts for quite some time. Otherwise, Leon wouldn't have been oblivious to his existence. So why was he suddenly so aggressive and territorial in the past few months, almost as if he had taken some kind of stimulant? As a former top dragon slayer, Leon harbored a deep-seated curiosity and impulsiveness when it came to engaging with dragon kings. He yearned to confront different dragon kings in battle, seeking victory amidst life and death struggles. Countless dragon kings had fallen by his hand in the past. Unfortunately, the hero of yesteryears was now a devoted father, living a life focused on raising his children. We can only hear about Constantine from the mouths of dragon kings like Risvitha and Isabella. Risvitha asked, "What's going on with Constantine?" He has been actively expanding his territory recently. Until recently, it seems he has swallowed at least 4 small dragon tribes, Isabella said. A few days ago, the leader of the Wind Dragon tribe wrote, saying Constantine's next target might be her territory. Risvitha frowned slightly. The Wind Dragon tribe, that's quite a powerful dragon tribe, not comparable to those small ones. Constantine's appetite seems too big if he wants to take them down, doesn't it? Isabella shrugged, took a sip of coffee, and said, Constantine seems very confident in his own strength. He has been causing trouble on the borders of the Wind Dragon territory several times in a row, as if testing them. The Wind Dragon King doesn't dare to act rashly. Her territory happens to be mutually defensive with our Red Dragon Temple, so she invited me to Sky City to discuss how to deal with Constantine. Risvitha's mind stirred slightly, contemplating for a moment before replying. If Constantine really starts a war against the Wind Dragon tribe, it will surely be larger in scale than the previous 4 tribes and even bloodier. If you get involved, it may be hard to get out, sister. Isabella finished her coffee, sighed softly, and looked at the empty cup with a few drops of light brown liquid left. There's no choice. Help must be given. If the Wind Dragon tribe falls, the next target might be my Red Dragon tribe. Sister, should I send some Silver Dragon soldiers over to your side? Risvitha asked. Isabella smiled and shook her head. Not for now. It might startle the snake if we do that. Don't worry too much, little Rose. Constantine has also experienced failures in conquest before. He may not dare to attack the Wind Dragon tribe with the support of my Red Dragon tribe. To Leon, wars within the Dragon tribe were nothing rare. Even among races naturally predisposed to war like the Dragon race, internal conflicts exist, extending to humans, intelligent monsters, and even slimes. In this world, every resource is finite, yet the desires of intelligent life are infinite. Under these boundless desires, limited resources become increasingly precious. Between them lies a fragile string. When desires and resources become imbalanced, this string breaks and war ensues. When Leon was young, he seldom pondered the meaning of war. His master once said, "This world is like a vast and intricate machine, and we are merely screws within it. Oh, lad, perhaps you're equivalent to 2 screws, given your prowess in Dragon Slayer. But even so, all you need to do is what a screw ought to do. As for how this machine operates, how electricity is supplied, how gears mesh together, these are not your concerns. And even if you were to ponder them, could you change anything? You cannot. So just be a good screw, slaughter your dragons, and that's what's best for you." As far as Leon could recall, it was the first time his master had spoken in such cryptic riddles, leaving one perplexed. And just as Leon began to contemplate his master's words in earnest, orders came from above. Leon, fetch me that Dragon King. Leon, take care of that Dragon King, and so on. During the days of subjugating various Dragon Kings, Leon gradually began to grasp the superficial meaning behind his master's words. He's just a brick in the empire, ready to be moved wherever needed. How did I end up thinking about this? Leon clicked his tongue lightly. It wasn't bothering him until now, but once he started, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. He had worked diligently for the Empire, killed more dragons than you've eaten donkeys, and yet he ended up being betrayed by some damn insider. Could it be that my efficiency as a screw was too high, causing this machine to overload? Ridiculous. Leon closed his eyes, took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Risvitha noticed a slight change in Leon's mood. It seemed unrelated to the recent heavy topic. What's wrong? Risvitha asked. Leon rubbed his nose. Nothing. He didn't elaborate further, turning his gaze out the window. Risvitha didn't press further. Well, originally, I came to Sky City just to discuss strategies with the Wind Dragon King, but unexpectedly, I ran into you guys. Isabella deftly changed the subject, perhaps feeling that the previous topic was too heavy. But if I hadn't run into you guys, would you really have told me about the second child? She smiled, looking at the two opposite her. Oh, come on, sis. Did Leon just say he would definitely tell you? Risvitha interjected playfully. Right, Leon. Oh yeah. HMPH, following the husband's lead. Your relationship is much better than I thought, Isabella remarked. Indeed, their relationship was great. So great that they had been married for over 2 years and had just started living together yesterday. But if even someone as intelligent as Isabella thought their marital bond was strong, it meant that Leon and Risvitha were indeed playing their roles well. How did that saying go? No feelings, just skills. Yeah, it was all about skills, firmly convinced. The sisters chatted about various other topics, and in the afternoon, they casually explored Sky City. As an older sister, Isabella naturally cared a lot about her sister's well-being, so she bought her some supplements not mentioned on the list. When they passed by a prenatal yoga class, Isabella took the opportunity to sign her sister up. Sis, can we skip the yoga? Risvitha pleaded. We can't skip it. I heard that doing yoga during pregnancy is beneficial for the baby's health, Isabella insisted, handing the registration form to Risvitha. It said that yoga could start 3 months into pregnancy, but there was only 1 month left. Risvitha had a hard time expressing her reluctance. Seeing the mother dragon's expression, Leon knew she was resistant to the idea. And if she resisted, Leon had something to say about it. Snap! Leon placed his hand on Risvitha's shoulder. Sis, it's all for you and the baby's sake. You should attend the classes when the time comes. Risvitha gripped the registration form, giving him a glare. Revenge for his earlier teasing, huh? HMPH typical guy. Risvitha glanced at the registration form again and chuckled. All right, I'll come. But it says here that pregnant women must be accompanied by their husbands. Honey, you'll definitely come with me, won't you? Her honey sounded so sweet. Could she just call him honey and forget the rest? Leon clicked his tongue and replied, yes, I'll come with you. If you don't want to, it's okay. I can go by myself. Risvitha pretended to sound pitiful. You're pushing it. Hone tilde y tilde. All right, that's enough from both of you, Isabella intervened. If she didn't stop them now, these two would probably end up flirting on the street forever. Seriously, she came here to scold them, but how did she end up getting fed a mouthful of dog food? However, what Isabella saw as flirting, Leon and Risvitha regarded as merely teasing each other. So, don't misunderstand, it was just playful banter. After chatting for a while longer, the sisters said their goodbyes. Risvitha carefully tucked away the registration form for the yoga class. Well, let's head back. We can make dinner for our daughters once we're home. Leon weighed the jade dragon fruit in his hand. It had been quite a fruitful day. He had acquired loot and endured teasing from his sister, feeling fulfilled. He nodded, all right, let's go home. "148. Vol 1ch, 148. Several days later, in the evening, Leon took his couple's pajamas and headed to the bathroom to change. Although Noya had already gone to school, there was no telling if Muin had been assigned a task by his sister to inspect his parents' room at night. If they were found not sleeping together or not wearing couple pajamas, they would definitely receive criticism. Leon first placed the pajamas on the nearby clothes hanger, then crossed his arms and pinched the corners of the shirt, swiftly taking it off from bottom to top. Looking at himself in the mirror, Leon's gaze fell on the dragon tattoo on his chest. Even though he was now cohabiting with that mother dragon, it didn't hinder Leon from secretly condensing and storing magic power. It was fortunate that Rosvitha hadn't been very reliable lately. After the last incident in the study where his magic power was partially lost due to the tail entwining move, Leon realized that regardless of whether the process was normal or not, involving the dragon tattoo meant losing magic power. Even just using his tail. So, the prerequisite for accumulating a certain amount of magic power was never again to be intimate with Rosvitha, no form of it. But even thinking about this matter using his knees, one would know it was highly unlikely. Rosvitha's primal motivation for retaliating against Leon, the defeated prisoner of war, was to force him to do those things with her, thus insulting Leon's pride and dignity as a human and a dragon slayer. Now, asking her to change her approach, she might not even know how to torture Leon. Would she really hang him up and whip him with a small whip? That would be considered domestic violence. In essence, Leon wanted to restore his peak strength, so for the foreseeable future, he needed to minimize his interactions with Rosvitha as much as possible. Ideally, he shouldn't interact with her at all. That meant he had to maintain his innocence. No wonder the master said that young boys train harder. It all makes sense now, Leon realized. But making a married, father of a child, cohabiting man, whose cohabiting partner not only looked good and had a great figure, but also had a tail that she wanted to use for some strange activities every night. Maintain his so-called innocence was quite difficult, wasn't it? And if Rosvitha found out that having intimate relations with Leon could deplete his magic power, she might increase their frequency from every 3 days to 3 times a day. One shouldn't underestimate that mother dragon. Even in this unique situation, she surely had her ways. Anyway, for the sake of steadily restoring my strength, I'll have to provoke that mother dragon for now, Leon concluded. Then suddenly, he remembered, but regardless of that, we still need to proceed with the prenatal education plan. It's been several days since I last taught the second child, so I'll try tonight. With that in mind, Leon changed into his pajamas and left the bathroom. The light in the study was still on, indicating that Rosvitha was still working. Leon thought for a moment, then casually walked to the study door and leaned against the door frame. Rosvitha heard the movement, glanced up, then lowered her eyes back to her work. "Do you need something?" she asked. She was also wearing the pink couple pajamas, likely changing into them while Leon was in the bathroom. Her silver hair was tied into a simple ponytail, draping over her shoulders. She clipped her bangs with a hairpin to keep them from obstructing her vision. When Rosvitha was immersed in her work, she exuded a mysterious charm that was completely different from her usual cold or sarcastic demeanor. It made people involuntarily quiet down and admire this intellectual beauty. Of course, in recent days, this intellectual beauty has acquired a touch of adorable contrast. The pink pajamas she wore, somewhat cartoonish, created a subtle contrast with her refined temperament, making her seem more approachable. Leon glanced at the coffee on her desk, indicating she was preparing for a late-night work session. "So much work, will you finish it all?" Leon asked. "I'll never finish if I don't work," the workaholic replied simply. "Should I get you some snacks then?" Leon offered. "No need, I'm not hungry," Rosvitha declined. "I'm worried about your baby getting hungry," Leon said. Rosvitha's pen paused, her silver eyes flickering as she looked up, her fingers holding the pen, her palm resting against her chin. Across the desk, she smiled at Leon, her eyes squinting slightly. "Are you really worried about the baby? Or are you using the baby as an excuse because you're embarrassed to express your concern for me directly?" Having learned from her sister Isabella about the vow Leon had once made, Risvitha had finally caught a grip that could hit him hard. Though she wasn't sure if it was his true feelings or just a way to appease Isabella, she knew using this against him would be effective. Sure enough, Risvitha's remark elicited a reaction from Leon, showing a hint of vulnerability. "I care about you. The only thing I care about you is when you'll hand over the position of the Silver Dragon King to me, so that the entire Silver Dragon Temple will be under my dominion," Leon Kazmode. Risvitha knew that these exaggerated and insincere words weren't truly what Leon meant. However, what exactly he was thinking, Risvitha wasn't sure. But it didn't matter. Tonight, she was ready to try the two truths and a lie game that she hadn't played in a long time. And then, Risvitha was willing to play along with his banter now. Living together was like this. In this room, they were each other's only companions to talk to, and amidst the boredom of their tedious work, listening to Leon's words, whether true or false, was Risvitha's only way to relax. "And then I'll take care of all your work, leaving you, this workaholic, with nothing to do but retire peacefully." He couldn't come up with any cheesy sweet words to say to Risvitha. After much thought, that's all he could say. The queen chuckled softly at his words. "All right, I still have a few hundred years before retirement. You can come and share my workload then. A few hundred years later, I'll crawl out of my grave to help you with your work. No worries, I'll find a wizard to resurrect your body and turn you into a puppet that only knows how to work. How about that, dear husband? Am I thoughtful?" Leon grinned reluctantly, grinding his teeth. "You're truly considerate, my dear wife." Risvitha smiled, then immediately refocused her thoughts. She sighed in relief and glanced at the piles of work reports and documents on the table. Leon was right, the work was never-ending. For tonight, she would stop here. After all, she still had to stay up until 2:30 after getting into bed, and the cup of coffee on the table was prepared for that purpose. Risvitha removed her hairpin, loosened her ponytail, and her silver hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. She stood up, turned off the desk lamp, and said, "I'm going to bed." Leon felt a surge of joy in his heart. Finally, the workaholic was planning to rest. Once she fell asleep, he could start his prenatal education plan. The couple climbed into bed from either side. Risvitha turned off the bedside lamp and, lying down, softly said, "Good night." "Good night." In truth, they didn't have the habit of bidding each other good night before. They didn't even feel it was necessary. What kind of good night could a prisoner of war and a queen exchange? Just being able to sleep together was a miracle in itself, making them seem more like a married couple than ever before. However, since that night when Noya and Muin unexpectedly checked on them, the couple had developed an unspoken agreement to bid each other good night. They had committed the crime that night, stealing kisses in secret, and that subtle feeling of confusion and infatuation had stirred up their desires. The words "good night" were simple, yet they effectively eased the cravings in both their hearts. Not saying it would always leave a sense of something missing from their day. So, they said it anyway, knowing that no third party would ever find out. Besides, saying goodnight didn't mean much, did it? Did saying goodnight imply mutual affection? If so, then why didn't the donkey that Leon used to say goodnight to every day turn into a beautiful donkey lady and have a forbidden interspecies romance with him? Reining in his wandering thoughts, Leon slowly closed his eyes, silently waiting for the mother dragon to fall asleep. The room fell into silence, and after a while, Leon felt the time was right. Without moving his head, resting it against the pillow, his eyes flicked to the wall clock. It was 2:15 in the morning. The queen should be asleep by now, right? Leon prepared to make his move. He pursed his lips, opened his mouth slightly, about to tentatively ask if Risvitha was still awake. But before he could speak, he heard Risvitha's voice from beside him. "Are you asleep, Leon?" No, I'm not." Leon quickly pretended to be in a drowsy state. "Oh." 10 minutes passed. "Are you asleep, Leon?" "No." "Oh." Another 10 minutes passed. "Are you asleep, Leon?" "If you have something to say, just say it." "It's nothing, just asking." Yet another 10 minutes passed. "Are you sleeping?" "Nope." "Oh." Risvitha glanced at the wall clock and saw that it was almost 2:30 in the morning. Why isn't this stubborn man asleep yet? Come on, hurry up. I've been saving up questions for so long. Meanwhile, Leon's inner thoughts were racing. What's wrong with the mother dragon? Drinking too much coffee? Can't sleep. No, that's not it. Leon's brain worked quickly. Normally, at this time, Risvitha would have been fast asleep. And even if she wasn't asleep, there was no need for her to keep asking if Leon was asleep. After getting his reply, she would usually have nothing more to say. Doesn't this suggest that Risvitha really wants Leon to be asleep by now, so she can easily do something naughty? Leon became wary, deciding that when Risvitha asked again later, he would pretend to be asleep and see what she was up to. After a while, Risvitha's voice came again. Leon, Leon, are you asleep? Leon kept his eyes closed, offering no response. Oh, Hotilda, he's asleep. The rustle of the blanket accompanied the graceful movement of the woman sitting up by the pillow. Her silver eyes danced in the moonlight. Well then, I'll help myself, Tilda. Leon. Great Mother Dragon, what are you up to? "149. Vol 1ch, 149. Leon lay still, tense all over, with his hands tightly pressed against his thighs. His dragon tattoo showed no reaction, indicating that Risvitha probably wasn't planning to give him a surprise in his sleep. So what exactly did this dragoness have in mind? Unable to open his eyes, Leon could only guess at what Risvitha was doing based on the sounds around him. He heard the soft rustle of her nightgown against the sheets, followed by a slight sinking of the mattress beneath her. The next moment, a familiar and pleasant fragrance wafted into Leon's nose. Silver strands of hair cascaded down, lightly tickling his cheeks. She was so close, but his dragon tattoo still didn't light up, weird. He decided to continue observing. Leon. The queen's voice echoed in his ear. Tell me, were you just stringing my sister along with your promises? Huh? Why was she suddenly asking this question? And why did she think that just because she asked me now, I'd definitely answer? Leon's brain raced, and suddenly a memory flooded his mind. It was from some time ago when Leon had used a Playboy bunny photo to blackmail Risvitha into helping him find the hiding place of the photo. She had snuck into Leon's room in the dead of night to retrieve it. Back then, she had asked him a question first, but Leon didn't respond. Then, she had directly ordered him to take her to the photo. As for the outcome of that night, those in the know understood what happened. It was a predictable disaster. But afterwards, Leon forgot to ask Risvitha why she had done that. He speculated that he had unwittingly fallen for Risvitha's charm or some other trick, resulting in a state where he would speak freely and honestly after falling asleep. It seems like Risvitha also used this trick on me tonight before going to bed. So, she had been waiting until 2:30 in the morning just to ask questions that Leon wouldn't answer while fully awake. HMPH, Childish Mother Dragon. Fortunately, as the Dragon Slayer, I have the upper hand. How could I possibly fall for such a simple trick? All right, since you want to play, I'll play along with you. Well, since you want to play, I'll play along, he decided. It's not just empty words, it's all true, Leon replied softly. Risvitha was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. You mean you'll take care of me, protect me, and that's also true? Yes, it's true. I'll definitely protect you, even if it means risking my life, Leon fabricated boldly, taking advantage of the current situation. Under the moonlight, her silver eyes trembled violently. She knelt beside Leon, barely able to believe what he was saying. Teg said that asking Leon questions at 2:30 in the morning would elicit his true feelings. In other words, did Leon really care about her? Risvitha clasped her wrist, pressing it against her chest, feeling her heartbeat quicken. Every pore on her body seemed to radiate heat, and she blushed under the warmth of her nightgown. But we're enemies. How can you have such feelings for an enemy without conflicting with your own heart? Risvitha asked again. Leon pondered silently, then carefully chose his words before responding. In my heart, you've long ceased to be an enemy. You're my wife, my beloved, the person I want to protect for a lifetime. Oh, cheesy to the extreme. Leon couldn't help but wiggle his toes under the covers after saying this. If it were any other time, he wouldn't have said these things to Risvitha even if his life depended on it. But now, under the guise of pretending to be under a spell, he could say whatever he wanted. Though it was all nonsense, who knew if he might stumble upon something unexpected, it was worth a shot, right? But to Risvitha, everything Leon said seemed to be straight from his heart. After hearing his words, Risvitha was dumbfounded. Her mind was in turmoil, and she had no idea what to ask or say next. This was something else entirely. If she didn't know, she could still banter with Leon, outwit each other, and torment each other in various ways as they used to. But now that she knew his true feelings, how would she face him in the future? Sure, she could pretend to be his wife, maintain the facade of a loving family in front of their daughter and others. That was no problem. But if this charade turned into something real, then what? She couldn't handle that. Never underestimate the panic a woman who hadn't been in a relationship for over 200 years could feel about matters of the heart. When the time came, she might even reach out her tail absent-mindedly when he wanted to hold hands. The dead silence lasted for over 10 seconds, prompting Leon to sneak a peek at Risvitha. As expected, the Great Mother Dragon sat there dumbfounded, her expression incredibly complex, a mix of fear, panic, shyness, and all sorts of indescribable feelings. Oh ho ho tilde. Sweating bullets, Your Majesty. Blushing and shy, Your Majesty. About to spill some pearls, Your Majesty. Need Professor Leon to teach you how to handle the psychology of your archenemy. In his moment of triumph, Leon heard Risvitha ask again, "So, when did your feelings for me, when did they start to change?" Like a girl experiencing her first crush, she was questioning when her boyfriend first noticed her, when he fell in love with her, and when he decided to pursue her. Risvitha's past experiences with romance were like a blank slate, so she was filled with curiosity and longing for such matters. Now, in the dead of night, and in her eyes, Leon was still asleep. So, she could completely drop the facade of the queen and let out the side of her that longed for affection. From a long time ago, Leon pretended to say drowsily. How long ago is a long time ago? Was it during our date in Sky City? She pressed. No. Then, during the hot spring incident. Still no. Then when? Wait a minute. The words were at the tip of her tongue, but Risvitha forcibly swallowed them back. Teg had said that at 2:30 in the morning, Leon would answer any question, but he hadn't said Leon would engage in conversation with her. Risvitha's gaze grew colder, the blush fading from her face, her heartbeat gradually calming, and the hormones in her brain withdrawing completely. The girl who longed for affection shyly retreated back into her heart, replaced once again by the calm and wise queen. She silently turned her head to look at the clock on the wall. 2:33. The last time the truth-telling session ended precisely at 2:30, meaning Leon could only answer truthfully for 1 minute. But now it had been 2 minutes past the deadline, and not only was he still able to answer questions, but he was also engaging in verbal sparring with her. HMPH, the audacity of the dragon slayer to deceive me. The queen clenched her silver teeth and unconsciously gripped the bedsheets tighter. Fine, you want to play games with me here, then I'll play along. HMPH, fine, don't tell me. I don't even care to know, Risvitha pretended to say with a tsundir tone, then added in a mockingly self-directed tone. Was it after I put on the bunny suit, perhaps? No, Leon, still oblivious to the fact that he had been found out, continued their meaningless banter. Not. Perfect, that's the answer I wanted. Risvitha chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, she feigned disappointment. Oh, I thought it was because of the bunny suit. If it were, I would have put it on right away. Leon's heart skipped a beat. Was there really such a reward waiting for him? Since you've sworn to protect me, I should reward you, right? Risvitha, caught up in her playfulness, acted out the scene perfectly. If you were awake right now, I would definitely show you the bunny suit. Ah, what a shame you're asleep now. Too bad, tilde, too bad. The bunny suit. Leon discreetly swallowed, feeling incredibly conflicted. How could he resist the allure of a classic skin returning? But he also feared that Risvitha was just teasing him, and once he woke up, she would change her mind. If he were to later question her about the promised bunny suit reward, Risvitha would immediately realize that he had been pretending to sleep. Wouldn't that be more trouble than it was worth? Sighing inwardly, Leon reluctantly gave up this rare opportunity for the bunny suit. Seeing Leon's lack of reaction, Risvitha tilted her head slightly, thinking to herself, "He's not taking the bait. Well, it seems the temptation isn't strong enough." The queen's mind started to churn again, and she came up with another idea. "Oh, I could wear the bunny suit now. Then when you wake up tomorrow morning, it will still be a surprise." As soon as Risvitha's words fell, Leon felt some commotion on the bed, and the scent of her body gradually faded away. Then came the sound of bare feet on the floor, followed by the opening of the wardrobe, the rustling of clothes. And finally, the sound of stockings rubbing against skin. She really went to put on the bunny suit. Leon swallowed again. Even though Risvitha had said he could see her in the bunny suit tomorrow morning, wasn't everyone eager to get classic skins during the midnight return? Would he really have the patience to wait until tomorrow morning? What if he just took a peek? Just one glance, discreetly, quietly, without Risvitha noticing. Leon cautiously opened his eyes a crack, but within his narrow field of vision, he didn't see Risvitha's figure. She wasn't by the bed, not on the couch, nor at the dressing table. The room had become eerily quiet at some point, too. Frowning, Leon tried to open his eyes fully, scanning the room more extensively. But there was no sign of Risvitha. Hesitating for a moment, Leon slowly sat up. Where did she go? However, the next moment, a chilling coldness surged behind Leon. Before he could even turn around, a pair of silver dragon eyes gleamed in the darkness. "You're finally awake, darling Tilda." 150. Vol 1ch, 150. The bunny girl was nowhere to be seen, but the familiar sight of Mother Dragon's seat greeted him instead. Risvitha sat on Leon's lap, one knee pressing down on his left hand. As for his right hand, it was tied to the bedpost with the same stockings from earlier. Although the couple both knew very well that a flimsy pair of stockings was no match for the strength of a top dragon slayer's right hand, Risvitha just didn't believe that this dog of a man could still act tough after his little scheme was exposed. With her hands crossed over her chest, the queen looked down at Leon, who was pinned beneath her. She squinted slightly and spoke with an affected tone. "I'm truly touched, darling. When you said those words just now, you must have deeply moved yourself, right?" I dare not move." "What is there that you dare not do?" In my Silver Dragon sanctum." Risvitha leaned down, her ample bosom gently pressing against Leon's chest. She reached out and patted his face with a jade-like hand. "And what about things Prince Leon Casmode wouldn't dare to do?" Leon licked his dry lips. "Actually, this is all a beautiful misunderstanding. Would you like me to explain?" Risvitha smiled, her eyes narrowed. "Of course, darling, I'll listen to whatever you have to say." "In that case, please be a dear and help your husband untie this stocking." Leon wiggled his right wrist, which was bound by the formalistic black stockings. Untying stockings requires cooperation. If he dared to break free on his own, it would surely provoke this mother dragon teetering on the edge of losing control, fast-tracking them to the submission phase. After the battle in the study last time, Leon's magical power hadn't fully recovered yet, and he couldn't afford to appease her any further. But Risvitha pouted, shook her head, and uttered the most torturous words in the gentlest tone. "No, darling, these stockings tonight will either bind your hands or be stuffed into your mouth. If you insist on being untied, then I'll have to." "Thank you, no need to trouble yourself, binding is fine." Risvitha gave a cold snort. "You dare deceive me, Leon. Aren't you afraid your mouth will rot?" Leon averted his gaze, muttering, "Even if it rots, it's only half." Risvitha frowned, not catching that clearly. "What did you say?" "I said, even if it rots, it's only half. I'm not afraid." "Half rots? What do you mean?" She vaguely guessed the implication behind Leon's words. But since this guy had just tricked her, Risvitha didn't immediately confirm her suspicions. Leon glanced at her, then quickly looked away. "The things I said to your sister were half true and half false." The last few words were mumbled, as if he were eager to move on. However, Risvitha still caught the phrase, half true and half false, and her concerns eased a bit due to Leon's obvious evasion. If he were still deceiving her and spewing lies, he wouldn't be so hesitant. A hint of softness returned to Risvitha's expression. She tilted her head slightly. Half true and half false? I don't understand. Explain it to me in detail. What's there to explain about half true and half false? And those words weren't many in total, you heard them all just now. That's not wrong at all. The promise he made to Isabella at that time was indeed just a simple sentence. And the so-called half-truth and half-false actually referred not to the content of that promise, but to Leon's state of mind at the time. It was very complicated, very awkward. Not to mention trying to articulate it verbally in the current situation, even given some time to think and express it in writing, Leon couldn't accurately describe his mindset at that moment. So he couldn't provide Risvitha with a reasonable explanation. HMPH, aren't you just talking nonsense? What half-truth and half-false? It's just a lame excuse you came up with on the spot. Of course, she knew Leon wasn't talking nonsense or making excuses. The reason she said so was just to make Leon uncomfortable. He had just tricked the queen with his sweet words, now it was time for him to pay a little price. Tusk, believe it or not, I can't be bothered to waste my breath trying to make you believe me. Oh, look at you being so stubborn. Saying you can't be bothered to waste your breath, but deep down, you really hope I understand your thoughts, don't you? HMPH, Leon, while we may be archenemies, isn't the prerequisite for becoming archenemies to have enough understanding of each other. Your little thoughts are sometimes written all over your face. Risvitha was quite satisfied with Leon's reaction. She had thought he would retort back at her and escalate the situation to a tense level where things might get out of hand. But unexpectedly, although he remained stubborn, there was also a hint of softness she hadn't seen before. Risvitha let out a slow breath, thinking it's best to end things here tonight. If it's time to submit the assignment, it's already too late. There are less than 3 hours left until dawn. Let's talk about it another day. However, just as Risvitha was about to let Leon off the hook, she heard the dog of a man murmuring again, I didn't expect you to care so much about the promise I made to your sister. Could it be that you want to make it real? Before Leon could finish, Risvitha grabbed the large teddy bear on the bed and covered Leon's face with it. The dragon slayer beneath her struggled and writhed, but Risvitha sat on him as steady as a rock. Murder, Risvitha, you're committing murder. Heh, it's the teddy bear that's killing you. What does it have to do with me, Risvitha? Darling, just endure it for now. Risvitha. What? I can't hear you, darling. Just bear with it, you won't feel uncomfortable in a little while, Tilda. She didn't exert much force, and Leon's struggles weren't to the point of life or death. This was just a part of their daily marital fun. However, as Leon's hand pat randomly, he suddenly felt something slightly hard on the back of the teddy bear. His movement paused abruptly, and his thoughts drifted back to a long time ago. It was when Risvitha was unconscious due to the blood enchantment, and he spent his days by her side, taking care of her, washing her face, and wiping her body. One day, Leon was so exhausted that he fell asleep by Risvitha's bed, and his hand inadvertently touched the teddy bear he had given her. At that time, it seemed like he had also felt something hard. Generally, the inside of a regular teddy bear seems to only contain soft cotton, right? As he contemplated, the teddy bear pressing against his face moved away. Oh, darling, you're quite hard to kill, Risvitha teased, looking at Leon's flushed face. Leon ignored her and instead glanced at the teddy bear beside him. Casting a glance at Risvitha, Leon suddenly grabbed the teddy bear when she wasn't paying attention and then proceeded to unzip its back. Seeing this, Risvitha quickly suppressed her smile and lunged forward to snatch the teddy bear back. Oh, why so flustered? That teddy bear must have some unspeakable secrets inside. Leon executed a clever maneuver, slipping out from under Risvitha's grasp. Risvitha, without even bothering to put on her slippers, hurriedly got out of bed to chase after Leon. Of course, Leon wouldn't let her catch up easily. He directly performed a chin king circling the pillar maneuver with the mother dragon. The couple circled around the large bed, chasing and evading each other, resembling children playing a game of pass the handkerchief. After a few laps, Risvitha stood on the left side of the bed while Leon stood on the right. They faced each other across the bed, locked in a stalemate. "Give me back the bear," Risvitha demanded. "No way. Your urgency proves that there's definitely something good inside," Leon retorted. "I'm not urgent." "Heh, you might as well have the word urgent written on your face." With that, seizing the opportunity, Leon made a dash for the balcony. Risvitha, with long strides, crossed the bed and chased after him, barefoot. However, when she caught up to the balcony, the poor teddy bear had already been cut open by the despicable dragon slayer. In Leon's hand was a photograph. Seeing this, Risvitha hurried forward and snatched the photo. Blushing, she held it behind her back, but she was sure Leon had already seen the contents of the photo. Leon also dropped the playful facade he had earlier. He scratched his head, remained silent for a moment, then spoke, "I didn't expect you to still keep that photo." Risvitha bit her lip and awkwardly explained, "I just forgot to throw it away." "Forget to throw it away and hide it inside the teddy bear I gave you." "I really just forgot." With that, Risvitha bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately threw the photo off the balcony into the night. As the photo disappeared into the darkness of the night, Risvitha's heart lurched. But she quickly averted her gaze and looked at Leon stubbornly, saying, "See, I've thrown it away now." "Wow, you really threw it away." Leon leaned against the balcony railing, peering down. Unfortunately, it was night, and the light was dim, so he couldn't see where the photo landed. "Of course, I really threw it away. How boring, I'm going to bed." She stormed off in her pink cartoon pajamas, disappearing into the messy sheets. But Leon didn't follow her back inside. He stood on the balcony, staring in the direction where the photo had fallen, alone, feeling the emptiness and loneliness as the lively night approached its end. He had already forgotten why he had smiled at Risvitha in that photo, but the words on the back of the photo remained vivid in his memory. "May the silver light always shine in the eyes of the beloved."